Morgan Housel, The Art of Spending Money. Small Decisions for a Richer Life. Author's note: when I wrote this Psychology of Money, I wanted to explore how we reflect on wealth and investments, how we are influenced by emotions and social pressures when making decisions that we pretend are purely rational. This book, The Art of Spending Money, is a natural continuation of that work. While the Psychology of Money focused on how we generate wealth, The Art of Spending Money focuses on how we use it. Neither book tells you what to do with your money because everyone is different, but in both, it is about understanding what happens in our head when we use money. And in this aspect, people are much more similar. Both books start from the same general idea. In matters of money, stories have more weight than figures. The stories we tell ourselves about what matters, what makes us happy, and how we measure success. Spending money is more of an art than a science. There is no universal formula or fixed rules. What brings joy to one person can make another feel empty. So, as with investing, understanding our emotions, our biases, hopes, and fears can guide us to make better decisions that reflect who we are, what we value, and how we want to live. If the Psychology of Money taught us how to gain freedom, this book is about learning how to make the most of it. Introduction: The Search for the Simple Life. On one occasion, Dr. Dan Goodman operated on a woman who wanted to stop wearing glasses with laser eye surgery. The patient returned to the office a few weeks later for a revision visit. She was dejected. He said the surgery had ruined his life. The operation had been a success. He could now see clearly without glasses, as he had not been able to do for years. Goodman insisted. So what was the problem? The patient said she expected that once she stopped wearing glasses, her husband would find her more attractive and her coworkers would find her smarter. Realizing that this did not happen and that love and respect did not depend on something superficial like her glasses had left her devastated. "You have a problem that I can't help you with," Goodman said. "I'm so sorry I didn't catch it sooner." It's unnerving to witness someone get what they thought they'd always wanted, but end up realizing that happiness is more complicated than they had assumed. And my goodness, you can't imagine how true this is with regard to money. There's an old saying that there's nothing worse than getting what you want, but not what you need. These words summarize the relationship of many people with money and success. Even if you were lucky enough to get what you want, money, you may also realize that this is not what you need. Family, friends, health, being part of something greater than yourself. And then you feel disappointed. Is there anything worse than that? This book is about the way money is spent has little to do with figures and spreadsheets and a lot with psychology, envy, social aspirations, identity, insecurity, and other issues that are very often ignored in the financial field. Can you buy happiness with money? Yes. Can spending money make you happier? Yes. However, the issue is more complicated than many people think. In the midst of the figures, graphs, and data is the disorder and absurdity of the human mind. Money is an extraordinary tool that can provide you with a better life if you know how to use it, but knowing how to use it is something very different from knowing how to achieve it. Winston Churchill said that he got more from alcohol than alcohol got from him. By the same logic, I've seen rich people whose money has gotten more from them than they have from it, because they've spent their lives desperately chasing money with no idea how to use it to make them happier. I've also seen people with low incomes get enormous value from the little money they had, using it as a source of leverage to acquire more of what made them happy. What matters isn't necessarily how much money you have. The important thing is that you understand and be able to control the psychology and behaviors that can make the connection between money and happiness more complicated than we assume. This observation can affect your life in many ways. Think of the young man without money who buys a car that he cannot afford because he believes that his friends will respect and admire him. or someone who has saved scrupulously throughout their life but is unable to spend a reasonable amount of money in retirement because the status of saver is already part of their identity. Or the young couple saving up for a down payment on a 2-bedroom house whose expectations suddenly rise because a friend has just bought a 3-bedroom house. And the rich entrepreneur who never believes she has enough, and the worker with a low salary who always thinks he has enough. None of these issues have to do with spreadsheets or figures. They're much more confusing than that. To understand them, you have to turn to psychology and sociology, and you have to understand that each person is different, that each person is just trying to live in the best possible way, finding meaning in the world based on the experiences they have had, who they want to be, and what they think others think of them. In university faculties, finance is taught as a science, with clear formulas and logical conclusions, but in the real world, money management is an art. I worked as a valet in a 5-star hotel in Los Angeles while I was in college. One day, the hotel hosted a showroom of high-end furniture for the city's wealthy elite, which was accessible by invitation only. On leaving, a man approached the valet parking stall chatting with a friend. He told her that he had just spent $21,000 on an armchair. Several of my classmates and I overheard the conversation and were stunned. It seemed inconceivable to us to spend so much on a chair. A chair! The guy saw our puzzled faces and said, "I know, guys, but when you have money, you're supposed to do these things." I thought it was an interesting formulation. You're supposed to do. Did he really like that armchair, or did he blindly pursue what society told him he had to like and how he had to spend the money? I remember a 19-year-old boy who aspired to be rich one day, thinking, is that what I'm supposed to do in a while? Am I supposed to study long hours in college and work for decades to advance my career so that I can tell my friends that I've bought a random couch that cost the equivalent of half the income of an American family? Would that really make me happier? As I took it all in, I remember my reaction shifting from bewilderment to laughter, and in the end, I almost felt sorry for the man. I met quite a few of those people. My feeling was that many of them mechanically pursued wealth without knowing why they wanted it, apart from the primal desire to get more. They were very good at making money, but his ability to transform that money into a significantly better life left much to be desired. Of course, there is another way. Many people have discovered how to use money as a tool that provides them with things that will make them happier in life. But the man in the expensive armchair was right. What society tells us we're supposed to do with money doesn't always correspond to what we should be doing to get the most out of it. It's not our fault. A combination of evolutionary and social forces dictates to us, often loudly, what we should want: more money than everyone else, bigger things than everyone else, toys more dazzling than everyone else. Sometimes that is what we want and what we should pursue. But more often, we'll realize that spending to show others how much money we have is a quick way to run out of money and an expensive way to gain respect. Often what we get in the end is to feel disappointment. Let's see, understand me. I do think you can use money to build a better life. I think buying nice things can bring you joy. I love ambition, hard work, and above all, independence. However, after writing about money for 20 years, it never ceases to amaze me how bad most of us are at knowing what we want to achieve with money, or how to use it as more than just an indicator of status and success. And let me be clear, most of this book is reflections that I've come up with trying to understand the relationship between money and happiness in my own life. If we ask several parents what they want for their children, many will say, "I just want my children to be happy." Do you want them to be rich and successful? Yes, of course, they will reply. But what I want above all else is for them to be happy. This is a fantastic idea, but many of those same parents, in their own lives, pursue money and status at the expense of happiness. Perhaps the reason why parents want their children's happiness before success is because they have seen the drawbacks of blindly pursuing one before the other. Carl Jung, one of the most influential psychologists in history, was once asked the following question: What do you consider to be more or less the basic factors that contribute to the happiness of the human mind? Jung listed these 5. 1. Good physical and mental health. 2. Good personal and intimate relationships, such as marriage, family, and friendship. 3. The faculty of perceiving beauty in art and nature. 4. Reasonable living conditions and satisfactory work. 5. A philosophical or religious point of view that is useful for successfully coping with the vicissitudes of life. Clearly, having money can affect some of these points, but money itself, above all having a lot, is none of the points. This book won't teach you how to spend money. If I or anyone could do this, the work would be titled The Science of Spending Money, but I'm more interested in the arts of using money. Art cannot be condensed into a formula that is valid for everyone. Art is complicated, often contradictory, and can be a window into your personality. The art of spending money encompasses aspects such as individuality, greed, envy, status, and regret. That's what this book is about. Throughout the work, I try to approach the art of spending money from various angles, but you'll find some common denominators. 1. There are 2 ways to use money. On one hand, as a tool to live a better life. On the other, as a criterion for evaluating one's own status with respect to others. Many people aspire to the former, but spend their lives pursuing the latter. 2. Money is a tool you can use, although if you're not careful, it will use you. He's going to use you mercilessly and often without you even noticing. For many people, money is both a financial asset and a psychological burden. Blind cravings for more can hijack your identity, control your personality, and corner parts of your life that provide greater happiness. 3. Money can buy happiness, but often the way is indirect. Money itself doesn't buy happiness, but it can help you develop independence and find a reason for being, 2 key ingredients to having a happier life if you cultivate them. A big and nice house can make you happier, but mostly because it makes it easier for you to invite family and friends family are what really make you happy. 4. Lasting happiness is achieved by the one who conforms, so the people who are happiest when they have money are usually the ones who have found a way to stop thinking about it. You can value it, appreciate it, and even marvel at the money, but if you think about it all the time, you probably have an obsession, one that controls you. The best use of money is as a tool to enhance who you are, but never to define yourself. 5. If you're not sure what a better life would look like, it's easy to assume that a life with more money could be, but that can sometimes mask deeper problems. Money is something so tangible that it's an easy goal to aspire to, and pursuing that goal can become the easiest path for those who have not discovered what truly feeds their souls. 6. We can all use money to make us happier, but there is no universal formula for how to do it. The beautiful things that make me happy may seem nonsense to you, and vice versa. Often debates about what lifestyle we should lead consist of nothing more than individuals with different personalities talking at the same time. Luke Burgess puts it another way. Once we have satisfied our basic needs as animals, we enter the human universe of desire, and knowing what you want is much more difficult than knowing what you need. In his book, The Quest of the Simple Life, published in 1907, William Dawson recounts that many of his London companions, after dedicating their lives to money and success, still looked sad. On the other hand, those who led a simple life in the country were joyful. His main observation was that those who tried to get more money became in fact slaves to him. They were so obsessed with wealth that money took over their sanity, their relationships, and their quality of life. What they intended to be a strategy for living a better life often became an ideology to which they were subjected, like an invisible dictator. They wanted to get more money so they could be happier, but money allowed them to buy everything except the ability not to obsess over money, which caused them constant anxiety, which in turn generated unhappiness. It was a vicious circle, and most of them didn't realize it. Sometimes what you spend money on has so much influence on your behavior that it's not clear whether you own the things or they own you. Benjamin Franklin put it well, Many men think they are buying pleasure, when in reality they are selling themselves to it as slaves. Dawson wrote that the ideal life was a simple life. A simple life can also be extravagant, with expensive homes and an abundance of luxuries and whims. The simplicity lies in the fact that the money is at your service, not the other way around. The lifestyle you choose to lead hardly matters. What matters is that it is actually something you have chosen, and not that you're addicted to the mere charm of that way of living. Dawson wrote that his goal was not to make a living, but to build a life, and only a madman would sacrifice his real life for the never-ending search of an imaginarily better life. The search for what a simple life is for you, no matter how you choose to live it, begins with understanding and analyzing yourself in depth. In the next chapter, we'll start there, with a story about understanding children with social adjustment issues. Every behavior makes sense when you have enough information. Many debates about what is worth spending money on are in reality nothing more than people with different life experiences talking at the same time. There is an important question that I love. What have you experienced that I have not experienced, and that makes you believe in what you do? And would I see the world the same if I experienced what you have experienced? This is true for many things in life, including money. The most important issue when it comes to using money, which causes a lot of frustration and financial disappointment, is that there is no right way to do it. There are no universal laws that establish a way to spend money that makes everyone feel happy and fulfilled. What I like to spend money on may make no sense to you. My fears may be your joys. Your goal might be what I most want to avoid. There's a maxim that goes like this: never laugh at someone for mispronouncing a word in English, because it means that they have learned it by reading. And from there we can extrapolate what follows. Never laugh at how someone spends their money, because they have learned it by living. Everyone is a product of his past. To understand why people spend money the way they do, you need to dig into their life experiences. My brother-in-law is a social educator. He works with children from extremely poor backgrounds and broken households who move in and out of foster care. Many of these children struggle in school. They misbehave, they skip classes, they don't pay attention, they get into fights at recess, they fail to focus on the future. It's easy for people to not only criticize the behavior of these children, but to be perplexed by their behavior. Why do you act that way? Why can't you understand that if you behave better, you will have a better future? How could you think it's okay to do that? However, the following maxim circulates in the reception system. Every behavior makes sense when you have enough information. Once you understand what some of these children have dealt with at home, uncertainty, lack of security, love, and attention, their behavior begins to make sense. They are constantly in survival mode and have never learned some of the basic social skills that are obvious to other children. It's not a question of encouraging or even justifying their conduct, but as soon as you see the world through their eyes, you quickly understand why someone can make decisions that seem nonsense to you and me.
All behavior makes sense when you have enough information. Also, the behavior associated with the different ways in which we spend our money. In the late 1920s, the United States was nearing the end of a full economic and social cycle. After the devastation of World War I came an unprecedented recession. And then, after a decade of misery, people were finally able to enjoy an economic boom that gave its name to the Roaring Twenties. And to say that they were happy does them no justice. That was an absolute party. In the mid-1920s, for more than 5 years, the economy was stimulated by cheap debt, a stock market bubble, and smuggled alcohol. In June 1928, columnist Robert Quillen wrote a newspaper headline that in a nutshell describes something very simple and important. The more you were ignored while you were poor, the more you enjoy showing off your wealth. By Robert Quillen. That's right. To a large extent, the desire in the late 1920s to show off one's wealth with new cars, new clothes, and new toys was a reaction to the poverty and uncertainty that preceded the period. When you've been repressed and then suddenly feel liberated, a common reaction is to frantically rush to make up for lost time. Historian Frederick Lewis Allen wrote of that time, Like the vacationer who suddenly finds himself free, the country felt that it must enjoy itself more than it was doing, and that life was a vain thing and nothing mattered much. But in the meantime, why not? He could play, imitate others, and get hold of the new toys that were amusing the masses. Citizens seemed to justify uncontrolled and unsustainable spending because they were compensating for the repression and containment of the years of misery. It was as if they were correcting a mistake, as if they were taking revenge. They weren't spending uncontrollably because they would have crunched the numbers and decided that was the right thing to do. They were trying to heal an emotional wound. Such behavior is imperishable and explains many things. A close relative grew up in an environment of extreme poverty and in a broken home, humiliated in every possible way. He later became a successful businessman. When her daughter was preparing to go to college, she told her, "Choose the most expensive faculty that will accept your application." Sending his daughter to an expensive college was such a powerful symbol of what he had overcome that it was almost as if he preferred to pay the wildest price possible. A high college enrollment was like a social trophy that made him feel great about his life trajectory. If you didn't grow up in an environment like that person, it may not make any sense to you. But there's the thing, a lot of spending doesn't make sense until you peel back the layers of an individual's personality and identify that particular thing they're trying to achieve or the gap they're trying to fill. How your past influences your spending decisions can manifest itself in different ways, with opposite outcomes depending on the person. Tiffany Alish, a former preschool teacher who has become a financial educator with overwhelming success, once said she suffers from post-traumatic poverty disorder. Because of this, it has been difficult for him to spend the wealth he has amassed in recent years. For a long time, I didn't have a penny, and what I experienced was so extreme that I'm afraid to return to that situation, says Alish. When trying to make sense of spending habits, yours or someone else's, you should start by understanding that people don't just use money to buy things they find entertaining or useful. Often their decisions are a reflection of the social and psychological experiences in their lives. And because life experiences vary so much from person to person, what makes sense to you might seem crazy to me, and vice versa. Spending a fortune on a university degree may seem like a waste to one person, a non-negotiable requirement to another, and the definitive sign of social promotion to another. The same product carries very different meanings for different individuals. For someone who was born into a wealthy, lifelong family, a Lamborghini can be a symbol of vulgar self-centeredness. For someone who grew up poor as a rat, that same car could serve as the quintessential symbol that you've succeeded in life. No one should pretend that there is a right answer to these questions because they satisfy a different psychological need in each person. A lawyer who works 100 hours a week and who hates his job may have the need to make frivolous expenses to compensate for the pain of earning a paycheck. I've never seen money blow a hole in someone's pocket as quickly as when an investment banker collects his annual premium. After 12 months of making models with Excel until 3 in the morning, you feel the need to prove to yourself that it has been worth it, to compensate for what you have sacrificed. It's like someone who is forced to be underwater for a minute. When he comes to the surface, he doesn't take a serene breath, but gasps. Many times it is spent panting. And a related idea, I've come to realize that those who are most able to delay gratification are often those who enjoy their work. Maybe the salary is fine, but they don't feel the need to compensate hard work with a lot of expense. The relevant conclusion from all this is this: most debates about what is worth spending money on are really just people with different life experiences talking at once. How much you should spend and why others use money the way they do starts to make sense when you accept that people who have had different lives than you want different things than you might want. I think it's a sign of deep immaturity to think that because you like to spend money a certain way, others should too. It is a sign of deep immaturity to think that since you do not value something, no one else should. The world doesn't work like that. What is a reasonable and rewarding expense to you may seem absurd to me. What is obligatory for me may seem like a waste to you.
Software engineer Billy Marcus says, "People aren't rational, they only rationalize." Once you understand this simple fact, suddenly the most outlandish human behaviors make a lot more sense. That is why the use of money must be seen as an art, not as a science. There are no universal answers that clarify how to do it or what is worthwhile. The best we can do is to come to understand well how varied human minds can be and how varied our preferences are when it comes to spending money. Psychologist Lisa Feldman Barrett studies where emotions come from. The classic perspective in psychology is that emotions are deeply ingrained from birth, the consequence of eons of evolution that have dictated that what is scary, funny, or insulting to me should also be funny to you and to all human beings. Barrett has spent 30 years proving that reality is more complex. Emotions are not integrated into your brain at birth. The brain develops them as you need them. From the moment you're born, you begin to learn that one thing is scary, another is funny, or that such a thing should make you angry. You're even taught to respond. Make a face like this when you are angry to convey to your interlocutor how you feel. The important thing is that emotions are learned. They are a product of the culture and environment in which you grew up. Barrett writes, "Concepts like anger or disgust are not genetically predetermined. The emotional concepts you're familiar with are inherent because you grew up in a particular social context in which those emotional concepts are meaningful and useful, and your brain applies them, without you being aware of it, to construct your experiences." What is fascinating is to contemplate how different each person's life experiences can be. A poor child in Africa learns to be frightened by different things than a rich child in California. As a child, a boy in Manhattan learns to seek pleasure in different things than a farmer in Iowa. The most basic and seemingly fundamental feelings, such as joy, fear, shame, or pride, vary across cultures, families, and individuals. Behavior that embarrasses you might make me proud. What I fear of you might excite you. Your targets might be my nightmares. And it's not just emotions that vary. What is common sense in one culture may seem absurd and retrograde in another. Psychologist Jonathan Haidt points out that it's perfectly acceptable for a 25-year-old son to address his father by his first name in the United States, but it's considered morally wrong, universally wrong, in other cultures. We find similar differences when asking basic questions about food preparation,
Hygiene, parenting, or how to treat one's spouse. If we define common sense as truths that everyone agrees on, we find that it is quite unusual and is restricted to scientifically objective things, such as that 2 + 2 = 4. Author David McRaney notes that consensus realities are for the most part the result of geography. 8. All of this leads to extreme differences in what people consider to be a worthwhile risk, a small entertaining experiment, a harmless guilty pleasure, or a rewarding need. Let's look at an example given by the author Rob Henderson, who as a child went through 10 foster homes and ended up obtaining a doctorate in psychology at the University of Cambridge. A wealthy student at an elite university can experiment with cocaine, and it is likely that nothing will happen to him. However, in the case of a child from a dysfunctional home with absent parents, it is more likely that after that first glass high, he will not stop until he self-destructs. This may explain why, in a 2019 survey conducted by the Cato Institute, it was found that more than 60% of Americans with at least a college degree were in favor of legalizing drugs, while less than half of Americans without a college education thought it was a good idea. Drugs may be a hobby for the wealthy, but for the poor, they are often the gateway to greater pain. But let's go back to my brother-in-law, the social educator. He once told me an anecdote that happened to him when he tried to convince a poor couple of the value of saving, even if it was only a small amount of money, to avoid being evicted from their apartment the following month. They laughed at me, he told me. This was the conversation. "You futurize," her husband snapped, laughing louder. "How?" my brother-in-law replied. "That you futurize. You have the luxury of thinking about the future. We don't. For us, the future is the next 24 hours. Sometimes it's a 5-minute window, for example, where we're going to get the next meal. This is the most we futurize.
They spent every penny they had as quickly as possible, in part because their concept of future was different from what you or I might have. There was no agreement on what could be considered common sense. Tom Gaynor, CEO of the Markel Group, once told what happened to him once eating with his daughter, who was a public defender. When asked about a recent case, Gaynor's daughter told her about a man who had walked into a restaurant, ordered a dish, eaten it, and tried to literally pay with Monopoly money. "Was that guy stupid, or wanted to play a joke?" Gaynor asked. "Dad, he was poor and hungry," the daughter replied. "My clients are Zen masters of right now. For them, there is no past or future. That man was simply hungry." This is a radical example, but all of us, you, me, everyone, lives some version of that. There are many cases, both rich and poor, who show that your values are the same as your preferences, and that your preferences are based on trying to reconcile your current needs with the lessons learned from your past experiences, which are unique. And this leads me to give you two pieces of advice, both key to understanding the art of spending money. 1. Don't let anyone tell you what you should or shouldn't spend money on. There is no right way to do it. You have to figure out what makes you feel happy and fulfilled. We'll come back to this later. Few personal aspects are more personal than finance, states financial advisor Tim Maurer. This is one of the smartest quotes about economics I've ever heard. Many money problems arise because people spend or save in the way they think they should, but that doesn't correspond to their personality. People are looking for a general answer to a problem that is very personal. It's like living life by forcing yourself to be someone you're not. Most people understand you if you like Italian cuisine, but my favorite is Mexican. No one is wrong, it is only a matter of preferences. However, this logic goes down the drain when you expand it to the type of house you live in, the clothes you wear, when you are going to retire, how often you travel, or how often you eat in restaurants. No matter how you live, many people, friends, family, coworkers, virtual trolls, aren't going to take a minute to tell you that you're doing it wrong. Until you recognize how personal and emotional our relationship with money can be, you don't realize that you're alone on this path. Maybe your spouse and your children are part of the equation, but there comes a time when you have to find your own way without fear of what others think. Be careful not to judge how others spend their money. The comedian George Carlin said, "All the people who drive slower than you are idiots, and all the people who drive faster than you are crazy." It's natural for us to see the decisions of others as wrong when they differ from our own. There are a few points in this book where I criticize other people's spending decisions, but I try to restrict those criticisms to occasions when I think it's obvious that someone has spent money in a way that is detrimental to their own happiness. It's one thing for someone not to understand the consequences of the decisions they make. Maybe that person needs help and guidance. It's quite another to criticize someone's decisions just because they're different from your own. Some people may have a hard time understanding why you can't see things the way they do. I understand why this happens. If I make the decision to lead a lifestyle different from yours, you can see that as an attack on the decision you have made, especially if you still have doubts or aren't entirely sure of your decision, something that happens to all of us. The danger is that if I criticize how you use money, I can convince myself that there is a right way to use it, the way I do it. But that can prevent me from being more introspective about my own decisions, wondering if I could do better, or trying to understand my emotions. Judging others requires stubborn self-confidence, which can prevent you from growing. A healthy financial philosophy is to have respect for the experiences of others, to know how to appreciate your own, and to understand that all behavior makes sense when you have enough information. And now let me tell you another story about respect and admiration. A little attention, please. You think you want nice things, but in reality, what you really want is respect, admiration, and attention. If you're not sure what a better life would look like, it's easy to assume that a life with more money could be. This idea is so simple that it influences many people. How to live a good life is one of the most complicated questions that philosophers have debated for thousands of years, and more money is something very easy and quantifiable to aspire to. However, the desire to have more money and to get the things that money allows you to buy often masks what you really want, the respect and admiration of others. One conclusion that can easily be drawn is that if you had more money, you could buy yourself a nicer car and a bigger house, and if you had a nicer car and a bigger house, people would respect and admire you more. Sometimes it is, but let me state my personal interpretation. I have written a letter to each of my children in hopes of passing on some financial lessons I've learned in life. One thing I wrote to both of you is that you might think you want a nicer car and a bigger house, but I'm telling you that that's not what you want. What you really want is the respect and admiration of others, and you think that having beautiful things will provide you with them. But that almost never happens, at least not as much as you expected, especially with those people you most love to be respected and admired. I love what they call a reverse obituary. Try doing it yourself. Write down what you want your obituary to say, and then figure out how you should live up to that ideal. That's the clearest and simplest way to map out what you want in life and what really matters. The obituary that each person will write will be different for each person, but I suspect most people will want theirs to say, you were loved, you were respected, you were admired, you were helpful, you were a good father, a good spouse, a caring friend, you were an asset to your community, you made a contribution to your sector, you were sensible, funny, and intelligent. Now realize what this obituary does not contain. Almost no one who did this exercise would imagine that his obituary mentioned the horsepower his car has, how many square meters his house is, or how much he spent on clothes. There would be no mention of his salary, or how many carats her wedding ring has, or that he renovated the kitchen with marble imported from Italy. I like beautiful things.
I have some expensive items, but I'm always amazed at the contrast between what people want and what people aspire to. The reason why your ideal obituary would mention few material things is that you naturally know that those things don't really matter. In his book, Status Anxiety, Alain de Botton writes, "The predominant impulse behind our desire to move up the social hierarchy may originate not so much in the material goods we can accumulate or the power we can wield, as in the amount of love we are likely to lavish on us as a result of high status. We see beautiful things as the ticket that will allow us to get what we really want, attention. This is not something that has been discovered today. It has little to do with social networks or with people having become more materialistic. It's a very human reaction. The great economist Adam Smith wrote in 1759, "What is the use of all the toil and bustle of this world? What is the end of greed and ambition, of the desire for wealth, power, and dominance? Is it to meet the needs of nature?" Of course not, Smith argued, because in his day, even low-wage workers had food, shelter, and family. What motivates the hustle and bustle of the world, Smith wrote, is that being watched, being paid attention to, being looked at with compassion, indulgence, and approval are the advantages that we believe come from it. What interests us is vanity, not comfort or pleasure. It's an amazing statement. We value the attention that money gives us more than we value the comforts that money allows us to buy. This idea is valid for different people with different intensities, and even if you accept that the desire to achieve beautiful things is a strategy to capture the attention of others, I think it's fair to say, so what? If what I want is respect and attention, and having a great car gives me that, what's the problem? It may not be a problem, but let me give you a more nuanced argument. There are cases where people's desire to show off luxurious things is because it's the last way they have left, or even the only way they have to get respect and admiration. If you have a hard time being respected and admired through your intelligence, sense of humor, empathy, and ability to love, you may resort to the only lever you have left, the least effective, your things. Look what car I have. It does peep and run. The three most important variables in finding different ways to capture the attention of others, a prerequisite for being respected and admired, are how effective is it, how durable is it, and who is paying attention to you. Let's analyze each point. To what extent is it effective? Spending money on nice things may be the quickest way to get someone's attention because it's something visible, public, and doesn't require talking to anyone. How durable is it? If I'm impressed by your car today, maybe I'll give you some attention, but tomorrow the impact will be diluted a little. In a month, I'm going to yawn at the sight of your car,
And in a year's time, I'll give a damn. Who pays attention to you? Especially unknown people, and even in that case, it should be noted that when a stranger sees your car, they are dumbfounded looking at the vehicle, not at you. Does your partner notice your car? And your parents? And your closest friends? And your children? Of course, but it's probably the last thing they'll use to gauge how much they respect and admire you. These people tend to care much more about how kind, funny, intelligent, caring, and caring you are. So, spending money is probably the quickest way to get attention, but that attention doesn't last over time, and it's likely to be the least effective with people whose respect and admiration you really want. It's like junk food. It's very tempting, instantly satisfying, but it's harmful in the long run. My goal is not to tell you not to bother trying to grab attention with your car, your house, or your clothes. Social signage is important for fitting into a society and for one to do well in life. But as soon as you see the fact of spending money on objects to get the attention of others, such as the junk food of respect and admiration, the desire to continue spending on things that only serve to show off how successful you are decreases. I suspect that if your favorite comedian, actor, or athlete were left without a penny, your opinion of him would not change much. It wouldn't affect your admiration for him much because you admire him for talents that can't be bought with money. Former football player Chad Johnson once told why some people thought he was stingy. There's no need to brag about your material wealth when you already have so much prestige that people respect and admire you just for your talents. If you can get to a point in your career where your prestige is superior to anything you can buy, there's your value. There's nothing I can buy that is greater than my prestige. So it didn't make any sense. I am me. It's absurd. Even when Amazon had already become a huge and successful company, Jeff Bezos was driving a Honda Accord. Today, he has a $500 million yacht. Is he respected and admired more for it? Not in the least. He could get around on a cheap bike, and people would admire him for being the best entrepreneur of our time, because that's what he is. Steve Jobs lived in an unfurnished house, and it didn't matter. He was an icon. All these cases are famous people and are extreme examples, but we, ordinary people, can learn a lot from that. If you get your respect and admiration for who you are and not for what you own, your desire to spend more on ostentatious things plummets. And the same can probably be said for the people you admire most. I love and admire my parents, and I tell you that it is not because of the clothes they wear. Can we not draw a great lesson from this? To earn respect and admiration with what one does and not with what one possesses, shouldn't that be the objective? In her book, Never Enough, Jennifer Brahaney Wallace writes that pride can be felt in two ways: intrinsically, when you are truly proud of yourself, and extrinsically, when someone else's opinions tell you how you should feel, what psychologists call reckoned pride. To a large extent, the expenditure of money in contemporary times is an attempt to feed the latter. But also, to a large extent, the deep and rewarding pride we naturally desire comes from the former, being proud of who you are and what you have done, rather than what you wear or the vehicle you drive. Perhaps most important is what psychologist Tim Kasser once claimed, that people who value extrinsic pride more have a lower ability to develop intrinsic pride. It is as if those who eat junk food, material status, have less appetite left to eat nutritious food, family, friends, intelligence, humor, love. Long-term studies have found that people who value extrinsic pride more are more likely to develop anxiety, depression, or excessive alcohol consumption. The desire to show off can be very natural. I have noticed that the people who most aspire to own luxury sports cars are usually young people, especially men. Perhaps when you are young and don't have much experience, your ability to gain respect for your knowledge, intelligence, and love is less than it will be later in life, so you naturally pivot to the last option you have left, the least effective, your things. Look what car I have. It does peep and run. The three most important variables in finding different ways to capture the attention of others, a prerequisite for being respected and admired, are how effective is it, how durable is it, and who is paying attention to you. Let's analyze each point. To what extent is it effective? Spending money on nice things may be the quickest way to get someone's attention because it's something visible, public, and doesn't require talking to anyone. How durable is it? If I'm impressed by your car today, maybe I'll give you some attention, but tomorrow the impact will be diluted a little. In a month, I'm going to yawn at the sight of your car, and in a year's time, I'll give a damn. Who pays attention to you? Especially unknown people, and even in that case, it should be noted that when a stranger sees your car, they are dumbfounded looking at the vehicle, not at you. Does your partner notice your car? And your parents? And your closest friends? And your children? Of course, but it's probably the last thing they'll use to gauge how much they respect and admire you. These people tend to care much more about how kind, funny, intelligent, caring, and caring you are. So, spending money is probably the quickest way to get attention, but that attention doesn't last over time, and it's likely to be the least effective with people whose respect and admiration you really want. It's like junk food. It's very tempting, instantly satisfying, but it's harmful in the long run. My goal is not to tell you not to bother trying to grab attention with your car, your house, or your clothes. Social signage is important for fitting into a society and for one to do well in life. But as soon as you see the fact of spending money on objects to get the attention of others, such as the junk food of respect and admiration, the desire to continue spending on things that only serve to show off how successful you are decreases. I suspect that if your favorite comedian, actor, or athlete were left without a penny, your opinion of him would not.
Everyone is different. All behavior makes sense when you have enough information, but I tend to see my own material desire as a certain inverse indicator of what I can offer the world. The greater my desire to get my hands on luxury objects, the less real value I can offer for things that make me truly happy. This is a simple idea that allows me to keep track of my priorities. Who do I want to respect and admire me? Especially my family and my closest friends. What do these people pay more attention to? How I make them feel, how I treat them, and how solicitous I can be. Do they give importance to my beautiful things? Well, not much. It's that simple. In relation to this, I try to keep two things in mind. 1. Observe what really makes you happy and maximize it. Like many people, I've had a very disparate income throughout my career. What amazes me is that the things that make me happy now that I have a higher income are the same things that made me happy when I had a much lower income. Spending time with my family, doing activities outside, or having a long conversation with a friend. If flying first class to a 5-star resort and building sandcastles on the beach with my kids is a 10, playing Lego with my kids in the living room of a small flat was definitely an 8 or a 9. I like to spend a good holiday. I look forward to it, and I spend more on it now that I have a higher income than I did 10 years ago. But once you identify the element of that vacation that makes you happy, what you're pursuing may subtly change in a way that brings you closer to your end goal. In this case, from I should spend more money on vacations to I should spend more quality time with my family. 2. Show off the inside of your home, not the outside. You don't have to take this idea, which I borrowed from author Robert Greene, literally, but the concept is useful. If you want to be proud of your success and show it through nice things, show it first to the people whose respect and admiration you want the most. I love the idea that my family and friends can benefit from the beautiful things I've bought. I care much less what a stranger might think if he happens to see such things. Another important element in this regard, you may think that showing your success to strangers will bring you attention and admiration,
but often the emotion that success generates in others is envy. Benjamin Franklin used to say that in life, one of the tricks was to realize that people will admire you more if they are not jealous of you. It can be difficult to determine where the line between admiration and envy is, and it's common for an ostentatious person to think that others admire them when in fact they envy them. This is especially true when what made you rich was that your success was advertised in such a way that others would want to help and support you. When admiration turns to envy, that support diminishes, and so does others' tolerance for your mistakes. Keep this in mind if you move quickly up the social hierarchy and seek attention in the process. Are you generating envy in others? And is that a burden you're missing in your blind quest to achieve more? The Dutchman Jan Willem van der Rijt, an expert in political philosophy, has a good maxim on this point. The appetite for applause is one of the vilest traits of human character. 7. Columnist David Brooks once raised the distinction between resume virtues and funeral virtues. Resume virtues are elements such as salary, job title, net worth, and how luxurious your assets are. Funeral virtues can be reduced to how much others respect and admire you. It has always seemed to me a very pertinent distinction when choosing what one wants to achieve in life and when reflecting on the reverse obituary. Warren Buffett, one of the richest men in history who could literally buy whatever he wanted, once said, "When you get to my age, you're going to measure your success in life by counting how many of the people you want to love really do." He added, "This is the ultimate proof of how you have lived your life. The problem with love is that you can't buy it. You can buy sex, you can buy dinner tributes, you can buy brochures that say how wonderful you are, but the only way to get love is to be worthy of it. It's very annoying when you have a lot of money. You'd like to think you can write a check. I'm going to buy love worth $1 million, but it doesn't work that way." 8. Maybe you have enough. One of the most powerful stories about money is the parable of the Mexican fisherman. An American businessman visits Mexico and meets a native fisherman. The American is stunned to learn that the fisherman only works a few hours a day. "And what do you do with the hours you have left?" the American asks. "I get up late, I'm with my family, I read, I take a nap, and I play the guitar with my friends." "Well, you're doing very badly." "I have an idea," replies the businessman. "You should work all day. He should borrow money and buy another boat, hire more fishermen to work for you. That way he could earn so much money that in 10 years he could be retired." "And what would I do once I retired?" the Mexican asks. "Well, he could get up late, be with his family, read, take a nap, and play the guitar with his friends." The happiest people I know. If your expectations are rising faster than your income, you're never going to be satisfied with your money. When you dream of being happier in a while, you probably imagine that you're satisfied with what you have. Maybe you imagine yourself enjoying a new home and an expensive lifestyle, but what you're actually doing is imagining that you're satisfied with those things, that you have no more expectations, and that you enjoy what's in front of you. That's the feeling you want to achieve. When real experiences bring about less joy than you had anticipated, it's often because the moment you acquire something new, you immediately start craving anything you don't already have. True happiness is achieved when you stop asking yourself what else you need to be happy. When you think about it from this perspective, you begin to feel like spending less time dreaming about what you lack and more time enjoying what you do have, regardless of how much or little you may have. You realize that the key to happiness is to be content with what you have, and that its antidote is to focus on what you don't have. Marcel Proust once told the story of a young man who spent the day consumed by envy, dreaming of the lives of rich and famous aristocrats. The young man went to museums and was amazed by the paintings of mansions, luxury, and splendor, and lamented for the life he did not have. Then Proust recommended that he focus on the artist Jean-Simeon Chardin. Chardin painted scenes of everyday life, food, animals, nature. The objective was to learn to appreciate objects that man had already in front of him, learning to appreciate the life he had instead of obsessing over the ideal life he didn't have. Proust wrote, "When you walk through a kitchen, say to yourself, 'This is interesting, magnificent, it's pretty like a Chardin.' Appreciate what is in front of you instead of obsessing over what you don't have." What a wonderful analogy, useful also for money. The happiest people I know are the most satisfied with what they have. They are not necessarily the richest, or the healthiest, or the most beautiful, or the most successful, only those that go as far to say, "I'm fine, I'm satisfied with what I have and who I am." That's nirvana. That's how you take the trophy of happiness. Many of these people do have a lot of money. Some spend a lot and lead incredible material lives. Yet I often think of my wife's grandmother who subsisted her 30 years of retirement on very little money, living on nothing but a meager Social Security pension. Technically, she was living almost on the threshold of poverty, but in her head, she had everything she needed and wanted. She was perfectly satisfied in her little garden and reading books from the library. She had little, but she wanted even less. And she was one of the happiest people you could ever have met. I've met half a dozen billionaires in my life. Not a single one is as happy as my wife's grandmother. It's very easy to see why. Her low expectations provided her with a sense of satisfaction, which in turn became an enormous source of psychological richness, which some of the richest people in the world lack. Psychological richness is a very important concept, and in terms of money, it is obtained with the right expectations. Happiness is based on satisfaction. Satisfaction is what you have related to what you want.
Everyone's life follows this formula, in one direction or another. The happiness that one can feel in life is nothing more than the difference between expectations and circumstances. The person who has everything but wants even more feels poorer than the person who has little but wants nothing more. It makes all the sense in the world, right? In saying this, I am not advocating that we live as monks. You can have a huge house, drive an expensive car, take an amazing vacation, and at the same time be satisfied with it all, appreciate it, and not wish for anything else. That life can be fantastic. The key is to realize that happiness is the state in which you lack nothing, regardless of your lifestyle. The more you tell yourself, "I'd be happier if I had that new car," the more you're focusing only on the fact that you're not happy right now. Desire is a hidden form of debt that must be repaid before you can feel happiness. Irish novelist Iris Murdoch brilliantly expressed the curse of not appreciating what one has. Quote, "People on a planet without flowers would think that we should be crazy with joy all the time about having things like that around us." End quote. But are we? Of course not. When you don't appreciate what you already have and only focus on what you lack, nothing ever seems good enough. Happiness is always elusive. There is a Stoic maxim that says the following: "Not needing wealth is more valuable than wealth itself." End quote. To a large extent, the art of using money and of being happier with the money you have is to take this teaching seriously. We desire nothing so much as what we want but cannot have. In fact, for most people there is a hierarchy of spending that works more or less like this. If you don't want something and you don't have it, you don't think about it. If you want something and you have it, maybe you feel good. If you want something and you don't have it, maybe it will motivate you. If you want something and you can't have it, you go crazy to the end. Take a look at this idea from financial advisor Peter Mallouk. It hardly matters what something means here. A glass of water for a thirsty person is more valuable than a private jet for a billionaire who has two more. End quote. All this makes sense when we understand what our brain wants. Generally speaking, our brains don't want nice cars or big houses. What it wants is dopamine. That's it. Your brain only wants dopamine. And to explain the process, I will give the floor to the excellent book, Dopamine. Quote, "Dopamine is the chemical substance of desire that always asks us for more things, more stimulation, and more surprises. To achieve these things, neither emotions nor fear nor morals are an obstacle. From the point of view of dopamine, what matters is not to have, but to get something, anything that is new. Your brain doesn't want things. He doesn't even want new things. You want to be immersed in the process and anticipation of achieving new things. This is similar to actor Will Smith's description of fame. Becoming famous is fantastic. Being famous has good and bad parts. To stop being so is terrible. It's the change that matters, not the quantity. This is very often seen with money. When you're young, you dream of owning a car.
anything. When you buy a $10,000 car, you dream of a $20,000 one. When you buy a $20,000 one, you dream of a $50,000 one. When you buy a $50,000 one, you dream of having several $100,000 ones. There is almost no end to this. Millionaires look at centimillionaires, millionaires at billionaires, billionaires at 10 millionaires, and millionaires at centibillionaires. And what do the centibillionaires want? Immortality. We always fall into the same thing. What will be next? What am I missing? How can I get to the next level? This is what you do because it's what your brain wants. After winning gold medals and championships, many athletes said the excitement they felt was not excitement, but relief. Their own expectations and the expectations of others were so high that winning that fantastic prize only gave them a sense of psychological normalcy. And then they immediately started focusing on what they didn't have, winning the next competition. A few years after leaving office, former President Richard Nixon said that the richest people in the world were some of the unhappiest he had ever met. Quote, "They drink too much, they talk too much, they think too little, they retire, and they have no goal in life." End quote. To ordinary people, this sounds phenomenal, but for those who can afford to do anything, it's often a disappointment. And Nixon added, "Do you feel like, gee, isn't it great to have enough money to afford to live in a beautiful house, to be able to play golf, to throw wonderful parties, to wear nice clothes, to travel if you feel like it?" And the answer is, if you don't have those things, then they can mean a lot to you. But when you have them, they mean nothing. End quote. If you don't have those things, then they can mean a lot to you. But when you have them, they mean nothing. What a forceful statement. One of the most natural and common feelings in monetary matters is to go after what you don't have. Some people are less susceptible to this than others, but the dopamine pull is a very common and powerful trap. And it helps answer the question of what do you want to achieve with the money? Do you want a new car, a new house? For most people, the answer is no, you don't really want any of those things. At least not directly. You want everything you can't have. Once you achieve this, if at all, the goal moves away. Dopamine takes over, and you instantly start asking, what's next? There are two big ideas to keep in mind about this question. One, people often chase the wrong emotion. They aspire to experience a shot of happiness, which is pleasant but fleeting. However, it's better to aim for satisfaction, which is an even better and much longer-lasting feeling. If I told you the funniest joke you'd ever been told, you'd probably laugh for 60 seconds. If I told you it again, you might chuckle. If I told you about it over and over again, you'd quickly get fed up and ask me, don't you have any new jokes or what? Something very similar happens with happiness. It's a fantastic feeling, but it's always fleeting. Paraphrasing Don Draper, happiness is what you feel just before you need more happiness. The problem with pursuing happiness is that because it's a fantastic but brief feeling, you can quickly enter into something that resembles an addictive circle. When you are satisfied, you stop chasing, which is imperative to living in the present moment. You only manage to live in the present, enjoy what you have right now instead of lamenting the past or dreaming about the future, when you have a complete absence of expectations that things would be or could have been better than they are now. Then you get to enjoy what you have, what you're doing, what you've created, and the people you're with. As soon as you see satisfaction as the ultimate psychological goal, your goals change. You realize that you can never win the game of dopamine. There's always a next level you want to move up to, and therefore the only way to win is to stop playing. Conform. And let me tell you something else. There are few greater monetary joys than realizing that you already have everything you need right now to be as satisfied and even happy as possible. There are two big ideas to keep in mind about this question. One, people often chase the wrong emotion. They aspire to experience a shot of happiness, which is pleasant but fleeting. However, it's better to aim for satisfaction, which is an even better and much longer-lasting feeling. If I told you the funniest joke you'd ever been told, you'd probably laugh for 60 seconds. If I told you it again, you might chuckle. If I told you about it over and over again, you'd quickly get fed up and ask me, don't you have any new jokes or what? Something very similar happens with happiness. It's a fantastic feeling, but it's always fleeting. Paraphrasing Don Draper, happiness is what you feel just before you need more happiness. The problem with pursuing happiness is that because it's a fantastic but brief feeling, you can quickly enter into something that resembles an addictive circle. When you are satisfied, you stop chasing, which is imperative to living in the present moment. You only manage to live in the present, enjoy what you have right now instead of lamenting the past or dreaming about the future, when you have a complete absence of expectations that things would be or could have been better than they are now. Then you get to enjoy what you have, what you're doing, what you've created, and the people you're with. As soon as you see satisfaction as the ultimate psychological goal, your goals change. You realize that you can never win the game of dopamine. There's always a next level you want to move up to, and therefore the only way to win is to stop playing. Conform. And let me tell you something else. There are few greater monetary joys than realizing that you already have everything you need right now to be as satisfied and even happy as possible. There are two big ideas to keep in mind about this question. One, people often chase the wrong emotion. They aspire to experience a shot of happiness, which is pleasant but fleeting. However, it's better to aim for satisfaction, which is an even better and much longer-lasting feeling. If I told you the funniest joke you'd ever been told, you'd probably laugh for 60 seconds. If I told you it again, you might chuckle. If I told you about it over and over again, you'd quickly get fed up and ask me, "Don't you have any new jokes or what?" Something very similar happens with happiness. It's a fantastic feeling, but it's always fleeting. Paraphrasing Don Draper, happiness is what you feel just before you need more happiness. The problem with pursuing happiness is that because it's a fantastic but brief feeling, you can quickly enter into something that resembles an addictive circle. When you are satisfied, you stop chasing, which is imperative to living in the present moment. You only manage to live in the present, enjoy what you have right now instead of lamenting the past or dreaming about the future, when you have a complete absence of expectations that things would be or could have been better than they are now. Then you get to
enjoy what you have, what you're doing, what you've created, in the people you're with. As soon as you see satisfaction as the ultimate psychological goal, your goals change. You realize that you can never win the game of dopamine. There's always a next level you want to move up to, and therefore the only way to win is to stop playing, conform. And let me tell you something else. There are few greater monetary joys than realizing that you already have everything you need right now to be as satisfied and even happy as possible. 2. The best way to calculate wealth is to add what you have and subtract what you want. The obvious way to think about wealth is cumulative. You're richer when you have more money. However, when you realize how important expectations and satisfaction are, you also realize that the calculation is more nuanced. The most powerful definition of wealth is not what you have. What really matters is the difference between what you have and what you want. Wishing for less can have the same impact on your well-being as earning more money. But it's not just something you can control more, it is also a game that you can win and that will bring you lasting satisfaction instead of fleeting happiness. And desiring less does not mean giving up everything. It doesn't mean you don't know how to spend your money and have fun. I think it's quite the opposite. Being satisfied with what you have is the most profound way to enjoy the house you have bought, the clothes you wear, and the holidays you take. What do you prefer? To be a billionaire who gets up every morning anxious about what he doesn't have and who envies those who have more, or an ordinary person who wakes up satisfied and with great pleasure, able to appreciate what he has regardless of how much it is? My wife's grandmother was economically poor, but psychologically rich. The difference between what she had and what she wanted was less than that of some people who have 100 times more money than she had. As soon as you see one person master this equation, your ideas about wealth will change forever. And now, let me tell you some stories that show that having all the money in the world is not going to fix your life if your life was already lousy before. Everything you don't see. Happiness depends on many other things besides income. The 10 richest men in the world have accumulated 13 divorces.
Would you rather earn $100,000 a year and have a partner who loves you, children who admire you, good friends, good health, and a clear conscience? Or earn $1 million a year and have none of that? The answer is very obvious. And so we come to an important question about money: what it can't give you. On his deathbed, former U.S. President John Adams' last words were, "Jefferson is still alive," expressing envy for his political rival Thomas Jefferson. The irony of the story is that that wasn't even true. Unbeknownst to Adams, Jefferson had passed away a few hours earlier. When you envy someone, remember that the picture you have of their life is almost always incomplete. At the time I write this, the 10 richest men in the world have been divorced, collectively, 13 times. 7 of the 10 richest have been divorced at least once. Correlation is not the same as causation, and this sample is very limited. But this figure, which is much worse than the national average, on such a crucial issue for happiness and among a group of people whose lives are the envy of many people, is interesting, isn't it? A very remarkable part of every person's existence is invisible, especially the difficult, depressing, and unhappy parts that we try to hide. An interesting thing about money, when you buy, have, or spend it, is that when you imagine yourself having more, you focus almost exclusively on the parts of your life that could be improved. What's easy to ignore are all the hidden parts that probably wouldn't get any better. Regarding having more money, there is a well-known trend according to which if you ask someone, "How much money would you need to be happy?" the answer is usually more or less double what the person earns at that moment. This holds true at almost every income level. People making $30,000 a year say they'd need $60,000 to be happy. Those making $60,000 say they'd need $120,000, and those making $1 million say they'd need $2 million to feel great. This is partly because it's easy to see increasing your money as the remedy for all your ills. When you realize that this is not the case, the tendency is to assume that, well, even if you had just a little more, that would be enough. Focusing on what having more money might mean, while ignoring what money can't give you, can trap you in a psychological hamster wheel. J. Paul Getty was at one point the richest man in the world, one of the first people to accumulate more than $1,000 million. In a 1963 documentary, Getty was interviewed at Sutton Place Castle, with more than 280 acres of land and 72 rooms. It is one of the most ornate and ostentatious residences that have ever existed. In the interview, Getty is asked over and over again what it's like to live like a modern-day king. He answers almost always with a shrug. It is clear that despite having all the money in the world, he is not a man overflowing with joy. At the end, they ask him who he envies, and he replies as follows: "I envy people who are younger, stronger, and cheerful than I am. People with a better character than mine. I've always thought that I would have liked to have had a better personality, to be able to entertain people more. I've always been worried about being a rather boring person." This is a fascinating answer because we might expect him to say that he envies his competitors or people from another era who were more successful. But the people he envies could have been infinitely poorer and less successful than he was. If you're not doing well in life, increasing your money may not help you much. This can be very difficult for people who aspire to own more to accept. Still, most of the things that make you happy in life have nothing to do with money, and it can be painful to admit that when you realize it once you do have money. Will Smith wrote in his biography that when he was poor and depressed, he dreamed of a future where he had more money and that money eliminated his problems. Once rich, that optimism vanished. He had amassed all the money he could possibly need, but he was still depressed and problems still plagued his life. Music producer Rick Rubin once said something similar. "It's hard to get really depressed until your dreams come true. As soon as your dreams come true, when you realize that you feel the same as before, then a feeling of despair comes to you." And on another occasion, he developed this idea. I think we mistakenly think that some external success is going to change something in us, but this is not the case. Maybe it will make our lives more comfortable, but it doesn't change who we are. And whatever void we have inside and intend to fill is not filled. And let's say you spend 20 years of your life working to get something that's going to solve everything, and then finally you get what you've been trying to do for 20 years with a lot of effort.
and nothing changes. That's when you get desperate. This happens very often when people reach a financial goal or buy something new. What we thought would change our lives and fill us with happiness most likely won't, which can be a distressing experience. Happiness is complicated, but if you condense it into aspects such as having a loving family, health, friendship, 8 hours of sleep, focused children, and being part of something greater than yourself, you realize how little money can have. I'm not saying it's unimportant, just that it's less than you may have assumed so far. Of course, you can be poor and miserable, or rich and happy, but only those who have achieved significant wealth are aware of how irrelevant that relationship can be. Getting money probably hasn't fixed your marriage, it hasn't made you more attractive, it hasn't made your friends like you better, it hasn't made you feel more fulfilled, or at least not as much as you expected. So what was once a comforting optimism about what money would provide gives way to the harsh reality of what it can't provide. Sometimes what makes you feel good is the dream itself, and once you reach it, that dream fades and you end up depressed. Malcolm Forbes said, "As soon as we do it, we've lived it." A while ago, my wife and I lived in Southern California. Then we moved to the city of Washington. Almost every day in the nation's capital, we've missed the California weather. In Los Angeles, it's about 20 degrees in winter and about 25 in summer. On the other hand, the East Coast has two temperatures. It's either sweltering hot or criminally cold. But what is difficult to accept is this: we missed the California time because we thought it would make us happier. However, we have no proof, we or anyone else, that Californians are happier than their fellow citizens on the East Coast. The happiest states in the United States are, in fact, the Dakotas, Nebraska, and Minnesota, places where some of the most unpleasant climates in this hemisphere. Well, something very similar can happen with money. Psychologist Daniel Kahneman, who died in 2024, once said, "Nothing in life is as important as we think it is when we're thinking about it." Kahneman noted that paraplegics are often unhappy, but they are not unhappy all the time because they spend most of their day experimenting and thinking about things that have nothing to do with their disability. And here, again, a few words from Kahneman, and emphasis mine. On average, individuals with a high income are in a better mood than people with a lower income, but the difference is about a third of what most people think. When we think of rich and poor people, our thoughts inevitably turn to circumstances where income is important, but happiness depends on other factors to a greater extent than it depends on income. It's easy, for example, to imagine that having more money and, as a consequence, a bigger house is going to make you happy. You imagine the huge living room, the marble bathroom, the curved stairs.
In that specific context, it seems fantastic, and perhaps it is. What's easy to ignore, the part you don't see or pay attention to, are things like how hard it is to clean that house, the six-figure bills to replace something as trivial as gutters, neighbors suing you because they don't like the aesthetics of your yard, because that's the typical thing rich neighbors do, and so we could go on forever. You also think that you are going to enjoy your garden in a vacuum, isolated from the reality that people with large gardens also suffer from indigestion, have seasonal allergies, and catch the flu as often as their less affluent fellow citizens. You ignore that people with large gardens also get angry with their coworkers and deal with imbecile bosses and annoying customers. In addition, you forget that people with a home theater fight with their partners and compare themselves with the people around them who are more successful than them, as other people do. All these things diminish the joy we imagine we would feel when dreaming of having and spending more money. When it is easy and entertaining to think about the advantages of what having more money can give you, but just as easy to ignore what is not going to change or the burdens of having more things, you end up disappointed. With all this, I don't mean that money can't make you happier, only it is not a miracle remedy, as we often imagine. And when it does make you happier, it's usually for nuanced reasons. Here are some key issues to keep in mind in relation to the above. 1. If you're already an unhappy person, it's unlikely that having more money will solve your problems. Matthew Killingsworth from the University of Pennsylvania put an end to decades of debate in academia about the relationship between money and happiness. Some studies had shown that there was a clear correlation between the two, while others claimed the opposite.
When Killingsworth thoroughly analyzed the data, he realized that people who were already classified as having low emotional well-being did not see an improvement in happiness when their income increased above $100,000 annually. As for the group with medium emotional well-being, happiness tended to improve with increasing income. For people who were already super happy, earning more money was a kind of happiness accelerator. If you're rich and depressed, accumulating more money won't help you, Killingsworth wrote. Happiness depends on so many factors that having more money can be a drop in the ocean in the midst of a tsunami of all the elements that cause an unhappy life. A related issue is that the core ingredients that really make people happy, friends, family, health, reason for being, or a clear mind, cannot be bought. One can only get them by earning them. 2. When spending more money does make you happier, it's usually for indirect reasons. Putting money toward a big, nice house can make me happy, but it's probably because it makes it easier for me to invite friends and family, and spending time with those people is what really makes me happiest. The same goes for vacations. Going to Maui may be a great pleasure, but perhaps the best part is enjoying an uninterrupted week with your family without having to work, receive mail, and commute to work. You can think about it from the opposite perspective. Is a big and beautiful house going to make you happy if you don't have friends and family to share it with? Is a vacation going to make you happy if you don't like spending time with your family? Is a luxury car going to make you happy if you only drive it to commute to a job you hate? If you already have some of the main ingredients of happiness, spending money on something can be a lever that makes it easier for you to live a good life. But if you already limp in some of those core areas, money becomes a false crutch. And it's frustrating because we're hardwired to think that having more money and spending more should always lead to a better life. 3. Never focus on what money can provide you without fully understanding the cost of acquiring more. Taylor Swift, recalling her motivation early in her career, once said, "I was thinking about how exactly to get there, not just how I would feel to be there." This is rare. It's much easier to fantasize about the trophy and ignore the tension of the race. If I dream of how much better my life would be if I could spend more money, there's a good chance I don't consider the potential costs of acquiring that money. Stressful jobs, long hours, uncertainty, and time stolen from other activities I enjoy doing. This is an important example of what we often forget when we think about money. Another successful comedian, Jimmy Carr, says, "Everyone envies what you have, but no one envies how you got it." To a large extent, the fact that a life is good is due to what has not happened. It's the fights you haven't gotten into, the diseases you haven't caught, and the unhealthy desires you haven't nurtured. It's the unaffordable lifestyle you've chosen not to lead, the mistakes you haven't made, and the regrets you don't have. The truth is, I can probably see 1% of what's important in your life, and you can see 1% of mine. Considering that such a sizable part of a good life is not just hidden things, but things that have never happened, we focus too much on what is visible and easy to quantify. Houses, cars, clothes, jewelry, vacations, toys, and overestimate their importance. Looking back, it's likely that whether or not you've lived a good life has little to do with how much money you've earned or spent. Mark Randolph, co-founder of Netflix, once wrote this beautiful note: "I decided a long time ago that I wasn't going to be one of those entrepreneurs going for their 7th startup and for their 7th wife. In fact, what I am most proud of in life is of being able to start them while married to the same woman, that my children have grown up knowing me and, as far as I know, liking me, and that I have been able to devote time to the other passions in my life. This is my definition of success." It is a magnificent philosophy. What matters more than the money you earn and the money you spend are the less tangible parts of life that cannot be bought. And then an amazing and tragic story of 2 men who chose opposite lifestyles and what they can teach us about internal and external benchmarks. The most valuable financial asset is not needing to impress anyone. The ability to not need to impress to others that you are someone to strangers is invaluable. Not needing to impress others, especially strangers, is an asset on your personal balance sheet that can be more valuable than anything else. When you don't feel the need to impress others, your desires are reduced. When your desires are reduced, your satisfaction with what you already have increases. Yes, it's that simple. There are always 2 benchmarks you can use to determine how well you're doing in life, the internal and the external.
The first is how happy you are with yourself, the other, what others think of you. It's impressive to see how distressing life can be when someone focuses too much on the external reference point. And it's very exciting to see a person whose only goal in life is to do wonderfully according to their internal point of reference. Let me tell you an extreme story of two men who embody the opposite sides of that spectrum. Their stories are crazy and extreme, but they can teach us a lot about how important it is to choose the right reference point in life.
But what they dealt with is nothing more than an expanded version of what ordinary people are constantly confronted with. Donald Crowhurst once assured that life was a game that only the intelligent would win. To him, intelligence was the most valuable characteristic, and lying was an acceptable thing to do if it made people happy and helped you win the game. Both ideas would end up turning against him. Born in 1932, Crowhurst was 36 years old when he heard about the Golden Globe race. There are two important aspects of his life up to that point. Despite having excessive ambition, he had failed professionally in almost everything he had tried. First, he was expelled from the Royal Air Force and the British Army, and then he created a company that never took off and was on the verge of bankruptcy. Crowhurst saw the Golden Globe as a new opportunity to redeem himself, an alternative to finally prove to the world that he was worthy of attention. Even so, he was not very good at sailing. Crowhurst was, at best, a weekend sailor. He went out for short walks in his boat, but he was prone to seasickness. However, since he was almost always overconfident, Crowhurst was convinced that his homemade sailing equipment would not only lead him to win the Sunday Times regatta, but that victory would give him enough attention to save his business. He had to overcome only a few obstacles. He did not have a boat of his own, he was penniless, and he had no option of financing the race with his own resources. Thus, Crowhurst reached an agreement with an English businessman named Stanley Best, who agreed to take over the cost of the equipment for the regatta on two conditions. On one hand, they would cause media hype and present Crowhurst as an expert in sailing, and on the other, if Crowhurst did not finish the race, he would have to return all the money. As he prepared for the race, the BBC was in love with Crowhurst, the brave and unknown amateur who was about to take on the toughest race in sailing history. You have to understand the madness that this journey entailed. The world's most experienced navigators believed that it was almost impossible to circumnavigate the planet non-stop. And now, there was Crowhurst, a man the sailing world had never heard of, with hardly any experience, stepping up. He loved the attention he received. Donald's problem was that he thought he was God, said one of Crowhurst's friends. But it wasn't, and the day before setting sail to sail around the world, he realized how ill-prepared he was. They had modified their vessel, the Teignmouth Electron, so much and loaded her with half-finished gadgets that she could barely sail a little close to shore, let alone complete a voyage around the planet with a single crewman. Crowhurst's wife, Claire, tried to dissuade him from taking part in the race. "I suppose you're right," he said, "but this whole story has become too important to me. I have to." After a long pause, he added, "Honey, I'm very disappointed with the boat. It's not right. I'm not ready. If I set sail with things in this disheartening state, will you worry about losing your mind?" Claire replied with a question. "If you give up the race now, are you going to be unhappy for the rest of your life?" Donald didn't answer and burst into tears. Whether prepared or not, Crowhurst sailed from Teignmouth, England on October 31st, 1968. The crossing was a disappointment from the beginning. After 2 weeks of sailing, Crowhurst had covered less than half the distance he had set out to go. And then disaster came. The sailboat had a leak. "This damn boat is breaking down because of the lack of due attention to design details," he wrote in his diary. The boat was not at risk of sinking, but the incoming water damaged the electronics and generator, ending virtually any chance of finishing the race. Worse, if Crowhurst continued the journey through the turbulent waters of the South Atlantic, he knew his fragile boat could easily capsize. "What direction can I take? Either I abandon the non-stop attempt or I move on. If I go ahead with the journey, I have the same chance of finishing the journey as I do of drowning," he wrote. The alternative could have been worse. If Crowhurst turned around and returned home, not only would he be broke because he would have to pay back the borrowed money, but he would experience the shame and humiliation of having failed in his umpteenth adventure.
Then the clever Crowhurst realized that there was a third option that consisted of unceremonious deception and lying. Thus, he began to prowl the Atlantic, sailing aimlessly in circles through an area of calm waters, and then he began sending false coordinates to England to give the impression that he was still circling the planet. The plan was simple. If Crowhurst could hold out long enough drifting across the Atlantic, probably about 6 months, give or take, he could convince people that he had sailed around the planet and could return to England with his dignity intact. At this point in the race, Crowhurst began keeping 2 logbooks, one with his false coordinates, which he traced by reverse engineering how quickly it was plausible that he would have reached an imaginary destination, and another with his actual location. Keeping track of his actual location was vital to ensure that he remained in a place where he was unlikely to be located by other vessels whose crews could reveal his position to the press in his native country. You have to be a true genius to plot a hoax like this and not get caught. But that wasn't the case with Crowhurst. In the early days of planning the ploy, he made his first big mistake. When he reported his false coordinates to the race organizers, his botched calculations gave the impression that he was suddenly moving at an enormous speed and therefore traveling unprecedented distances. The press, who had no idea what was really happening, swallowed it. The Sunday Times wrote, "Donald Crowhurst, the last man to set sail in the Sunday Times individual round-the-world race, covered the staggering distance, possibly a record, of 243 miles last Sunday with his 41-foot trimaran, the Teignmouth Electron. This achievement is even more extraordinary considering the very low speeds of the first 3 weeks of the crossing. It took longer to reach the Cape Verde Islands than any other competitor." In his last radio message, Crowhurst said he was awake 24 hours a day. "It required a lot of firmness of spirit. I had never sailed so fast in my entire life." It was all a lie. But the deception went on for months, Crowhurst sailing aimlessly across the Atlantic, depressed and scared, sending false coordinates to the race organizers, while at home everyone thought he was carrying out the most heroic feat in sailing history. As he planned to return home, Crowhurst realized that he didn't want to win the race. Doing so would attract so much attention that the sailing community could take a closer look at his logbooks and uncover the deception. He felt that the ideal was to finish second, an incredible performance that would make him a hero, but not someone so famous that experts would examine his journey too thoroughly. Crowhurst knew that another navigator, Nigel Tetley, was on his way to circumnavigate the planet with the fastest time in history. Crowhurst strategically placed himself in second place, but made another mistake because he got too close to Tetley. Tetley became nervous when he had a competitor on his heels and began to force the speed of his sailboat, but he exceeded the limits that the boat could take. While desperately trying to widen the distance to Crowhurst, the sailboat broke down and sank in the Atlantic. He survived thanks to the lifeboat. Now, Crowhurst was on his way to winning the Golden Globe race and being crowned the greatest sailor of all time. His followers in England were amazed. On 18 June, the BBC sent Crowhurst a telegram that read, "Congratulations on progress. A television program will be organized for the day of his return." In the village of Teignmouth, a welcoming committee was set up to hail their new hero. The plan was for a BBC helicopter to follow him until he docked in the harbor, while a parade, ending with a cannon shot, would greet him on his triumphant return. Crowhurst's diary shows how much this impending fame, all undeserved as well as risky if the truth came to light, worried him. For him, life was a game. Reflecting on his fate, he wrote in his diary, "I see no meaning in the game. I am what I am, and I see what my fraud represents." Later on, more disastrous entries appear. One said,
"It's over. It's over. It's the relief. And the last of all, it's the end of my departure. The truth has come to light, and they are going to act as my family asks me to do. I have no need to prolong the game. It has been a good game. It has to be finished. I'm going to play this game. When I choose, I'm going to leave the game." The Teignmouth Electron was found, 11 days later, adrift in the Atlantic. It showed no signs of extensive damage or any indication of having suffered an accident, and no sign of Donald Crowhurst. He was never seen again. In all probability, he jumped into the sea to take his own life. In a tender irony of fate, Robin Knox Johnston, the only man to finish the Golden Globe race, donated the £5,000 prize to Claire Crowhurst. That money was enough to prevent the bankruptcy that Donald Crowhurst feared would haunt his family if he didn't finish the race. Just before Crowhurst took his own life, another participant in the Golden Globe race made an equally astonishing decision on the high seas. Bernard Moitessier was indeed an expert sailor, and after 5 months of racing, he was on his way to winning the competition legitimately. Moitessier, a Frenchman who was 48 years old during the race, loved to sail and spent most of his life at sea. But he apparently loathed the commercialization of his sport. The thought of competing for the media, sponsors, and press seemed to hurt her soul. He liked to sail for the sheer pleasure of sailing. Moitessier did not even carry a radio during the crossing. He preferred solitude and let the ships he passed report their location to the organizers, who were in England. The personality needed to spend 9 months alone at sea is that of people who feel comfortable living apart from society. Moitessier was an extreme version of this, and the idea of sailing for someone else's pleasure was so detestable to him that halfway through he had enough. He wrote in his diary, "I felt real nausea at the thought of returning to Europe, back to that nest of vipers. I'm really fed up with false gods, always lurking, like spiders, eating our liver, sucking our essence. I accuse the modern world, that monster which tramples on the souls of men." However, being on his sailboat, the Joshua, was another story. That really fed his soul. Moitessier would later recall, "The days go by, and they are never monotonous. They are not completely identical, even when they appear to be exactly the same. This is what gives life on the high seas its special dimension, constituted by contemplation and very simple contrasts. The sea, the winds, the calms, the sun, the clouds, the porpoises, peace, and the joy of being alive in harmony." As he rounded Cape Horn to return to England, Moitessier began to consider the unthinkable, abandon the race while he was on his way to winning it, and sail somewhere else. Thinking of his family and friends, he wrote, "I don't know how to explain to you my need to be at peace, to continue towards the Pacific. They will not understand. I know I'm doing the right thing. I feel it inside. I know exactly where I'm going, even though I don't know." So he made the decision. Moitessier stopped a commercial ship that he crossed to deliver a message. It was a letter addressed to the editor of the Sunday Times that said, "Dear Robert, today we are on March 18. I'm going to continue non-stop to the Pacific Islands because I'm happy at sea and maybe to save my soul." Moitessier shouted to the crew of that ship that the captain take his message to the French consul. He then abandoned the race and set course for Tahiti. Moitessier wrote in his diary, "Now it is a story between Joshua and me, between me and heaven, a story just for us, a great story that no longer concerns anyone else. Having the time, having the choice, not knowing where you're headed, but going there anyway, without worrying, without asking yourself any more questions." To some, Moitessier had gone mad. To him, on the other hand, he seemed to have found his own version of sanity. In June, he landed in Tahiti, built himself a house on the beach, grew his own food, and wrote a book on sailing. "You can't understand how happy I am," he wrote. Ironically, Tahiti was so far off track and required so much travel that despite abandoning the race, Moitessier did sail around the world and set a world record for the longest single-handed non-stop sailing in history, almost 60,000 kilometers. In the book, he does not mention this fact once. He didn't seem to care if others knew, and he certainly didn't want the attention that came with it. I have not told these stories to ridicule Crowhurst or present Moitessier as a hero. Spending 9 months alone on the high seas is enough for anyone to go crazy. I can sympathize with Crowhurst's feelings of despair, and Moitessier's decision,
while perhaps the right one for him, would be disastrous for most people who like social acceptance or even crave it. However, extreme examples often evidence emotions that many people experience every day, and I think that's the case with what I've explained. It's very simple. Crowhurst was addicted to what others thought of his achievements, while Moitessier didn't care about that. One lived for external benchmarks, the other cared only about internal measures of happiness. And knowing the difference between the two elements is a very powerful thing in life. Warren Buffett once said, "The big question about how people behave is whether they have an indoor or outdoor scoring system. In life, it helps to be satisfied with an indoor scoring system." He used this example. Would you rather be known as the best investor in the world, but in reality be the worst, or have others think you are the worst in the world, but in reality you are the best? This is another extreme example, but one that makes us think about what is really important to us. Every decision we make when using money goes into two drawers. Are you putting money towards something because it makes people change how they think about you, that is, that others love you more, are more impressed with you, maybe even envy you, or because it really feeds your soul and makes you happy? Using Buffett's framework, would you rather others be impressed with your possessions but sad inside, or no one care about what you own but wake up happy every morning? I have no idea how to find the perfect balance between internal and external benchmarks, but I do know that there is a strong social pressure that pushes us towards external measures, to follow the path that someone else established, whether you feel like following it or not. And social networks multiply this pressure tenfold. However, I also know that there is a strong natural desire for internal measures, to be independent, to follow your own habits, and to do what you want when you want and with whom you want. That's the main reason for money, because that's what most people really crave. And then an important twist on this idea through the story of a blind man that can teach us a lot about happiness. What makes you happy? A good life is about having everything you need and some of what you want. If you have everything you want, you don't appreciate anything you have. Michael May suffered a terrible accident as a baby that left him completely blind. A miraculous surgery restored his sight at the age of 46, when, from his perspective, he was able to see the world for the first time in his life. When May left the doctor's office after the operation, which was a success, he walked through the hallway and stopped in his tracks when he saw one thing: the carpet, the typical bland carpet that can be found in offices. "Look at these shapes, look at those colors," he said enthusiastically to his wife. It was the most beautiful thing his mind could have imagined. When he looked around in the lobby, he saw other patients waiting to be called for their visit. It seemed inconceivable to him that none of them were hallucinating with the carpet. Did they not see what he saw? May's biographer, Robert Curson, writes, "He couldn't believe they were sitting there ignoring the carpet. How could a person just sit there when he is passing a carpet like that?" At one point, May stopped and stammered, "It's blue. Oh my God, it's blue." He had dreamed of what the colors would be like, but his mind had never been able to understand it until that moment. As he moved through the office, he did the same with the paint on the walls, the exit signs, and most astonishing of all, seeing figures on a piece of paper for the first time. It was all very beautiful, very overwhelming for him. Having never seen anything, May was probably 10,000 times more pleased and amazed at the sight of an office carpet than you and I would feel at the brightest and most perfect sunset.
Can't we learn a lot from that? The most banal things can seem incredible when they are a contrast to what you were used to. Something peculiar is that everyone aspires to a good life because they think it will make them happy. But what really brings us happiness is the contrast between what we have now and whatever we were experiencing just before. The best drink you're ever going to try is a glass of tap water when you're thirsty. The best food you're ever going to eat is never cheap when you're starving. The day you are going to sleep best is going to be when your newborn baby lets you take a nap. There are no objectively good experiences. Every amount of good is nothing more than the difference between expectations and reality.
It's the distance between what you have now and what you had or expected to have before. What makes you happy is the contrast, not the quantity. There are few concepts that are so important to take into account when spending money. A good life is about having everything you need and some of what you want. If you have everything you want, you don't appreciate anything you have. William Dawson once wrote, "The least perceived thing about wealth is that all pleasure that money produces ends the moment the economy becomes unnecessary. The man who can buy anything he wants without even consulting his banker values nothing he buys." The anticipation of something you're saving for, the surprise of getting something you didn't expect, or the change in circumstances from one period to the next is what makes us perceive certain purchases as valuable. Think about how you felt when you got your first paycheck. If you celebrated with something as insignificant as a cheap smoothie, you probably had a feeling of joy based on, "I did it, I bought this, with my own money." Going from not being able to buy anything to being able to buy something is a fantastic feeling. The difference between effort and reward is, to a large extent, what makes people happy. Compare that moment to others later in your career when you've, hopefully, been accumulating savings and the salary has increased. It's not that spending isn't going to make you happy, but it won't be as exciting and adrenaline pumping as it was when, behind every euro, there was more effort in contrast. Probably the richest thing you will feel in life is when you received your first salary and your bank account went from $5 to perhaps $500. That contrast can be greater than going from $10 million to $20 million. Going from nothing to something can be much more powerful than going from much to more. Contrast, contrast, contrast. Once you realize how powerful it is, you begin to appreciate its importance. I know a guy who has a private chef. He has served top-quality dishes 3 times a day, a situation he has enjoyed for years. It is spectacular. I would be lying if I said I didn't envy him. But I also wonder if jouissance does not diminish over time. He doesn't have to struggle to get those meals. There's no anticipation, no looking forward to getting an infrequent restaurant reservation, no contrast between a normal meal and the delicacies he eats daily. Does he get more pleasure from eating his 3rd high-quality meal of the day than a child feels when his parents surprise him to go to a McDonald's and the child savors the first bite? I doubt it. To a large extent, being happy with your money is about fighting the wheel of hedonic adaptation, the ability to get used to something you once considered a luxury. One way to combat this is to respect the idea that occasional whims or surprises can bring more joy than perpetual luxury. Arnold Schwarzenegger once gave advice about diet. In general, we should eat foods that we know are healthy, but from time to time, we should also allow ourselves to eat something delicious that we know is unhealthy. Because if not, what's the point? What's the point? To a large extent, we do the right thing because it makes us feel much better to do something wrong, responsibly, from time to time. There is a financial version of this that is related to the previous chapter and the idea of satisfaction. When you're satisfied with what you have now, treating yourself or enjoying a surprise every now and then can make for an amazing feeling. It's a surprise, it's a joy, you appreciate it and savor it more. And the more satisfied you are now, the more often you're going to accidentally come across little things in life that seem like an unexpected pleasure. A surprise dinner, being assigned a better room in a hotel, or an infrequent expense, even if it's small. When you don't expect anything, everything is a surprise. And when it's all a surprise, you feel like Michael May, elated by tiny details you'd otherwise take for granted. Everyone is different, but my desire to lead a relatively simple life is not because I don't like beautiful things. Quite the opposite. When you lead a simple, modest life, experiencing beautiful things from time to time can bring more joy than if you had those things all the time. I don't recommend that you deprive yourself of something that you want, that you can afford, and that makes you happy. I just point out the great influence that your expectations have on your well-being. People work strenuous workdays that they often don't enjoy for the opportunity to buy things they assume will make them happy. It seems very obvious to act like this. It's much harder to recognize that it's often a greater psychological advantage to lower your expectations than it is to try to enhance your circumstances. This isn't only because you learn to be happier with less, but because the pleasure of getting something unexpected increases much more.
Christmas morning, the 4th of July, birthdays, and the last day of school are fantastic days because they happen only once a year. The same joy can be felt when the luxury elements of your life become occasional pleasures and not constant necessities. In line with this, I have some issues in mind. 1. Leading a simple life can be the most powerful way to enjoy luxury. This is very counterintuitive until you realize how powerful contrast can be. Try to identify your own elements. Everyone is different, but when I find something I love, a restaurant, a trip, or a drink, I often wonder how I can turn it into a sporadic pleasure and not a new constant addiction. When we are satisfied with a simple life, sporadic pleasure truly seems like something magical. 2. The power of contrast makes ordinary things seem incredible and extraordinary things seem bland. The rich who travel in their private jets will tell you that it is the most incredible and satisfying thing to buy when one reaches extreme wealth.
And that it never goes out of style. Why don't ordinary people say the same about driving our own cars, private cars? My theory is that most people who travel by private plane took commercial flights before they became rich, so they remember the discomforts of traveling by plane like an ordinary person, standing in long lines, passing the security check, being touched in the middle seat, putting up with snoring passengers. Compared to that, flying in a private jet is a dream. However, most people who drive private cars don't have anything similar to compare the experience with. They have been in private cars all their lives. There's no contrast between the present and previous experience. But let's go back to the early 20th century, when cars were something new and people could contrast the experience with horses or carriages. What did people say about cars at that time? They seemed so magical and luxurious that many feared they would create a war between rich and poor that could tear the country apart. In 1906, Woodrow Wilson, then president of Princeton University, stated, "Nothing has propagated socialist sentiment in this country more than the automobile, and that it offered an image of the arrogance of wealth." Just the same thing that is said today about private jets. When you have nothing to contrast with current experiences, spectacular things can seem completely ordinary. When you realize how powerful expectations are, you put as much effort into not letting them increase as you do improving your circumstances. Happiness, satisfaction, joy, all these feelings are the consequence of experiencing a difference between expectations and reality. Shackleton's men learned this firsthand. After their hard experience, they found great joy in small things that they had never considered. Upon landing, a member of the crew wrote in his diary, "One of the most beautiful days we have ever lived, a pleasure to be alive." Lansing wrote, "In that remote world of ice and emptiness they had attained at least some satisfaction. They had been put to the test and they had passed it. In life, you can hardly be better than that." The wealthy and the rich. Having money control you is a hidden form of debt, and like any debt, in the end it will have to be repaid with interest. Let me make a distinction between wealthy and rich. These definitions are my own, but I have always found them useful. If you're wealthy, you have enough money in the bank to buy the things you want. If you're wealthy, you have some level of control over how money affects your personality, your freedom, your desires, your ambitions, your morals, your friendships, and your mental health. In trying to understand how to use money in a way that makes you happy, I've found that the most important thing isn't how much money you have or how much you spend. The trick is whether you fit or aspire to fit the definition of wealthy or rich. Money is a powerful tool, capable of changing people's lives in extraordinary ways. This statement can be an inspiration or a curse, because this is the truth. If you don't figure out how to use money correctly, it will use you. It's going to control you. He is going to take you prisoner, and he is going to have neither pity nor compassion. For some people, money controls them so much that they think they want to get more to live a better life, but in fact, money plays with them like a puppet, dominates them, and demands that they pursue things they may not like and aspire to things they don't even understand. If I asked you, is it positive to be obsessed with drugs, alcohol, fame, or power? You would tell me that of course not. The obsession with almost anything can become a burden because it begins to control you. What you intended to be a useful tool becomes a dictator who controls you. A dangerous obsession with money, especially spending it, can creep into your life without you realizing it, because the lure of what it can provide is all the more fascinating. The idea that you'd be happier simply if you had more money to spend is so powerful and so universal that people have a hard time distinguishing noble ambition from dangerous obsession. Money can end up controlling anyone, no matter the level of income. But we see its power in detail in the very rich, who have the lucky condition of having money in abundance, but who often suffer from the curse of the control that money exerts over their lives. It can be a shocking thing to watch, which takes you by surprise when you realize that someone who has so much money has lost so much control. Ernest Hemingway said that his fellow Fitzgerald, also a writer, had a romantic awe for the rich. He thought they were a special, glamorous breed, and when he found out they weren't, it tore him apart as much as all the other things that tore him apart. Let me now share with you the case of one of the richest human families in history who were so obsessed with spending money that they ended up leading a life that seems to me more to be pitied than enviable. Reginald Claypool Vanderbilt was born into a family at odds with bitter rivalries, fragile egos, and insurmountable expectations. From then on, everything went from bad to worse. When Reggie's great-grandfather, Cornelius Commodore Vanderbilt, died in 1877, the New York Daily Tribune published an editorial predicting how the legacy of the world's richest man would evolve. The Vanderbilt case offers an impressive lesson about the folly of trying to found a family on no other principle than the possession of money. The idea that prevailed at the last years of the old Commodore was to amass an enormous fortune that should last for generations as a monument to the name of the Vanderbilts and turn the head of the dynasty into a permanent power in American society. There is no country in the world where fortunes were amassed so quickly, and none in which inherited money has been so unprofitable to its holders. To be sure, the Vanderbilts' money will not bring happiness or greatness to their current suitors, and we have little doubt that in a few years the fate of most American fortunes will run. There will be many heirs who will be able to dispose of it, and it will be absorbed into the vast circulatory system of the country. That forecast was dire, but it still underestimated what was to come. Adjusted for inflation, Cornelius Vanderbilt left his heirs some $300 billion. It is said that he had more money than the U.S. Treasury. There was none of that money left. Wealth passed through 3 generations whose main life purpose was to see who could spend the money faster and more recklessly. The first heirs felt a certain duty to manage the family business, but over time, the family business turned into insecurity and resentment. In 1875, an opinion piece stated, "Members of high society devoted themselves to pleasure regardless of the expense." One Vanderbilt sarcastically said that they actually spent without regard for pleasure. This sincere confession was in fact the central problem of the family. It was a game that couldn't be won, so everyone lost. Money controlling you is a hidden form of debt, and like any debt, in the end it will have to be repaid with interest. Let me make a distinction between wealthy and rich. These definitions are my own, but I have always found them useful. If you're wealthy, you have enough money in the bank to buy the things you want. If you're wealthy, you have some level of control over how money affects your personality, your freedom, your desires, your ambitions, your morals, your friendships, and your mental health. In trying to understand how to use money in a way that makes you happy, I found that the most important thing isn't how much money you have or how much you spend. The trick is whether you fit or aspire to fit the definition of wealthy or rich. Reginald Claypool Vanderbilt was born into a family at odds with bitter rivalries, fragile egos, and insurmountable expectations. From then on, everything went from bad to worse. When Reggie's great-grandfather, Cornelius Commodore Vanderbilt, died in 1877, the New York Daily Tribune published an editorial predicting how the legacy of the world's richest man would evolve. The Vanderbilt case offers an impressive lesson about the folly of trying to found a family on no other principle than the possession of money. The idea that prevailed at the last years of the old Commodore was to amass an enormous fortune that should last for generations as a monument to the name of the Vanderbilts and turn the head of the dynasty into a permanent power in American society. There is no country in the world where fortunes were amassed so quickly, and none in which inherited money has been so unprofitable to its holders. To be sure, the Vanderbilts' money will not bring happiness or greatness to their current suitors, and we have little doubt that in a few years the fate of most American fortunes will run. There will be many heirs who will be able to dispose of it, and it will be absorbed into the vast circulatory system of the country. That forecast was dire, but it still underestimated what was to come. Adjusted for inflation, Cornelius Vanderbilt left his heirs some $300 billion. It is said that he had more money than the U.S. Treasury. There was none of that money left. Wealth passed through 3 generations whose main life purpose was to see who could spend the money faster and more recklessly. The first heirs felt a certain duty to manage the family business, but over time, the family business turned into insecurity and resentment. In 1875, an opinion piece stated, "Members of high society devoted themselves to pleasure regardless of the expense." One Vanderbilt sarcastically said that they actually spent without regard for pleasure. This sincere confession was in fact the central problem of the family. It was a game that couldn't be won, so everyone lost. Money controlling you is a hidden form of debt, and like any debt, in the end it will have to be repaid with interest. Reginald Claypool Vanderbilt was born into a family at odds with bitter rivalries, fragile egos, and insurmountable expectations. From then on, everything went from bad to worse. When Reggie's great-grandfather, Cornelius Commodore Vanderbilt, died in 1877, the New York Daily Tribune published an editorial predicting how the legacy of the world's richest man would evolve. The Vanderbilt case offers an impressive lesson about the folly of trying to found a family on no other principle than the possession of money. The idea that prevailed at the last years of the old Commodore was to amass an enormous fortune that should last for generations as a monument to the name of the Vanderbilts and turn the head of the dynasty into a permanent power in American society. There is no country in the world where fortunes were amassed so quickly, and none in which inherited money has been so unprofitable to its holders. To be sure, the Vanderbilts' money will not bring happiness or greatness to their current suitors, and we have little doubt that in a few years the fate of most American fortunes will run. There will be many heirs who will be able to dispose of it, and it will be absorbed into the vast circulatory system of the country. 2. That forecast was dire, but it still underestimated what was to come. Adjusted for inflation, Cornelius Vanderbilt left his heirs some $300 billion. It is said that he had more money than the U.S. Treasury. There was none of that money left. Wealth passed through 3 generations whose main life purpose was to see who could spend the money faster and more recklessly. The first heirs felt a certain duty to manage the family business, but over time the family business turned into insecurity and resentment. In 1875, an opinion piece stated that members of high society devoted themselves to pleasure regardless of the expense. One Vanderbilt said sarcastically that they actually spent without regard for pleasure. 4. This sincere confession was in fact the central problem of the family. It was a game that couldn't be won, so everyone lost. Money controlling you is a hidden form of debt. And, like any debt, in the end, it will have to be repaid with interest. Reggie was one of the last Vanderbilts to inherit significant wealth. On the day of his 21st birthday, he inherited $12.5 million, which is equivalent to $350 million of today's dollars. Arthur Vanderbilt, the family's biographer, writes, "Self-indulgent, lazy, apathetic, Reggie had no sense of responsibility or purpose other than to avoid boredom. He never had a job or worked the slightest. A little lost when asked about his occupation, he used to answer, 'Gentleman.' The only way Reggie could distinguish himself was by leading the life of a wealthy playboy, and he did that with dedication and masterful skill. 5. Reggie's 2 great loves were spirits and gambling. The former killed him at the age of 45, with cirrhosis so severe that the flow of blood from his liver was interrupted, and it went up his esophagus, where the veins abruptly ruptured and left him drowned in a pool of blood while his relatives watched in horror. The second left him penniless. Once the debts were settled, Reggie's inheritance was almost irrelevant, since he had nowhere near the amount of money he had promised to his heirs. 6. The Vanderbilts had the largest houses, the most splendid furnishings, gave the most extravagant parties, and made the most exquisite trips. but much of it was acquired as a monument to their wealth, almost venerating it as a deity, rather than being used as a tool that could improve their lives. The result was something between absurdity and tragedy. As Reggie's life spiraled out of control, another Vanderbilt heir, George Washington Vanderbilt, spent 6 years building the 12,500-square-foot Biltmore Mansion, which had 40 master bedrooms and a full-time staff of nearly 400 workers. It is said that he spent little time there because the feeling it gave was more of a commercial building than a pleasant home. It was completely inconvenient for any lifestyle, according to a family friend. In addition, the house demanded such high maintenance costs that it almost broke Vanderbilt. 90% of the land was sold to pay tax debts, and the house became a tourist attraction. On the other hand, there were family rivalries over who could build the biggest yacht, buy the most expensive works of art, or marry the bluest blood. Rivalry and not material pleasure was the goal itself, which ensured that happiness was always conspicuous by its absence. Arranged marriages were arranged, endless and bitter disputes over inheritances arose, and there was hardly ever an opportunity for the heirs to find their own way or to be known as anything other than someone who has inherited a fortune. Just before he died, in 1920, William Vanderbilt said, "My life has never been destined to be very happy. Inherited wealth is a real obstacle to happiness. It destroys both ambition and cocaine to morals." 7. At almost every stage, money tore the family apart and led to a degree of dysfunction and insecurity that you would not wish on even your worst enemy. If we delve into the lives of the Vanderbilt heirs, the luckiest members in the history of the Lucky Genetics Club, there would be few readers who would change their lives. When you look at that enormous wealth that destroyed the family, you begin to wonder, but what was the point of all that? The point of that, as the New York Daily Tribune had already identified, was not to live a splendid life. It wasn't about using money as a tool to be happier or more satisfied. The meaning was none other than to be rich and to spend, not to be valued by any other principle than the possession of money. Instead of using money to build a life, his life was built around money. Instead of being an asset, his inheritance acted as a debt associated with an insurmountable lifestyle that was passed down from generation to generation until, fortunately, nothing remained. It is hard to feel compassion for the heirs of billionaires, but the important thing here is to diagnose the problem, because that afflicts many ordinary people. The Vanderbilts are one of the clearest examples that money can control a person rather than them using it as a tool to improve their lives. That family lived to be at the service of their money and not the other way around. And it's not an isolated example. Entrepreneur David Siegel had an 8,400 square meter house built in Florida. When I asked him why such a large house was being built, he thought for a moment and replied, "Because I can." 8. For tastes, colors, but Siegel said nothing of the memories that house would awaken or of the pleasure it would generate, just "because I can." To me, that smells like someone whose money has absolute control over their personality. Going back to the concept of money as a tool, if someone asked you why you're using a screwdriver, you wouldn't say, "because I can." You would say, "because it helps me to hang pictures on the wall and to assemble furniture." The proprietary tool framework is very powerful as soon as you identify it. Harvey Firestone, the late tire tycoon, seemed to fall into this same trap. In his defense, it must be said that he was aware of the stupid game his money made him play. In his memoirs published in 1926, he wrote, "Why is it that a man, as soon as he gets enough money, builds himself a house much larger than he needs? I have a house in Akron that far exceeds my needs. I have another one in Miami Beach that is also much larger than I need, and I guess before I die, I'm going to buy or build other houses that will also be bigger than I need. I don't know why I do it. Houses are nothing but a burden, but I've done it, and all my friends who have become rich have big houses. Even a man as low-key as Henry Ford has a house in Dearborn, much larger than he really cares about. I wonder why that is. Perhaps it's an absurd vestige of the old feudal idea that if a house was large, it meant that it was strong.
Because it could accommodate a small protection troop. In some cases, a large house is built only as an advertisement that someone is rich. Sometimes a large house is built to be able to host large receptions, but in most cases, and especially when it comes to men who have earned their own fortune, the house is built and that's it. And once done, no one knows at all even why it was started. 9. Houses are nothing but a burden. I don't know why I do it. I wonder why that is. I admire his sincerity, but the comments are surprising. Reggie Vanderbilt's grandson, journalist Anderson Cooper, was one of the first Vanderbilt heirs who was never promised dynastic wealth, and maybe that was a blessing. Not only is he the most successful Vanderbilt heir in over 100 years, but he seems to be the happiest. Cooper once said of inheritances, "I think they're a brake on the initiative. I think they're a curse. If I had already had the feeling as a child that there was a chest full of gold waiting for me, I don't know if I would have been so motivated." Freed from the inherited obsession with money, he was allowed to find his passion and appreciate what it costs to earn every dollar. It's as if he was the first in his family to cut the puppet strings and refuse to let money control who he was or the life he lived. But let's go back to the difference between being wealthy and rich. What I find fascinating are stories like the Vanderbilts. They were the wealthiest people on earth, but by my definition, some of the least wealthy. For them, money was not so much an asset as a social and mental burden, which made them feel indebted to a life based on affirming their status, which caused most of them to be miserable. No matter how much money you make, anyone can fall into that trap, and I hope, for God's sake, that you will avoid it. If you want an example of someone I would call rich, look at Chuck Feeney. Feeney, who co-founded duty-free stores, died in 2023. The most well-known part of Feeney's story is that he was the most austere billionaire who ever lived. He donated 99.99% of his fortune, estimated at $8 billion, years before he died. He and his wife kept $2 million, lived in a small apartment, flew economy class, and led a quiet life. The lesser-known part of Feeney's story is that years earlier, he had given the high life an honest chance. In the 1980s, when he had just become rich, the Washington Post wrote this about his life. He had luxury apartments in New York, London, and Paris, and posh second homes in Aspen and the French Riviera. He rubbed shoulders with the other mega-rich on yachts and private planes. If he wanted something, he could afford it. He soon realized that this was not for him. Society told him that he had to want those things, but that was not what made him truly happy. On the other hand, it did make him happy to donate. I feel happy when what I do helps other people, and unhappy when what I do doesn't help anyone, Feeney said. I love it. Or more specifically, I love that he loved it. He didn't do the typical thing of following what others told him he had to like, or how he had to live. He didn't revere his money, let it dictate his lifestyle, or control who he was, or enslave him to a status-obsessed existence. He found what made him happy and used his enormous wealth as a tool to make it even happier. He may seem like an austere person, but in reality, he was the freest and most independent person you will ever hear of. He was rich. I consider Feeney a role model, not because of the amount of money he amassed or the lifestyle he led, but because he was very clearly in control of the money he had and never let it become the master of his life. If the Vanderbilts were a family built on no other principle than the possession of money, Feeney was the opposite. He was a man built on morality and individuality who, in addition, accumulated a lot of money. Instead of being a monument to venerate, the money he had was a tool that was used just like a mechanic uses a wrench. Everyone, at any income level, can learn from that. My friend David Perell once wrote, "The people I admire most have some way of escaping the bubble of culture, sometimes through religion, sometimes with old books, at other times spending time in nature. Without these escape routes, propaganda wins. You stop thinking for yourself. The illusions of today's world become a mental virus that completely devours you." This is a key concept of the opposition between wealthy and rich. To be happy, you have to be yourself. If you accept without question money's ability to modify your personality and dictate how you spend the day, it will quickly control you. When I put this theory into practice in my own life, I have not inherited a fortune, nor am I a billionaire tycoon. I try to remember 3 things. 1. In the realm of relationships, there's this idea that you can't be happy with a partner if you can't be happy without them. Well, the same thing happens with money. Remember the fascinating conclusion of behavioral finance, according to which you are more likely to be happy to have more money if you were already happy before you had it. And there's also the flip side of the coin. Once you've met your basic needs, it's hard for having more money to make you happy if you don't feel happy with who you are. Your morals, your values, your personality, your friendships, the people you want to pay attention to and admire you. To live a decent life, you must control these things regardless of how much money you have. The danger lies in assuming that having more money will improve them. That's when the money you have, or even your ambition to get more, takes over your life. If you're already satisfied with who you are, you naturally see money as a tool that can be used to make things even better. Then you get rich. 2. Distinguish what you like from what you want. They can be very different things. Many people like cigarettes because they make them feel good, but few people really want to smoke. I like to browse social media with no purpose, but I don't necessarily want to. These things are addictive and control the person instead of being tools that contribute to improving the individual's life. What I want to buy are things that I like and that at the same time don't make me go crazy when I can't have them all the time. A sporadic meal in a nice restaurant, a long annual family vacation, nice clothes from time to time. If for whatever reason I had to cut these things out of my spending, it would hurt a little, but my family and I would be fine anyway. These are things that I like, but I'm not obsessed with. They don't control me. And I think that until you understand this, you don't realize if you are using money as a useful tool or if it is for you like a master to be obeyed. There's a Stoic maxim that fits right in here. You're unlikely to have a good, meaningful life unless you overcome your insatiability. 3. Don't be proud of your consumption, but of what you've built. The family you've created, the friends you've met, the memories you have, the wisdom you've accumulated. There are times when the items you buy can help you make memories and encourage quality time with family and friends. But what is truly meaningful are the people, not the objects. Warren Buffett once said he has very rich friends who have everything: big houses, private jets, and even sections of a hospital named after him. He added, but the truth is that no one in the world loves them. If you reach my age and no one likes you, your life is a disaster, no matter how much money you have in the bank. 15. You have become wealthy, but wealth is still elusive. For utility or status? The value of anything is its ability to help you live the life you want to live, nothing more. I once heard someone say that a high-end Toyota was a better car than a basic BMW because the Toyota's full of add-ons that make driving more enjoyable. Plush seats, a great sound system, a sunroof. The basic BMW gives you, more than anything, the right to brag. I love this comparison. That good Toyota, equipped with all those options, has utility. It makes your life better. You have it for you. The basic BMW has status. It can, perhaps, change the opinion that others have of you. You have it for them and to get their attention. This is a very important distinction to make when using money, perhaps the most important of all, because it allows us to see exactly if you are using money as a tool to live a better life or as a criterion to compare yourself with others. An imperfect model that I use in my life is to think the following.
If my family and I were abandoned on an island with no one to see us and we could have any material goods we wanted, what would we have? In that situation, you would instantly value utility before status. You would value comfort before aesthetics, the right fabric before the logo, functions more than the brand, durability more than prestige, practicality more than size, good views before a prestigious postcode, and social interaction more than social hierarchy. You'd want a high-end Toyota before a low-end BMW. You'd rather be useful than status. I'm not against buying things just because of status. Fitting into the social group we have chosen is important for us to be happy in life, and the social benefits of achieving high status can be enormous for those who achieve it. What I find fascinating are the cases where people confuse the two, and it is something very common.
People sometimes think they're buying something nice because it's going to make their lives more enjoyable, comfortable, interesting, or fulfilling. But without realizing it, they're paying for the opportunity to get others to notice them, and at best, to see them in a positive light. With everything we buy, it's vital to identify what's what, why we actually want to buy that thing, and realize that each one offers very different results and benefits. Billionaire Bill Koch said one of his brothers collected money and another collected women. He, on the other hand, preferred wine. Koch's cellar once contained a world-class collection of more than 43,000 bottles. He loved it. "You can sense the love of the winemaker," he said, and he claimed that drinking a rare wine is drinking history, something that resembles a religious experience. Some of Koch's bottles were among the highest quality and rarity ever sold. He once paid $400,000 for 4 bottles of wine that had supposedly belonged to President Thomas Jefferson. Those bottles bear Jefferson's signature scribbled by hand. As soon as Koch heard that they were for sale, he said, "I have to get them." And so it was. It was a spectacular treasure that he liked to show off, until some historians of Jefferson's estate told him that the bottles were completely fake. A research project was then initiated to authenticate Koch's wine collection. The billionaire hired private investigators who discovered, what may not surprise you, that several hundred of his most expensive and coveted wines were cheap fakes. Fake wine generates a huge business, and the same goes for counterfeit bags, sunglasses, shoes, and jewelry. The National Crime Prevention Council says that counterfeit goods worth $2 trillion are sold in the world every year, the largest illicit trade in the world. To a large extent, the reason why counterfeits have proliferated in recent years is because fraudsters have gotten so good at making authentic imitation products that even experts have a hard time identifying them. It's a very curious thing if you think about it. Some products are expensive because they're considered to be of higher quality, but even savvy buyers and high-end brands themselves often struggle to identify counterfeits because the quality of the fake product is often poor, quite comparable to the real product. One of the scammers who deceived Bill Koch was an Indonesian wine enthusiast named Rudy Kurniawan. He was arrested in 2012 for organizing a massive counterfeit wine operation. Kurniawan managed to sell counterfeit wines to some of the world's most astute wine lovers for years because his counterfeit wine not only looked good but tasted great, was very authentic. Kurniawan was an expert at blending cheap wines, sticking a fake label on them that made collectors salivate, and selling them at crazy prices. The same goes for counterfeit bags. In 2016, a woman was sentenced to jail time for buying $400,000 worth of handbags from shopping malls, returning identical but imitation products to those stores, and reselling the reals online. He got away with it for years because the fake bags he returned to stores were so convincing. If the taste of a counterfeit wine or the quality of a knockoff bag is indistinguishable from real products, you shouldn't care which product you have if your goal is utility. But very often, that's not the case. What you wanted was status. You wanted to show others and know for yourself that you had achieved something that few could have. It makes you feel better about your identity and your accomplishments, which I insist I do not see as a problem. In fact, I sometimes do. However, buying something for its utility rather than the status it confers on you offers a completely different experience and outcome. Author David Brooks once wrote about a trip to Africa. He and his family stayed in 7 different accommodations, some modern and luxurious, others similar to a campsite without running water. After the trip, Brooks and his family realized that they enjoyed the modest, downscale campsites more than the luxury hotels. At the cheap campsites, they were able to socialize with locals and meet other visitors. Their children played soccer with the workers. In expensive hotels, they were isolated in bubbles with aseptic security. That was all the appeal of good hotels. If you stay here, you're hardly going to notice the difference between Midtown Manhattan and the Serengeti. But that was not at all what this family really wanted. The search for luxury and perhaps status detracted from the usefulness of the journey. That utility is a victim of the search for status is something very common in everyday life. Think about the burden of maintaining a house that's bigger than you need, or the stress you feel when buying a nice car that you can barely afford.
That status devours utility is one of the most common frustrations when it comes to spending in the current era. People are often bad at knowing how to spend their money, Brooks wrote. When we have extra income, we spend it on privacy, space, and sophistication, and suddenly we look around and we're on the wrong side of the line that separates what makes us happy from what makes others notice us. By this, I do not mean that it is useless to think about status. In fact, not doing so can be catastrophic. If you don't care what others think of you, there's a good chance no one will think about you. You would be decoupled from the social world, which may be the most important element of happiness in your life. But you may realize that valuing utility over status is important for two big reasons. One, buying things for their utility gives you the ability to express your identity, while pursuing status often makes you adapt to the identity of others. By almost definition, the pursuit of status is trying to show others what they want to see. This can be dangerous in a world where people are very different. They have different tastes, different goals, and different aptitudes. You can end up spending a lot of time and money staging something for people you don't even like because they're so different from you, especially if you're honest with who you are and what you want out of life. Adapting to the views of others is a sacrifice that comes with a real but hidden cost in life. Utility, on the other hand, is profoundly selfish in the good sense of the word. Your main goal is to improve your own life and the lives of the people you care about, and to hell with the opinions and attention of other people. In writing my texts, I have always believed in what I call selfish writing. I write for an audience of only one individual, myself. I write stories that I find interesting about issues that I find useful, without asking myself if readers share my opinion. Not only is doing it that way more fun, but I think it makes for better work. The typical writing phrase that you must know your audience can easily become you must shamelessly pamper your audience in a way that spoils much of what you write. Well, this same idea can be applied to many other things in life, including how we spend money. When you value utility over status, what actually happens is that you value individuality over adapting to what others want. And the result, as in the case of writing, can not only be more rewarding, but produce a better result. By allowing yourself to be yourself without adjusting to what others might want you to be, you get to focus on what you're good at and what really makes you happy. Try it, and you'll likely realize that you have a huge talent for being yourself, but you're a bad actor when you're trying to be what you suppose others want you to be. 2. The pleasure obtained through utility may be more durable than the pleasure obtained through status. In many areas of life, the key to success is to have the capacity to resist for a long time. I'm not interested in anything that is not sustainable. Spending money on status can be rewarding, but the gratification is short-lived.
Even if you manage to attract the attention of others, you often focus your gaze on the next rung of the social hierarchy shortly after, so that you are no longer satisfied as before. Status is variable, and the trends by which society evaluates you change every few years, forcing you to adapt at any price. It's not a cheap game. The brain is also very good at answering any question you throw at it, and flooding your mind all the time with thoughts about whether you're impressing others is a fast track to feeling insufficient and insecure. Spending with utility in mind is usually more durable. I have no idea what things are going to impress others 10 years from now, but what I know with almost absolute certainty is that I will continue to value comfort, reliability, convenience, and, most important of all, spending quality time with people I love and admire. In my book, What Never Changes, I wrote that things that never change are important because you can have a lot of confidence in how they're going to determine the future, which allows you to invest heavily in them. I know that when I am 90 years old, I will value having a house with good views and memories with my children, so that I can invest in the usefulness that these things provide. But certain items of clothing, jewelry, a big house, a fast car, what seems fantastic today may seem ridiculous, even embarrassing just a year from now, when you and society have changed. This is a very simple idea that can transform from top to bottom what you think about how to spend your money. And then a haunting story about an actor's last words. Risk and regrets. Good advice is never as simple as saying, live in the present or save for the future.
The only good advice is minimize future regrets. Actor David Cassidy's last words were, "What a time wasted." What a terrible thing to realize when it is too late, and I wonder if it's going to become more common now that many of us spend the day browsing our social media feeds without a goal. Daniel Kahneman once said that, in general, developing good money management skills consisted of having a well-calibrated sense of future regrets. You must understand precisely how you are going to feel about your current decisions at various points in the future. I love this observation. It has a lot of strength. Perhaps remorse is the best definition of risk. When it comes to money, the risk isn't how much you could lose. It's not even necessarily how you'll feel when you lose it. Over time, many painful experiences become valuable lessons. The real risk is regrets, or lack thereof, which you might feel years or decades later. This concept plays a huge role when we think about how to spend money. One of the main conflicts in managing money is finding the delicate balance between the two most powerful forces in the world: compound interest, which turns today's patience into tomorrow's fortunes. The fact that today you are one day closer to death than you were yesterday, so make the most of the brief time you have in this world and enjoy every day you are lucky enough to live. There is a Scottish proverb that goes like this: "Be happy while you are alive, for you have been dead for a long time." The hard part is knowing how much you should invest in the future and how much you should spend today. It is not an easy problem to solve, and it is something very personal. It is not one of those issues in which a general formula applies to everyone. Let me tell you now a story about the longevity of animals to illustrate what I mean. First of all, let's have a heartfelt remembrance for the poor guppy fish who live a miserable existence but teach us something important about anticipating the future. Small, brightly colored, and with a pitiful ability to defend themselves, guppies face an unusually high number of predator attacks. There are birds that eat guppies, there are small fish that eat guppies, there are big fish that eat guppies, there are crabs that eat guppies. It's everyone's favorite food. So how does a species that is so threatened avoid going extinct? Simply put, guppies get their act together as soon as they're born. They can reproduce at 7 weeks and give birth to young every 30 days. When a 6-month-old guppy is eaten by a bird, he may already be a great-great-grandfather. The family survives. However, this evolutionary trick has a downside. Knowing the great danger they are in, guppies use almost all their energy to reproduce from birth. They grow as fast as possible and then devote a huge proportion of their resources to feeding their young. That leaves them little energy to take care of themselves. Their bodies have been sloppily formed, like cheap plastic toys, and they have few resources available for cellular repair and maintenance. When they reach the first or second year of life, guppies are cranky old men, overcome by disease and deterioration, who have little left to stretch their fins. That's the way it should be. There's no point in investing in the future when you're likely to be eaten anyway. This is the philosophy of life of the YOLO in its purest form. You only live once. Now let's compare the guppy to the Greenland shark, whose life is almost the opposite. The Greenland shark does not have any natural predators. He rules his habitat like a dictator. With few threats, she takes her time to reach adulthood. It is one of the slowest growing creatures we have discovered, reaching sexual maturity at 150 years of age. In the meantime, more than a century is spent devoting her energy to building a perfect body. Slow and methodical, with all her resources invested in cellular repair and maintenance, she becomes an organism virtually immune to cancer and infectious diseases. It is the perfect long-term investor, saving for the future and allocating current resources to ensure that you will be able to have a good life literally a few centuries from now. As far as we know, a Greenland shark can live about 500 years, perhaps longer. What I want to point out is that nature is great at assessing future risk and allocating resources accordingly. For guppies, nature takes a realistic look at future threats and says, there are a lot of risks lurking. You don't even need to try to make plans for the future. By contrast, to Greenland sharks, it says, your future is clear and predictable. Make plans with confidence. Most animals are masters of that balance and allocate resources between investing for the future and living in the present as effectively as possible.
But what do people do when they try to predict the trajectory of their life? Or when deciding how much they should spend today and how much to save for tomorrow? Or when deciding how many years they could live? Or when reflecting on what they are going to regret? People are usually terrible at this. Where biology has mastered, modern human emotions have failed. To paraphrase Nassim Taleb, the world is divided equally between those who don't know how to start spending money and those who don't know when to stop. This is evident in popular financial philosophies. At one end of the spectrum is the FIRE movement, which promotes extreme savings and an almost pathological devotion to austerity. It sounds prudent, but it can be incredibly dangerous. In his book, Dying with Zero, Bill Perkins writes, "Imagine that at the time of your death, you had done everything you were told to do. You worked hard, saved, and longed for financial freedom in retirement. The only thing you missed along the way was your life." At the other end of the spectrum are the YOLO followers, who inflate cheap shares of bankrupt companies with day trading and trade meme cryptocurrencies to get rich as quickly as possible, with utter disregard for those who make long-term investments in the stock market. Their unofficial hero is a 22-year-old who has bought a yellow Lamborghini from the profits of his operations, and you know perfectly well how this story ends. Financial philosophies that are more attractive often run the risk of provoking the greatest future regrets. Author Nick Moggiuli states, "Taking too low a risk is like smoking cigarettes. Taking too high a risk is like shooting heroin. Both things are going to hurt you. The only difference is in how quickly they are going to do it." And the richer society gets, the more complicated the problem becomes. For most of history, most Americans were the economic equivalents of guppies. They lived in such a state of financial precarity that it was unthinkable to consider saving for retirement, or literally the concept of retirement. We've gotten richer, and now we are lucky enough to have to consider how to save for the future while enjoying the present.
Issues that would have seemed absurd to previous generations. A century ago, a 22-year-old could have the expectation of living to be 62. Today, a 22-year-old is asked to start saving for a retirement that could start at age 62 and could last 30 years longer. 1/3 of young girls in America can now expect to live to be 90. Today, a child in every kindergarten class can have the expectation of living more than 100 years, a whole generation after the time when he or she is expected to stop working. At the same time, that 22-year-old worker is likely to earn substantially more income than his grandparents did at the same age and have access to opportunities to spend money that did not exist a generation ago. You have more opportunities to spend on travel, concerts, restaurants, and same-day delivery than your ancestors could even imagine. We are immensely lucky to live in a world with many opportunities to use money right now in order to experience a good life. These two things, saving for the future while still living in the present, cause a lot of anguish to many people. The irony is that the richer society gets, and the longer we live, the more opportunities we have to mess up our finances in a way that could cause us regrets. And I'm not immune to this. Throughout my adult life, I've been a huge saver and invested for the long term. I love the idea of compound interest and delayed gratification. However, I don't want to suffer the same fate as David Cassidy, look back at the end of my life and realize that I have wasted my brief stay on this planet, denying myself a pleasant life out of a slavish devotion to accumulating wealth. I have also noticed an important shift in my thinking that could apply to many of you. Although it is bad to think about it, the truth is that no other information in the world would be more powerful than knowing exactly how long we have left to live. It's such a powerful fact that many people say they wouldn't want to know even if they could. It would be too scary and take away the mystery of existence. But if you knew, almost nothing in your life would be the same. Years ago, I met a person. When we said goodbye, he told me, "Life is long. I hope we keep in touch." Life is long. Nobody says that. People always say life is short, but it is obvious that both options could be true. We have no idea. The philosophy of life is short proclaims that you don't wait, that you have a good time, that you live the high life, eat, drink, and be happy, because tomorrow we are going to die. If your life were shorter than you expect, almost everyone would follow this advice.
You may also be likely to forgive, forget, and not mind petty inconveniences, as you will realize that because your time to enjoy the good things is limited, there is no point in getting angry. You'd cherish every sunset, smell the flowers, and call an old friend. You wouldn't miss a single game of your kids. That President Lyndon Johnson had so much energy and ambition was partly because he always feared he would die young. And what about the philosophy of life is long? If you knew you were going to live 102 years, you probably wouldn't feel such a rush today. Your professional career would generate less anguish. You wouldn't feel guilty about sleeping in, taking a gap year, or spending your entire salary when you're on vacation. You would plant trees to watch them grow and take more photos to remember. You'd be more willing to learn a new skill. You'd take better care of your joints and be more excited about investing for the long term. But the truth is that no one has any idea how long their life is going to last. However, I find it useful to think about what it would mean to realize that your end is approaching at different points in your life. The thought of being on my deathbed, regretfully reviewing a life of missed opportunities, the vacations I could have enjoyed, the cars I could have bought, changed with parenthood. I have young children. When I do the grim mental exercise of imagining that tomorrow my life would end, I think I would be relieved and proud to realize that the material sacrifices I have made to save more money would provide my wife and children with a significant cushion. The alternative, being about to die and realizing that your young family is going to face a financial burden because you've spent so much, would leave me shattered with guilt, with a lot of regrets. For me, that would make me go through all the trips, dinners, and expenses and think, what a wasted time. Time that I could have used to provide a better future for my family. But will I still think the same way 30 years from now, when hopefully my children have built their lives and are independent? Probably not. In that hypothetical moment, I would regret above all the trips I hadn't taken, the experiences I had given up, the memories I hadn't generated. I don't think those feelings are contradictory. And I think it's good that you don't agree. All behavior makes sense when you have enough information, but I think they underscore an important truth that holds true for everyone. Good advice is never as simple as saying, live in the present, or save for the future. The only good advice is minimize your future regrets. That's it. I think that's the best thing we can do when trying to find the balance between living in the present and saving for the future. Try to minimize your regrets by understanding that different people will regret different things and that you yourself will regret different things as you get older. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos once recounted his decision to create an online bookstore in the 1990s. The framework I found that made the decision a breeze was what I called the regret minimization framework. I imagined that I was 80 years old and that I was reviewing my life, and I wanted to minimize the regrets I might have had then. And I knew that at 80 years old, I wasn't going to regret trying this thing. I wasn't going to regret having tried to participate in that thing called the internet, which I thought was going to be a real bombshell. But I knew that what I could regret was never having tried, and I knew that would haunt me every day of my life. So when I thought about it from this perspective, the decision was very easy. For me, two aspects stand out in these words of Bezos. On one hand, how sensible this advice is, and on the other, that this particular example would not fit me or my personality. It's likely that I would regret having dedicated a lot of time and energy to something that ended up failing. Everyone is different, so the general advice of live in the present or invest for tomorrow may not take into account many nuances of the real world. The only good advice is to minimize your future regrets. Since everyone is different, I can't tell you how to do it, but I'm going to introduce you to two concepts that I remember when I make my own financial decisions. Good memories are the closest thing to living in the present while accumulating for the future. The anonymous account of the former Twitter then ex-FedSpeak once posted, "The purpose of life is to experience things that you will later feel nostalgic for." I'm sure I'm not the only one who realizes that as you get older, memories of things that happened 10, 20, or 30 years ago are some of your most precious assets. They are not financial assets, but my goodness, they are still very real assets. The fascinating thing about memories is how they can gain value over time, just like stocks. When I was 10, memories of what I had done at 9 were boring. Today, those same memories are amazing and hilarious, as I can place them in the broader context of my life. 50 years from now, they will be my most valuable possessions.
Once I heard an old woman say that the benefit of getting older was the ability to travel back in time inside your head, to remember what life was like, say, in the 50s of the 20th century, and compare it to today, or to reflect in awe at how much technology has improved since you were little. Children are rich in health, but poor in vital memories. As you get older, this is reversed. The typical advice, which has almost become a cliché, is to devote resources to experiences and not to objects. Not a bad advice. However, the way it's formulated leads people to think that the only way to do it is to spend the money on a nice vacation or travel to some distant country, and that's not always the case. I can think of many expensive experiences that would not be worth remembering at all, while other memories, generated with friends during high school, could be some of the most endearing and probably cost nothing.
I try to keep in mind that the things I'm most likely to regret in the future will be the time I haven't spent with my kids, the relationships with friends I haven't given the necessary attention to, and certain things I'm stressed and nervous about today that I'll eventually realize wouldn't have been so myself. Maybe it doesn't cost anything to feed those things, but there are cases where money can help, just not in the way you think. Allocating money to a vacation with my children could generate valuable memories. Having a career with a lower salary but that allows me to spend more quality time with my children every day could lead to much happier memories. It can be difficult to put into context, but let's say you have a choice between a job with a salary of $60,000 per year that requires 45 hours a week and one with a salary of $50,000 per year and 35 hours per week. The second costs you $10,000 a year in lost income, which over a 30-year period invested at 8% amounts to approximately $1 million. But it allows you to gain 500 hours a year, which over the course of your career is 15,000 hours of potential memories doing something you like. And those memories gain value over time, just like assets. People love to be amazed at the power of compound interest when investing their money. It takes a lot more to think about the cumulative and growing value of the memories you get from trading money for time, but the results can be just as incredible. It could easily be the best money you've ever spent and the perfect antidote to regrets. 2. Saving for the future creates independence today. If I save $100 for the future, how much does this cost me today? I don't think the answer is $100 or anything close. Yes, sure, I could have used that money today to buy me a shirt or to pay for dinner with friends, but by saving it for the future, I also gained something today, $100 of independence, $100 in options and freedom to do anything you want in the future that costs $100, $100 of time that I might need at some point, $100 less stress from the ability to provide for my family or retire when I need it. This can be as palpable a benefit to me today as buying that $100 shirt. As soon as you see savings as an element that offers you the benefit of independence, you stop thinking that by saving for the future, you are making a sacrifice today. I'll tell you personally, the degree of financial independence that I have derived from saving throughout my life is one of my most valuable, useful, and pleasant assets that I have today. I don't feel like I'm just saving for the future. Savings have given me an independence that, to some extent, allows me to do what I want, when I want, and with whom I want, which makes the present, right now, better than it would have been if I had saved fewer years ago. Of course, you have to find a balance. There must be a balance in all the things that are worthwhile in life. Independence is most enjoyable when you also have the possibility, in economic and psychological terms, to spend what is necessary today to create memories with the people you love. But it's all too easy and common to assume that saving for the future prevents you from enjoying the present, when in fact, both ideas go hand in hand and join forces to protect you against regrets. And now a story about how disastrous envy can be. Here is a parable. A teacher says to her students, "I propose a mathematical problem. On a farm, there are 10 sheep. One of them runs away. How many sheep are left on the farm?" A student raises his hand and says, "0. There are none left." "You don't seem to understand math," the teacher notes. "No, you don't seem to understand sheep," the boy replies.
The urge to observe others and copy what they do without asking themselves anything is very powerful, very generalized, and explains a good part of life today. But let's get to the heart of the matter. Notice others. Jealousy, envy, and the valuable art of not caring what others think. Buzz Aldrin became one of the most famous human beings on the planet on July 20th, 1969, when he walked on the moon. It was an impressive feat, perhaps the greatest milestone in human history. But Buzz was the second human to walk on the moon, as he stepped on the lunar surface minutes after Neil Armstrong. Referring to Aldrin, known for being grumpy and not coping well with fame, fellow astronaut Michael Collins once explained, "I think Buzz is more upset not being the first man to walk on the moon than he values being the second." 1. Jealousy is a very powerful thing. It's hard to appreciate what you have and what you've achieved, because once you've met your basic needs, you often want to move to a higher level of the social hierarchy. So everything you've achieved is measured in relation to others, and often what you crave most is whatever someone else has but you don't. This is understandable and inevitable. To a large extent, life is a competition for resources, money, time, partners, attention, friends, land, in which what matters is not how good you are, but how good you are in relation to others. Russian biologist Georgy Gauss became famous for a concept in ecology that is now known as Gauss's principle, according to which two species competing for the same limited resources cannot coexist. One will always prevail, until the latter becomes extinct. So of course, it is natural to constantly look at those around us with moderate paranoia, aware of what they have and we don't. But let me emphasize an issue that is fundamental and easy to overlook in the art of spending money. The line is fine between being motivated by what others have and you don't, a potentially good thing, and being jealous of what they have and you want, something always dangerous. Being motivated by what others have can be fun. It's like their success is an effective way to advertise things you didn't know existed. But being jealous of other people is mental torture, like a contract you've signed with yourself to be unhappy. Few issues are so important because we all observe those around us. We can be jealous of what they have, and we set our spending desires according to what we see. When entrepreneur Josh Kushner was in college, a friend with money took him to a Knicks game. The seats, Kushner recalled, were fantastic, at the foot of the pitch, as if you could literally smell the players. He was amazed. But then Kushner's friend looked 5 seats away and said, "My seats are fine, but that guy's are better." 2. The writer C.S. Lewis defined this feeling very well in an essay entitled The Inner Circle. Life, according to Lewis, is often seen as a series of social circles, and people's desire is to work their way up to the next level, a more exclusive circle. If you're outside of a circle, nothing seems better than the idea of being inside it. But once you're in it, you realize that you're nowhere near as happy as you thought you would be, and you turn your attention to the next circle, where nirvana seems to reside. To a large extent, life is like that, a constant struggle to see that others have something we want, and then, once we get that thing, we identify another person who has something new that we want, and so we stumble around, always disappointed. Lewis wrote, "Unless you take steps to prevent it, this desire is going to be one of the main drivers of your life, from the first day of your working life to the day you're too old to care." And he wrote that more than 80 years ago. Today it's much worse. J.P. Morgan's observation that watching your neighbor get rich undermines your financial judgment was true when he made it a century ago. Today, everyone is effectively your neighbor, as social media turns envy and comparison into an Olympic sport. Speaking of envy, jealousy, and spending money, let me share with you some of the most important points to keep in mind. 1. It's almost impossible to win the status game. What is unique and enviable in one period becomes ordinary and bland in the next. The founding executive editor of Wired magazine, Kevin Kelly, once told me something that I loved. If you want to know what low-income groups will aspire to spend their money on in the future, look at what high-income groups do today. Going on vacation to Europe had been an exclusive recreation of the rich. Then it became generalized. The same with going to university. Once upon a time, it was reserved for the groups with the highest incomes. It was then extended to other groups. The same with investments.
In 1929, the height of the roaring 20s bubble, 5% of Americans owned stocks, almost all of it owned by the very wealthy. Today, 58% of households have shares in one of its variants. And the same goes for two-car homes, lawned gardens, walk-in closets, marble countertops, 6-burner kitchens, and even the concept of retirement. Part of the reason these products spread to the masses is that they became cheaper. But the reason they became cheaper was that the masses began to generate a lot of demand, eager for their aspirations, which pushed companies to innovate and find new ways of mass manufacturing. And this highlights why you can't win the status game permanently. What makes something have a high status is the fact that other people don't. Once they manage to have it, the product loses that cachet. Author Rob Henderson once pointed out that when he was a student at Yale University, his classmates loved the Broadway play Hamilton. But as soon as Disney released it on its streaming platform and it became available to the general public, they began to hate it, found it boring, and stopped talking about it. Those Yale students didn't care so much about the play itself as they did about being able to see something that others couldn't. Hamilton was cool while being exclusive to his social circle, but not so much when anyone could see it. People like to imitate those who seem to live a better life, which can make those in enviable positions always feel uneasy and never satisfied, because they are constantly being chased by other people who covet their lifestyle and possessions. That's why you can never really win the status game. It's a moving target. When you realize that status is a game that is never earned permanently, you see why chasing it can be so unsatisfying. Being jealous of what others have and assuming that your life would be better if you were like them is misleading, because you don't have the full picture of their life. If I want what you have, I don't take into account that you want what someone else has, and therefore you feel exactly like me. And that someone else wants something that someone else has, and so on, like an infinite chain of social envy. Once you realize how endless the status game and envy can be, you understand that the only way to win is to stop gambling. To be jealous of what others have is to externalize your critical thinking to strangers. As natural as social comparison is, it's kind of depressing when you think about it. If you left me alone with my friends and family, people I love and whose attention I really want, I would make a certain wish list. But when you expose me to a group of millions of strangers I don't know and care about, I come up with a whole new, more ostentatious wish list. One of my favorite writers, Lawrence Yeo, once wrote, "Envy is inversely correlated with self-examination. The less you know about yourself, the more you observe others to get a sense of your worth. But the more you delve into who you are, the less you look for the answer in others, and then the envy begins to dissipate." A very well-regarded idea. If you consider that one of the main goals of having money is to be independent, you start to see social comparison as its archenemy. I want to fit into the social group I choose, and spending money to look a certain way or spend time in a certain way can be part of that. But as soon as you tie your expectations to endless strangers, you're guaranteeing yourself that you're never going to be independent or even satisfied. Here's a simple way to show what I mean. Telling someone you're jealous is always an extreme insult, because no one wants to admit that they're after what other people have. Everyone wants to think that they are independent, because deep down, independence is the goal. Envy means admitting that one feels inferior. The more you know yourself and get closer to what you want, the less you envy others when they have what you don't. FOMO, fear of missing out, is one of the most dangerous financial reactions there is. FOMO is the intersection of social comparison and recklessness. You see someone with something you want, and you lose all inhibition about getting it. Not having FOMO is perhaps the most important financial aptitude. Being immune to other people's siren songs of success, especially when that success is sudden, extreme, and caused by factors beyond those people's control, is such a powerful and important trait that it's almost impossible for things to go well without it over time. When strategizing, Dwight Eisenhower often quoted Napoleon, who said that a military genius was the man who can act normally when the rest of the people around him are going crazy. Well, the same applies to money. FOMO is recklessness disguised as ambition. You see someone who gets rich or leads a fantastic life and you think, if that one can do it, so can I. This emotion seems positive. You're learning by observing and following a data-driven path to success.
However, what is actually happening is that you are externalizing your emotions to people whose money fallen from the sky or whose ostentatious lives have left them in a state of emotional fragility. If you are after them, you may also follow them when they fall off the cliff. An impressive example of this process, a study by 3 researchers showed that if your neighbor wins the lottery, you're more likely to end up borrowing money and end up broke. Charlie Munger once said, "There will always be someone who is getting richer faster than you. This is not a tragedy. The idea that you care that someone is making money faster than you is one of the deadly sins." If we remove FOMO from the equation, what are we left with? That you only care about your own financial goals, that you only care about the opinions of people you love, that you think in the long term and don't let yourself be dragged down by trends and bubbles, and that you don't need much more for things to go well as time goes by. Your propensity to be jealous of what others have can increase as you get richer. If you can't afford to pay rent or buy food, the desire to get more money is existential and has a very clear goal and finish line. However, if you are already in a comfortable financial situation, the desire for more money is mostly related to status, which has no upper limit and is insatiable. Researcher Sunia Luther did a study on adolescent mental health in which she analyzed behavioral problems and drug use in poor kids living in city centers. As a control group, she compared them to rich kids from suburbs, who, to the disconcertion of many, scored comparatively much worse on several indicators. One theory is that when rich boys are surrounded by other rich boys, the desire to move up the insatiable social hierarchy soars. Freed from the burdens of having to struggle to pay rent and buy food, your entire life becomes a mission to be richer and more popular than the person next to you. I've seen this very often. When you have everything you need, you immediately move on to focusing on everything you could want, which is an endless list. When you're poor, you want a steady paycheck and a small home. When you're rich, you want to appear on Forbes magazine's list of billionaires and own a private jet. The curve of social comparison grows exponentially with income. It sounds crazy, but sometimes I think that the people with the most desire to get money and increase their status are the rich celebrities, because their social comparison group is the ultra-rich mega-celebrities. Realizing that your aspirations, and for some people, the whole sense of your personal worth, can be linked to the social group you most relate to, makes you think more about the individuals you choose to relate to. Which brings me to the most important point. Pay attention to who you socialize with. Good advice for many aspects of life is to remember that you are a reflection of the 3 or 4 people you socialize with the most. If your friends have expensive tastes, your expectations converge on that lifestyle. If your friend's idea of a fantastic Friday night is to throw stones into a lake to make them jump while you talk about life, your material expectations will be more sensible. All that is worthwhile in life is nothing more than the difference between expectations and reality. And when your frame of reference is rich people trying to impress each other, that gap can be closed quickly. I used to live in the woods in the middle of nowhere, but then I moved to the beach in Los Angeles.
It was amazing to see how quickly my definitions of success, rich, and luxury skyrocketed as soon as I was surrounded by rich people. Ambition can be a wonderful thing, but I'm not sure it's a positive thing in general. A dentist or small business owner may seem like they're swimming in abundance and being very successful in one city, but they may feel like failures when compared to their peers in another. Who you socialize with can have just as noticeable an effect on your material happiness as how much you earn or how much you spend. When you think about it this way, you choose sensibly who you share your time with. C.S. Lewis concluded his essay with the words, "The pursuit of the inner circle will break your hearts unless you break with it." What it meant to break away from it is simple. Once you're satisfied with the circle you're in right now, not jealous of anyone, not envying anything, valuing what you have and what you're good at, grateful for the friends and family around you, you're comfortable and safe at the center of something that, seen from the outside, it would have the exact appearance of an inner circle. The lack of envy brings with it another gift, freedom. Let us now address this question. The simplest formula for living a pretty good life. It's very complicated to know how to live a good life, but sometimes the best way to understand a complicated issue is to pay close attention to a few general rules that concentrate the most weight. Here's one.
The simplest formula for living a pretty good life is independence plus purpose. Independence plus purpose. Independence plus purpose. Independence plus purpose. The independence to do what you want and the intelligence to want to do meaningful things. That's not all, but oh my God, how it makes a difference. There are many ways to be independent. Not having health problems, no bad cultural influences, no arbitrary boss. But it is obvious that financial independence is one of the most prominent. Spending on independence can be the most wonderful thing money can buy, and you can control it more than you might think. That is what the next chapter is about. Wealth without independence is a peculiar form of poverty. Money you haven't spent allows you to buy something intangible but valuable: freedom, independence, and being able to spend time in your own way. The people I admire the most are not necessarily the richest or most successful, but they are, almost always, the freest, the ones who control their lives the most. It took me a while to realize that. For me, rich used to mean having a lot of expensive things. Now it means not always rushing, spending time with my family, controlling my schedule, and having intellectual independence. Live my way. Have independence. That is really being rich. Apart from that, I also defend a related point of view, one that many people disagree with or find counterintuitive, that there is no such thing as unspent money. We use any and all pennies we've earned. We use all the dollars in our bank account, whether we are aware of it or not. The money you haven't spent is used to buy something intangible but valuable: freedom, independence, and being able to spend time your own way. Every euro of your savings allows you to purchase proof of collection for the future, and every dollar of debt you incur is a part of your future that someone else controls. I've always been a great saver, but I've never seen my savings as idle money. I've never even considered that I was saving for a future purchase. I conceive of every penny as a bill that will lead me to a greater degree of independence, which is my true goal. If I put $500 in my savings account, what I think is that I've bought $500 of independence. To me, it's almost the same as buying a $500 TV. The money has been spent in both situations, the only difference being that it's been spent on different things that offer different value. And I spend frivolously on independence. I spend tons of money on being in control of my calendar. I don't have a budget for how much I'm willing to spend on autonomy and spending time with the people I love, whenever and for as long as I want. To me, independence is what has the highest return on investment, more than anything else I've ever put money into. That whole idea, exchanging money for time rather than exchanging it for items, because having more time is going to bring you greater joy in life, is probably the most underrated aspect of spending money, because most people don't feel like the extra time and mental clarity you gain from independence and savings as being the same as having spent money. Let me now tell you a brief story about two athletes who made a lot of money but used it in different ways. Antoine Walker earned $108 million in the 12 seasons he played in the NBA. In other words, $25,000 a day. When in 1999, after Walker signed a 6-year contract, Boston Celtics president and coach Rick Pitino assured that Walker would not have to worry about money ever again in his life. Walker agreed. "I thought my life was taken care of," he said in 2015, 5 years after filing for bankruptcy. During his years as a player, Walker had, as he has said, 6 or 7 cars that he replaced when he saw someone driving a nicer one, 30 friends and family on the payroll, and a house for his mother that had 10 bathrooms and a full-size basketball court. It is said that he never wore the same suit twice, and he bet millions in casinos. The final figures presented to the judge presiding over his bankruptcy case were $12.7 million in liabilities versus $4.3 million in assets. Walker is now a financial advisor to athletes and admirably pleads with players to learn from the mistakes that he made. John Urschel didn't have anywhere near the same level of sporting talent or stardom. A 5th-round pick by the Baltimore Ravens in 2014, Urschel played 3 seasons and appeared in even fewer starts as a player. He earned less in his entire career playing football than Walker earned every 11 weeks playing basketball. His salary, about $650,000, was not far from the league's minimum wage, but the way Urschel decided to spend his income was astounding.
He led a very good life, luxurious from any point of view, but he saved most of his paycheck. Why? I'm grateful for all the money I've been able to make. I'm not a billionaire, but I'm at a point where I have stability from a financial point of view. I'm never going to have to worry about money. And apparently, he never has worried. He retired from football in 2017 and went back to college to get his PhD. He's now a professor at MIT. But the important thing is that he could have done what he wanted. The lesson we can draw from these two athletes is not live less like Walker and more like Urschel. They're the opposite ends of the spectrum. But let me ask a question. The life, not their sporting talent, but the life they've lived, of which of the two do you admire more? It's not a trick question. I bet you admire Urschel more than Walker. Even if Walker hadn't ended up bankrupt, but had only overspent and had to give up some of his luxuries, you'd probably admire the Urschel's result even more. It's what most people would do, and that's because Walker lost control of his life. It got to a point where his decisions, where to live, what vehicle to drive, or even what to wear, were dictated by a bankruptcy judge. Nonetheless, Urschel remained in control of his life. He could do what he wanted and when he wanted. His life was a blank canvas to paint whatever he wanted, and that, controlling what you do, is actually what people admire. They admire it because it's what they want. They want it because it's what makes people happy. Nassim Taleb states that what matters is not what a person has or does not have, it is what that person fears losing. The more you have to lose, the more fragile you are. Thus, many people, regardless of their income, have much to lose because their security and satisfaction depend heavily on others. This morning, for example, I read in the newspaper about a CEO who once had several $100 million, but whose bankers are liquidating his assets because he borrowed so much that he cannot now pay back the capital. The bankers have sold his yacht and his house. The disaster has caused him to lose his job. I've been stunned. A person in the top 0.001% of income and wealth with less financial independence than someone we might consider poor. Wealth without independence is a peculiar form of poverty. It's easy to scoff at the mere mention of financial independence because it seems like something reserved for pampered heirs to large fortunes and billionaires.
Years ago, I had a friend who refused to save money because it all seemed so trivial to him. His vision was, why do I have to save $50 if it makes so little difference? This is a mindset that I would like to put an end to. Financial independence is not black and white. It's a spectrum. At every point on the spectrum, every extra dollar saved, you go up a little bit, and your life can get a little better. Here's how I see the spectrum of financial dependency and independence. Do yourself a favor and find out which level on the list you are at. Level 0. Total financial dependence on kindness from strangers who have no vested interest in your success. Think of beggars and CEOs asking for bailouts from public agencies. At this level, you have a complete lack of control over the direction of your financial life in a way that makes you vulnerable to a fragile and often cruel world. Level 1. Total financial dependence on people who want you to succeed because they like you and whose reputation is tied to your success. Think of boys under 15 who receive money from their parents but are too young to work. Also in this category is borrowing money from friends and family who realistically know you can't pay it back. Level 2, ability to partially finance yourself by adding value for others, but at the same time continue to depend to some degree on external support. This category includes young people who work but still depend on their parents to pay for what they consider to be basic needs of their lifestyle. Also included here are workers who depend on public aid and workers with partial retirement who depend on a pension. A substantial part of your financial well-being depends on the decisions of people who may or may not maintain their support in the future. Level 3, ability to sustain yourself in financial terms by adding value for others, but with value that is marginal and easy to replace. This is a common category of both individuals and companies. It is overwhelming and fragile. It smells like independence in the sense that you can pay all your bills, but a boss or client still owns your day and can dictate your future. Your future depends on their decisions. If you lose your job, you may have a hard time finding another one, and you have little savings. Level 4, enough savings to cover common problems. You can resist without breaking the bank in the face of difficulties that everyone should keep in mind that they will experience on a regular basis. That a small medical bill arrives? No problem. It's cold and this month you have to spend more on heating? No problem. That your child needs new pants? No problem. This is the level where you realize that having even a few dollars saved gives you a small degree of independence from life's drawbacks. Level 5, sufficient savings to cover larger, unforeseen problems. You're still dependent on your boss's whims to survive month to month, but if a crisis were to hit, you'd probably hold out for a reasonable period of time. If your car breaks down, no problem. That the boiler needs to be changed? No problem. You have a degree of independence and protection against what we might consider bad luck in day-to-day risks. Level 6, some savings for retirement, for training, and you do not resort to credit card debt. You feel like you're starting to master that financial independence thing. You're still dependent on bosses, but you can expect that in a while your current savings will grow to a new level of independence for you and your family. You may not have achieved full independence, but you have enough hope that it fuels your optimism and at the same time helps you sleep at night. Level 7, ability to choose a job that will save you the most blatant instances of unnecessary nonsense and trouble in your life. You're still dependent on a boss for a paycheck, but you have the freedom and job skills to say, bye, you're a terrible boss and this work is disgusting. I'm going to find someone else to work for. That depends to a large extent on having enough savings to leave a job whenever you feel like it and to take the time to find a better one. This is a magnificent and realistic goal for most people. If you get to level 7, you're doing great. Level 8, become comfortable enough with your socioeconomic status that you don't feel the need to show off to strangers. This is the first glimpse not only of financial independence, but also of intellectual and identity independence. The inability to do this is a hidden form of debt and dependency. Level 9, ability to avoid most debt, including car loans, student loans, or even mortgages. Loans may be cheap capital, but they keep you tied to strangers who own a little piece of your future decisions. I once met a guy who hated his job and had a clear idea of what he would like to do instead, but he felt like he had to stay in that job so he could pay back his student loan. Thus, the debt cost him much more than the interest rate. It cost him independence in his professional career. A similar fate is faced by people who borrow so much for their house that they are stuck in a city where they no longer want to live if they cannot sell it for more than they borrowed. As soon as you see debt as proof of collecting your future options, you stop asking yourself, what's the interest rate? And you start asking yourself, how much independence is it going to cost me? Level 10, few realistic economic situations would send you and your family below level 5. You could survive for a year or more if you were hit by a medical emergency or a massive recession. This is the first stage of true financial independence. Now you can say, no, I'm not interested, to just about anyone, or any employer, or any economic circumstance with a high chance of recovering from the repercussions. Level 11, passive income, such as interest or dividends, covers a significant portion of your basic expenses. You still work to earn a paycheck, but now your investment portfolio provides you with enough income to reduce the usual stresses and time commitments that restrict most people's independence. It's common that this level of independence is due to both an austere lifestyle and a large investment portfolio. Once you experience this independence, you realize that lifestyle desires can increase faster than almost any asset. Level 12, your investments and their reasonable expectations of generating returns will cover basic expenses for a longer time than your life expectancy. Congratulations, you are no longer dependent on other people for work. You can continue to work for third parties if you want, and you probably will, but only if you want, when you want, and with whom you want, and this is fantastic. Many people reach this level thanks to self-contributed retirement savings. Level 13, your assets and their reasonable expectations of income cover living expenses beyond basic needs. You can live the lifestyle you prefer and still have something left for your family or to make donations.
Expenses beyond basic needs can be defined however you like. They vary from person to person. Just beware of unnecessary lifestyle inflation, which can bring down that independence like gravity. And remember what comedian Chris Rock says: if Bill Gates woke up one day with Oprah Winfrey's money, he would throw himself out the window. Level 14, your independence allows you to do and say whatever you want without worrying about others disagreeing with you, since you are not dependent on financial support or the opportunities they could offer you. But here's a note: the concept of money to say fuck your ass, having such an amount that you can tell someone else fuck you without fear of repercussions, is fantastic. But so are kindness and good manners. So I aspire to get the money to say, no, thank you, I'm not interested. I respectfully disagree with you, and I'm free to ignore you. The first is to justify the fact of being a cretin. The second is intellectual independence. Level 15, you wake up every morning realizing that you can spend time doing whatever you want, with whomever you want, and for as long as you want. There are no bosses to control your day. Social indebtedness does not control your options. You have played the game, and you realize that while that doesn't guarantee you'll be happy and that you still have plenty of opportunities to ruin your life, you've unlocked a lifestyle enhancement that 99.99% of humans who have lived throughout history haven't experienced. The only risk is that you forget how grateful you should be to find yourself in this situation. Whatever level you are on this spectrum, and whatever your aspirations, the key is to realize that independence is a spectrum. Independence is not something you have or don't have.
It's not a black and white dichotomy. Every penny you save and every slight reduction in your spending allows you to move up the spectrum of independence. However, some people value independence more than others. Some people want to be at the top of the spectrum. There is no right answer to the question of how much you should want. However, there are many people who don't bother to aspire to independence because it seems out of reach, when in fact, at any income level, they could easily improve their spectrum of independence, which in turn would improve their lives. The trick is to see every little amount you save as if you've actively bought something, even if you don't get a receipt. You've bought the ability to do whatever you want, when you want, with whomever you want, for as long as you want, and this is priceless. Quietly, it seems to me that the more one brags, the less satisfied he is with his life. It is one of the most reliable psychological formulas that exist. In the film Edge of the News, Tom Grunick asks, "What do you do when your real life exceeds your dreams?" Aaron Altman replies, "You don't tell anyone." The more you want to capture the attention of others, and the more you try to focus that attention on how smart, wealthy, and successful you are, the greater the likelihood that you're trying to fill some kind of emotional void. When I see people who clearly brag about the large amount of money they make or spend, I try not to judge them, but I would like to ask them, who are you trying to impress, and what do others really think of your boasts? And isn't the fact of bragging without you wanting it, being more negative than positive for you? Social debt. When the way you spend money influences what others think of you in unwanted ways. Frank Lucas was a drug dealer, and a good one. In the 1970s, his heroin empire in New York City was generating $1 million a day after day, year after year. In part, the fact that he was not arrested for his crimes for so long was due to his being discreet, leading a largely ordinary material life, which helped him avoid unwanted attention. He was not on the police's radar, but arrogance, which knows where to sneak in, ended up making an appearance. Other menial traffickers led ostentatious lives, and in the end, Lucas had enough. He wrote in his memoirs, "I couldn't stand people who made less money than me walking around thinking they ruled the world, and I shouted to all who would listen, 'Do you really think you're going to eclipse me?'" 1. In the match of the century between Muhammad Ali and Joe Frazier, which took place on March 8, 1971 at Madison Square Garden, Lucas wore a $100,000 chinchilla coat that reached to the ground with a matching hat, garments worth about $1 million today. He sat in the best seat in front of Frank Sinatra and Vice President Spiro Agnew. For the first time in my life, I really felt like I was bragging, Lucas wrote, and it worked. Many strangers lined up to take photos with him in his luxurious coat. The press went crazy. That night, everyone paid attention to Frank Lucas, including the New York Police Department. I came into combat an unknown man, Lucas wrote, and I left there registered. Astonished at how an unknown man could lead such a kingly life, the agents of the authority began to investigate him, and that was the end of it. He was arrested and sentenced to 70 years in prison. Lucas was a criminal, but let me introduce you to a concept that is applicable to all of us, normal people. I call it social debt. Social debt is what happens when the way you spend money influences what others think of you in unexpected ways, and it is very dangerous because that debt is usually hidden. Sometimes it's that others are envious of you. Sometimes you suddenly feel superior to people whose company you used to want. It can even be the increase in your own expectations derived from inflating your lifestyle. There are some purchases for which every dollar you spend changes the way the rest of the world sees you and what you think of yourself in ways you may end up regretting. An important concept in pharmacology is what is called the Arndt-Schultz law, according to which, with any substance, small doses stimulate, moderate doses inhibit, and high doses kill. A little sun exposure is healthy, even necessary. A moderate amount can burn your skin and leave it red, and too much sun can lead to lethal cancer. The same can be said for alcohol, tobacco, caffeine, and even mental anxiety. There's a tipping point where helpful stimulation becomes a danger and then a catastrophe, and it's often very difficult to identify the tipping point until it's too late. Well, the same thing happens with money. It may seem nonsense, but I believe that everyone has an ideal net worth in which money no longer ceases to provide pleasure but becomes a social burden. Your ideal net worth threshold may be different from other people's, but for most, the level is lower than you probably imagine, because the more money you make and spend, the more social debt seeps into your life. A few years ago, I read a news story about people who had won the lottery and then lost everything. A common denominator of these stories is that those who win the lottery are often overwhelmed or even bankrupt by social debt. As soon as others find out how much money they have, friends, family, and strangers believe they have the right to ask, and steal in a way that leaves the winners not only penniless, but also socially exploited. Consider the story of one of the winners. After winning $3.9 million in October 1985 and $1.4 million 6 months later, Mrs. Adams realized she no longer had the privilege of privacy. I was a well-known person, and I couldn't go anywhere without someone recognizing me. 2. An easily overlooked problem in monetary matters is that it's easy to quantify assets, but liabilities can be hidden. Quantifying how much you've won in the lottery is simple, 3.9 million, accurate down to pennies. But how do you quantify the fact of losing your privacy, or the disturbing doubt that some friends only like you for your money? This is much more complicated. Tiger Woods is a billionaire. This asset is easy to quantify, but he once admitted that he loved diving because it was the only place in the world where no one recognized him and no one asked him anything. How can this depressing social burden be quantified? It doesn't appear in any spreadsheet, but it's a very real debt in life. Henry David Thoreau explained this concept very well. The price of a product is much higher than what we see on the label. The cost of something is the amount of what I will call life to be exchanged for it, either immediately or in the long run. I once spoke to a group of NBA rookies. We talked about how to avoid the frequent tragedy of athletes who earn a fortune in their 20s and who by the time they reach their 30s are penniless. One player mentioned something that I found very revealing. He said that most people think that athletes run out of money because they frivolously air the money in jewelry and cars. Sometimes that's true, but the most common reason for player insolvency is social debt. When you grow up in poverty and then make $10 million at 22, that's not your money. It's mom's money, dad's money, your grandmother's money, cousin's money, friend's money. You can't tell them, "I have money, good luck." The problem was not that athletes bought a mansion. What drove the athletes to bankruptcy was the fact of buying a modest house for a distant cousin whom they had never seen, but they felt obliged to help.
They may seem like rich people's problems. However, social debt creeps in everywhere, in its own way, even among normal people. The more your identity is tied to your physical possessions, the more the thoughts of others influence your spending decisions, and the more eager you are to constantly impress those people with something newer, bigger, better, and more expensive. So the cost of a new car that you think is going to impress others is not, say, $50,000, but $50,000 plus the $60,000 car you're going to replace it with when you feel social pressure just 2 years later to remain in the spotlight. There's an ironic saying, "It's very expensive to be rich," which is as true as absurd. The cost is that people are desperately trying to live up to the increasing social debt linked to living an expensive lifestyle. Another way social debt seeps into your life are your own expectations. I used to regularly take an Amtrak train from Washington to New York. The train featured a silent car, a section where all passengers must be quiet so that others can sleep or work. People use the silent wagon because they want peace of mind, but it was amazing how often the concept backfired. When your expectation is silence, you become ultra-sensitive to any little noise. If someone in the silent car speaks with a volume greater than a whisper, the whole car goes into a state of deep irritation. I'd bet that opting for the quiet silence car actually causes passengers' blood pressure to rise. Well, the same thing happens when you buy beautiful things. Maybe you didn't mind that your old car was dirty or dented, but now that you've bought a nicer one, you can't stand it getting muddy and climbing up the walls if someone scratches it in the parking lot. That heartbreak is a social debt, and some people who have acquired nice things are almost bankrupt because of it. Maybe when you bought a new, bigger house, you thought you'd be happier, but then you realized that the reason you wanted a bigger house was to compete socially with other people who had nice things. So, as soon as you got a nice house, you started dreaming of even more beautiful houses. As soon as you accept that your goal is to have the most beautiful house in your social group, that becomes not only an obsession, but a game that cannot be won, because the group with which you compare yourself changes with each new and more beautiful house you buy. The more money people have and the more they spend, the more social debt they tend to accumulate. Once you exceed a certain level of basic expenses, each degree that you increase your lifestyle brings with it social obligations, judgments from others, and changes in your own expectations, which are very real burdens but easy to ignore. My goal is not to tell you not to buy nice cars and houses. I like both. The point is for us to realize that once money is no longer a tool you can use to make yourself happy and becomes a symbol from which others evaluate you, you have lost the game. The writer Kent Nerburn wrote this to his children. "I want you to know that possessions are chameleons that cease to be fantasies and become a burden as soon as you hold them in your hands, and that they make you turn your gaze from the heavens and nail it squarely to the earth." Some time ago, I did consulting work for a family with a net worth of $8,000 million. If you Googled his last name, nothing came up. They didn't appear on the Forbes list, or in gala photos, or in profiles, or in Wikipedia. Nothing. And that was deliberate. That family dominated what many other people, the rich, the middle class, the would-be rich, and everyone in between, failed to recognize. They lived the most spectacular life you can imagine, and they had hardly any social debt. They had absolute freedom, privacy, and independence. They chose their friends wisely and donated money anonymously. Its lack of social debt was perhaps its most valuable asset. That reminded me of what Naval Ravikant once said, "The best position you can be in is to be rich and anonymous." This opinion is wonderful, but it doesn't answer the question, how do regular people like you and me avoid social debt? How can we get rich and remain anonymous so that our spending decisions don't influence our social lives in disastrous ways? My strategy is called discrete accumulation, and I'll explain it to you in the next chapter. Discrete accumulation. The fastest way to get rich is to go slow. Nature is not in a hurry, and yet everything takes place, said the Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu. Giant sequoias, advanced organisms, towering mountains. Nature builds the most prodigious features of the universe, and it does so quietly, with growth that is almost never visible right now, but is shocking if you look at long periods of time. It's a discrete buildup, and looking at it looks like a miracle.
I love the idea of discreetly accumulating your money. Perhaps this is my most important and valued financial opinion because it's so simple that it incorporates many powerful financial characteristics that we've already talked about in this book. And, just like in nature, it's where you'll see the most impressive results. Every few years, news comes out of an uneducated villager with a low-paying job who manages to save and, thanks to compound interest, accumulates tens of millions of dollars. The story is always the same. That person did nothing but save and invest discreetly for decades. He never bragged, never complained, never compared himself to other people, or worried about whether his investments had kept pace with his benchmark index the previous year. His entire financial universe, his thoughts, goals, and beliefs, was contained within the walls of his home, allowing him to play his own game and move forward guided by nothing but his own desires. That was his superpower. It was, in fact, his only financial skill, but it is the most powerful of all. That person was a master of discreet accumulation. Regardless of the lifestyle you lead or how much money you spend, this is a very powerful idea to understand. Imagine that after the first date with a hypothetical partner, you had to post all your calls, messages, and conversations with them on social networks, or to show it even if it was just to a small group of friends and family. You know what would happen. People would tell you that you were doing this wrong, that you were doing that in excess, that you should say more of this and less of that, and so on. You'd be so uncomfortable, nervous, and influenced by each other's goals and different personalities that you wouldn't be you. No relationship would work. Well, something similar happens with money. People get so nervous about what other people think of their lifestyle and investment decisions that they end up doing two things: acting for others and copying a strategy that may work for another individual but isn't right for them. Let me insist on the two ways of using money. One is as a tool to live a better life. The other is as a criterion for evaluating your success with respect to others. The first is discreet and personal. The second is showy and staged. It's very obvious what leads to a happier life. To me, discreet accumulation means several things. 1. The preponderance of internal versus external benchmarks. It has always helped me to ask myself, would I be satisfied with this result if no one could see it apart from me and my family, and if I did not compare it to the apparent success of other people? Remember that it's impossible to win the social comparison game because there's always someone who's getting richer faster than you. As soon as you stop playing that game, your attention instantly shifts internally and focuses on what makes you and your family feel happy and fulfilled. It makes it much easier to enjoy your money regardless of how you choose to spend it. 2. The acceptance of how different people are and the awareness that what works for me may not work for you and vice versa. Christopher Morley said, "Success is this and nothing else, being able to live life your way." Many financial mistakes are due to trying to copy people who are different from us. So beware of the people we ask for advice, beware of the people we admire, and beware even of the people we socialize with. When you act discreetly, you are less susceptible to people with different goals and personalities telling you that you are doing it wrong. My friend Brent Beshore says, "I'm thrilled to see you get really rich doing something I have no interest in doing." You can apply this philosophy to how people spend and save their money. We're all different. Life is not a zero-sum game. Live and let live. The fourth is the concentration on personal independence rather than on overcoming others. As soon as you act discreetly, you become selfish in the best sense. You use money for the benefit of your life rather than trying to impress you with nice things. I would rather wake up and be able to do what I wanted with whoever I wanted and for as long as I wanted, rather than try to impress you with nice things. The awareness that quick wealth is fragile wealth. Money that has been earned in a short time is usually eye-catching, while discreet accumulation is a long-term task. This is important because how quickly you make your money can greatly influence how you manage it. I love the idea that the speed with which you have gained your wealth is the half-life of how quickly you can lose it. Have you doubled your money in a year? Well, don't be surprised to lose half of it in a year. And the same thing happens with companies. Climbing in a flash leads you to fail in a flash. With quick and fragile wealth, two things happen. One is that money that comes easily tends to be spent easily.
When money comes in suddenly, the emotional cost of venting it into something frivolous is low. You're only careful about something when you appreciate it. Spending money that you haven't invested a lot of time or energy to earn can be the equivalent of a one-night stand, impulsive and prone to regrets. That is why the rich families of a lifetime want to evade taxes and the nouveau riche want a Lamborghini. The other is that the faster wealth has been obtained, the greater the probability that it is the result of a stroke of luck, and that luck will reverse just as quickly. If you experience a rapid influx of money from the sky and increase your lifestyle according to that new capital, the pain you will feel when that injection cannot be repeated can be existential. When you accept these realities, the beauty of discreet accumulation, slow, unnoticed, unstaged, in your own way, becomes very apparent. 5. The realization that the fastest way to get rich is to go slow. What happens when discrete accumulation becomes your goal? The first thing is that you feel less pressure to stage an image in front of others, and when you leave that character behind, your attention naturally shifts to the more distant future as you wonder how to build yourself a better life instead of seeking more attention. That allows you to boost one of the most powerful financial skills, resilience. A great irony of finance is that often the quickest way to get rich is to go slow. You're never in a hurry, you're never impatient, barely worried or influenced by others doing things in different ways. You know that the long term and the ability to hold something for as long as possible are the real magic of finance. As with many other things in life, speed gets all the attention, but slowness has all the power. Many people want to be long-term investors, but they actually struggle to do so. One reason is that they get caught up in comparisons. They compare themselves to their peers, to benchmarks, and wonder what others will think of them if they learn that they have lost money in the last 6 months. When investing, to be successful in monetary terms in the long term, you must be able to absorb reasonable volatility. If you can't do that, you're pushed into the much more difficult trick of trying to avoid short-term volatility. You only have resilience when you care more about surviving volatility than looking foolish because you've been affected by this phenomenon. Instead of trying to outsmart anyone else, you make a discreet long-term bet that over time things will slowly get better. You're not in a hurry, and even so, everything gets done.
in the amount he wanted, and whenever he wanted. And I was amazed to detect, shortly after meeting him, that he was a very normal guy. Very focused, humble, polite, empathetic, authentic, and, dare I say, with whom we could identify. Whatever the opposite of consented to, he seemed to be, which is surprising considering the circumstances in which he was raised. I asked her how the trick had worked out for her parents. How do you raise a child to be so normal when your surroundings are so extreme? It's not complicated, he told me. Money has never been part of our identity. So then what was part of his identity? To love each other, to be good bosses, to be good citizens. That's what we were talking about. And with these concepts, we judged others. He told me that despite knowing from a young age that his family had more money and toys than anyone else he knew, his parents never implied that it made them superior to anyone. Money was a tool to enhance who they were, but it never controlled or defined their identity. When kids become spoiled, it's usually not just because their parents buy them a lot of things, he explained. It's because parents teach them that having more than others makes them better than them. And parents of spoiled children often believe this because earning, having, and spending money is an integral part of who they are. They look in the mirror, and that's what they see. Money, money, money. I'm a person who has money. This is their identity. Even Charlie Munger, one of the most astute and rational financial minds of the last century, seemed to fall into the trap of a financial identity. Shortly before he died in 2023, the legendary billionaire told a reporter that he could have done a lot better if he had been a little smarter and a little faster. But how? You've been successful in everything you've done in life, CNBC interviewer Beck Quick replied. Well, I could have gotten several trillion instead of several billion, Munger replied. Do you still think about it? What would I have done differently? Quick then asked him. Well, yes, I do think about it. I think about what I narrowly missed because I wasn't smart enough or hardworking enough, Munger said. You can interpret those comments in many ways. Munger was a professional financial manager, so it was probably inevitable that the money would be linked to his identity. Still, think of an ordinary person with the same mindset. You've achieved financial success, you can retire, you can do whatever you want, but all you think about is how you could have earned, saved, or invested more money. There are many people like that. Money is your identity. At this point, you must ask yourself, is money at your service or are you at theirs? Is it your tool or your master? Here are a couple of things to keep in mind to prevent money from infiltrating your identity in a harmful way. Number 1, value the ability to change your mind, your lifestyle, modify your spending, and try new things. The clearest sign that something has become a dangerous part of your identity and that it controls you and not the other way around is the inability to change your mind when you change yourself or circumstances change. Visa founder Dee Hock had a magnificent maxim: an opinion is not dangerous until it becomes an absolute. Religion and politics are contentious issues because almost by definition, your opinions in these areas are part of your identity. It is not just about ideas and philosophies, but about tribes and belonging. Another quote from Dee Hock also applies to what we discussed. We are born with an almost infinite capacity to convince ourselves of things because those convictions are beneficial to us, not because they are even remotely related to the truth. The danger begins when people let their financial opinions fall into the same category. I love the concept of mental liquidity. It is the ability to quickly abandon previous opinions and strategies when the world changes, when you change, or when new information appears. To a large extent, what people call conviction is actually a deliberate disregard for facts that might change their minds. It's dangerous because being convinced of something seems like a positive characteristic, while its opposite, being doubtful, makes you feel and sound like you don't know what's going on. The strategy of having strong opinions but defended without passion is often useful. At my current age, I firmly believe that I should save for the future, but it won't be a problem for me to abandon this strategy as I get older, work less, and want to enjoy what I've saved.
And the same goes for what I like to spend money on today, and even for the socio-economic class I think I belong to. The goal is to be able to live the life you want and have money work for you. You only reach that goal when your financial opinions aren't tied to your identity. Wanting more money than you need to be independent and happy is nothing more than an accounting hobby. Money should always be a tool to enhance who you are and not a goal in itself. Number 2. Identify what independence of thought really means. The best definition of independence of thought is that your opinions on one topic cannot be predicted from your opinions on another. If you tell me which political party you vote for, and I can instantly and accurately guess your opinion on immigration, abortion, taxes, and guns, do you have true independence of thought, or are you just following the dictates of your tribe? Well, the same happens with money. Especially for people with above-average incomes, if you tell me what your salary is, and I can guess precisely how much you spend on cars, housing, clothes, and vacations, are you using money as a tool to enhance your unique personality, or are you just doing what society tells you about what you should want to spend money on? Of the people I know, the ones who have used money the best have inconsistent spending habits. They spend a lot on one thing and very little on another. They value this, and on the other hand, they don't care about that. They're independent thinkers, and they force money to work for them and not the other way around. It's like what the poet Rudyard Kipling writes: if you can talk to the crowds and retain virtue, or walk among kings without believing yourself superior to the commoners, you're getting closer to greatness. And next, we'll talk about what you need to stop identity from controlling your monetary opinions. Try new things. Try new things. I won't recommend it enough. Within the limits of your budget, experiment with as many types of spending as you can and quickly and unceremoniously eliminate what doesn't work for you. Francis Crick, one of the discoverers of the double helix structure of DNA, once asked what it took to win the Nobel Prize. He replied, it's very simple. My secret has been that I knew what I had to ignore. 1. Many brilliant minds work like this. Albert Einstein once said that his main scientific talent was his ability to read thousands of papers and experiments, find the few that were important, and ignore all the rest. Sounds trivial. Find what works, do that, and that's it. Ignore the rest. Thank you, Einstein. However, this strategy is very wise, and it works great when you want to find what you should be willing to spend your money on. But before I talk about that, let me tell you an idea I have about books. When looking for a new book to read, my strategy is to have a wide funnel and a selective filter. The idea is to start reading as many books as possible, but finish few. If you insist on finishing all the books you start, reading becomes a chore, because most books are either sufficiently summarized in the introduction or simply aren't for you. So striving to finish all the books you start can be an arduous task. It can be boring, unsatisfactory, and a waste of time. And as soon as you see reading from this perspective, your predisposition to choose another book vanishes. I've come to the conclusion that that's why, according to some surveys, half of Americans never read books. And this, of course, is tragic. The man who doesn't read good books has no advantage over the man who can't read them, Mark Twain said. Every intelligent person I know is a voracious reader, who in turn says, every intelligent person I know is a voracious reader. There are very few exceptions to this rule. There are more than 4 million books for sale in English. If you only choose books that you know for sure you're going to like, reading the same authors, the same genres, or on the same topics, you're missing out on a lot of potentially life-changing books that you'll never know you might like.
The conflict between these two elements. Most books don't have to be read to the end, but some can be surprisingly life-changing, means you need two things to get the most out of your reading: lots of beginnings and a selective filter. You should be willing to start reading any book that seems even mildly interesting. Anything. If it arouses even the slightest interest in you, it should make the cut. Fiction, nonfiction, romance novels, military history, try it all. The funnel should be as wide as possible to explore as many new ideas as possible, but you also need a selective filter. If the book is not fitting you, change it for another one right away.
The filter should be relentless, without taking prisoners or having compassion. Much like finding a partner, a book you don't like after 10 minutes of attention is unlikely to lead to a happy ending. You shouldn't feel shame or guilt for not finishing a book, even if you put it down after the first few pages. There are lots of good books out there. Go find another one. Since I started using this strategy, I've discovered many great books that I never knew I would like. I had never been interested in fiction until I forced myself to start reading 10 different books in this genre and found one that I loved. And the same with history, which seemed to me the worst subject in high school until I finally discovered some topics that I never tired of reading about. I've loved some books with bad reviews, and in the case of other books with stellar reviews, I haven't been able to get past the first page. Here's what I've learned. It's impossible to know what you're going to like until you try it, so you have to try everything. But the only way to try a million new things is to have a selective filter that immediately rejects what isn't for you. And my goodness, you can't imagine how true this is when we talk about spending money. There are many different ways of spending money that are suitable for one person, but nonsense for another. Some people go out of their way for international travel. Others can't stand spending time away from home for any reason. Some people love beautiful restaurants. Others are not convinced by advertising and prefer a cheap pizza. I know people who think that spending money on first-class airline tickets borders on fraud. Others would not dare to sit behind the fourth row. I have a friend who has more than 500 pairs of sneakers, which gives him immense joy. I am totally incapable of understanding it. Author Ramit Sethi often gives a piece of advice that fascinates me. You should spend profusely on the things you love as long as you cut back mercilessly on the things you don't. And he gives this specific example. He loves clothes, but he doesn't like cars. Thus, he dresses like a rich man, but is austere when it comes to driving. If you disagree with Ramit's decisions, you've already understood the reasoning. Everyone is different. Everyone has their thing. And the only way to find yours is to try a million different things and reject what doesn't bring you joy until you find that thing that does. Spending money is an area of life in which it is good to have a wide funnel and a selective filter. I won't recommend it enough. Within the limits of your budget, experiment with as many types of spending as you can and cut back quickly and mercilessly on what doesn't work for you. Try spending more than you currently do on food, travel, clothing, sporting events, experiences, you name it. But stop doing it right away if it doesn't make you happier, like you're reading a bad book. If you repeat this strategy long enough, you'll find by elimination that thing, no matter how bizarre, that it's good for you to spend money on. And if you cut back on the other things that don't bring you joy, you'll probably have enough funds to devote to what does make you happy. The more different types of spending you try, the more likely you are to get closer to a system that works for you. The tests don't have to be big. $10 worth of new food here, a $50 treat there, a pair of slightly nicer shoes, and so on. Albert Einstein and Francis Crick were not born already knowing the specific details of their field. Like everyone else, they had to sift through lots and lots of research papers and immediately reject what seemed trivial to them. It's a useful strategy when it comes to spending money because there's no guide that tells you what's going to make you happy. You have to try a million different things and figure out what fits your personality and then ruthlessly cut out the rest. A wide funnel and a selective filter. There are several aspects that are crucial to understand in this task of finding your thing. 1. If you can't find your thing, it is very likely that money has trapped you, that it controls your personality. So you're either addicted to saving or you ignore the potential of money, so you're unable to use it as a tool to bring you joy in life. If you found someone who said, "I don't like food, no food, there has never been a dish that he has enjoyed completely," you would immediately think that this person has not tried enough food. Well, something similar can happen with money. There is a moment in the film The Informant in which a character says, "People who say that money doesn't bring happiness is that they don't have it." I would modify it like this. People who say that money doesn't bring happiness have not yet found their thing. They should keep trying, with a wider funnel. And it doesn't have to be about material possessions. Your thing can be to donate money or use it as a form of independence. Every person has a thing if they try hard enough to find it. 2. It is common that people like by default what society dictates they should like, and the idea is usually that the more expensive product will bring them more joy.
Sometimes it's true, but very often this is not by any means. Using price as a measure of how much joy a purchase will bring you can obscure one of the most important lessons in business history. Premium pricing is often found on brand name products, and a brand's purpose isn't to indicate quality, it is to indicate coherence. An important feature of life in America before 1850 was that most people never went more than a few tens of miles from their birthplace. Life was local. You ate food grown in your village. Your house was made with local wood. Your clothes were sewn by a seamstress from the town. You knew the person who had made them. Often that person was you. The Industrial Revolution and the American Civil War changed that. Suddenly, millions of people and soldiers were moving from one side of the country to the other, and the railroads offered a way to transport goods farther and faster than ever before. Robert Gordon writes in his book, The Rise and Fall of American Growth, as the United States became a more urban country and real incomes rose, the percentage of food and clothing produced at home sharply fell. Many American men had their first experience with canned food when they were Union soldiers during the Civil War. That was one of the greatest advances in history. However, it was a problem. For the first time, consumers were disconnected from the person who had prepared their food. For most of history, a bad product was either your fault or could be claimed face-to-face with a local merchant, but the canned food came from lots of different vendors, and customers didn't know or could not identify any of them. Since there was no accountability, the quality was horrible. Harper's Weekly wrote in 1969, "Citizens are in constant danger of buying unwholesome canned food. Distributors have no principles, and society does not know how to distinguish products." No one knew who to trust. But then, the William Underwood Company solved the problem. Underwood was one of dozens of canned food purveyors. Realizing that canned meat had a bad reputation, that sometimes it was good and sometimes it wasn't, Underwood created a logo with a red demon that consumers would recognize and added a motto, "Marked with the devil, but perfect for the gods." The logo recreated the familiarity that face-to-face commerce had enjoyed for most of history. Wherever they were in the area of the country, consumers who saw the red devil knew that they were buying a specific product made by a specific company with specific quality standards. They didn't mind paying more for Underwood meat because they ran a lower risk than they would have with an unknown product. In 1867, Underwood brought the logo to the city of Washington and filed the first application for a federal trademark. It was, in many ways, the country's first brand. Coherence. What I mean is that a brand has always been about indicating coherence. McDonald's doesn't offer the best burgers.
But you know that a McDonald's burger in Detroit will taste the same as one in Denmark, and that has value and often allows you to demand a premium price. However, that means that much of the premium price in today's economy can be decoupled from product quality. You don't necessarily pay for quality, but you pay for consistency. When you realize that a higher price doesn't automatically indicate higher quality, the need to experiment with more types of spending is even greater. I've taken more pleasure in a $7 burrito from a small local business than eating at some famous 5-star restaurants, and I've found t-shirts that cost $12 that are better than others that are worth $100. When you stop thinking about the appeal of a brand and focus on what makes you happiest, it opens up a whole new world of opportunities if you're willing to experiment. 3. Learn what things to say right away that can't be more important than what you buy. Trying a million new things doesn't work unless you develop the ability to quickly reject what isn't for you, like the bored reader who abandons a book after the first page. The danger of spending money today is, in part, the assumption that you have to like what is advertised, popular, and expensive. Maybe that's your thing, but maybe you're falling squarely into the trap of the psychological power of advertising. Knowing when to immediately reject the type of expense that doesn't fit your personality is one of the most overlooked skills when managing money. It requires firm independence so that the person does not end up believing, out of shame, that what others seem to enjoy is the best for them. I have a theory about this. The more susceptible you are to advertising, the less satisfied you are with your life. You're desperate for someone to tell you what you should like because you haven't figured it out on your own yet. The solution is not so much to find out what you should buy, but to reject what doesn't work for you, the opposite of falling prey to marketing. Evolution, the most powerful force in the world, teaches us to destroy what doesn't work, selecting what does through a process of elimination. Well, spending money can be the same thing. The wide funnel only works if you have a selective filter. Nassim Taleb says, "You are rich if the money you reject tastes better than the money you accept." Bottom line, you're spending wisely if the purchases you decline leave a better taste in your mouth than the ones you make. The more you can say, "I tried this or that, but it didn't work for me," the more you'll know you're on the right track. 4. Trying new things generates variety in life, which is already a value in itself. The idea that time seems to speed up as you get older is well known. Summer vacation seems like an eternity when you're 9 years old, but the 6th decade can fly by. One theory that explains why this happens is that the perception of time depends on the number of new and surprising memories that are created in a certain period. The monotony of going to and from work on the same road for 20 years passes without leaving a trace, but every day is a memorable surprise for a child who experiences the first time they go camping or who is told how big the universe is. Monotony makes time speed up, variety slows it down, and the same goes for spending money. New experiences and products that you've never tried add a level of excitement that's hard to replicate in any other way. Even if the new purchase isn't right for you, the memory and insights you gain from trying something new can be more exciting than the monotony of the same experiences repeated day after day and year after year. Variety also protects you from the variability of life. Anthony DeMello, always wise, says if you learn to enjoy the scent of 1,000 flowers, you won't cling to one or suffer when you can't get a hold of it. 4. And now let me tell you about money and children. What money can't buy. Once, a priest told me a story that I will never forget. The priest spent decades giving last rites in hospitals. This is one of those experiences that puts you in a unique position. You become familiar with how people say goodbye to their loved ones. When a parent is dying, their children often approach the priest with a feeling of despair. How do I say goodbye to a person who has been so fundamental in my life? How can I tell you how much it has meant to me? The priest's advice to these children is to go into the room, each separately, and thank their dying father or mother for the thing for which they are most grateful. In families that I know have had a lot of problems, strained relations, the child often thanks the parent for something that costs money. "Thank you for paying for my college. Thank you for putting food on the table. Thank you for buying me a car." The priest told me, in the best families, those that I know have had strong relations, the children always say the same thing: "Thank you for believing in me." What your children want. I once heard the following anecdote. One father played a game with his son every week. He offered her a dime and a nickel and told her to choose one. The son always chose the $5 coin. Once, his brother told him that he was crazy because the $10 coin was worth more. "No, because if I choose the $10 coin, maybe the dad will stop playing this game with me," he replied. If you're lucky enough to have enough money to spend some of it on your children, or your friends, your neighbor, your partner, or whoever, remember that the people who love you almost certainly prefer your love and attention over your money and your children. Values, hard work, support, and the opposite of being spoiled. On one occasion, John D. Rockefeller, then the richest man in the world, entered the Waldorf Astoria in New York City. He needed a room while they were doing renovations in his house. He asked the manager for the cheapest room available. The man said, "Mr. Rockefeller, I'm sure we can find you something better. When your son stays here, he occupies the presidential suite." Rockefeller replied, "Yes, but my son has something I've never had, a rich father." 1. Managing money and children is very complicated, and this isn't just an issue for the very wealthy. Nearly 60% of U.S. parents with children between the ages of 18 and 34 have helped their children financially in the past year. Middle-class families have to deal with weekly paychecks, the degree of financial support they will provide their children when they leave for college, and small inheritances. However, as often happens with money, this isn't a financial problem that can be solved with a spreadsheet. It's all psychology, sociology, and emotions. Money and children, in fact, are perhaps the most emotional of all financial problems. I've never met a parent who is not emotionally affected by their children's financial futures at all. One of the most dangerous issues regarding personal finances in children is the way you, as a parent, use money to help them without spoiling them. Charlie Munger once asked one of his rich friends if leaving his children a good deal of money would spoil their ambition and motivation.
"Of course it does," Charlie replied, "but you have to do it anyway." "Why?" the friend asked. "Because if you don't, they'll hate you," he concluded. Like many of Munger's tips, I think the interaction is meant to be easy to remember, but broadly speaking, he's right. These are the two options available to the rich when giving money to their children: spoil their ambition with an inheritance, or risk causing some kind of family conflict by denying them an easy life. Warren Buffett once recounted how he often heard rich people talk about how dangerous the welfare society was, creating a generation of parasites who relied on food stamps and unemployment benefits. He added, "But those same people leave their children a lifetime supply of food stamps, among many other things. Instead of having an official who gives them a paycheck, they have an estate administrator, and instead of food stamps, they have dividend-bearing stocks and bonds." Of course, there are exceptions, but most of the exceptions, rich children who inherit money without affecting their ambition, are because those children are special, not because the parents necessarily made an intelligent decision. If Bill Gates had inherited $1 billion at the age of 18, that would not have stopped his ambition, and the same with Steve Jobs and Elon Musk. Mark Zuckerberg was offered $1 billion in cash for Facebook when he was 22 and didn't flinch. He didn't even think about it. But these people are rara avis.
Most people need the motivation of fear of failure. My friend Chris Davis grew up in a wealthy home. His grandfather is the legendary investor Shelby Davis, who turned $50,000 into nearly $1 billion, and was told, when he was young, that he wouldn't see a penny because his family didn't want to rob him of the opportunity to succeed on his own. Now, Chris jokingly says, "They could have stolen it from me just a little bit by now." It's never easy. A nuance regarding this is that it is dangerous for you, as a parent, to lead a certain lifestyle while demanding that your children lead a different, more modest one. As a parent, you may mean well because you want to make your children live a comparatively humble existence, to teach them what virtue, effort, and respect are. However, you risk teaching them something else entirely: resentment. Let's take an extreme example. If you fly first class while making your children fly in economy, the message you want to send them is, "Try as hard as I do, and maybe you will achieve this one day." But the message they may hear is, "I'm more worthy than you, and I like to see you feel ashamed." On one occasion, Cornelius Vanderbilt demanded that his son Billy quit smoking. "Your wishes are orders," Billy told him as he tossed the cigar into the sea. Then Cornelius took a cigar from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and blew the smoke into Billy's face. You may laugh, but similar gestures of power occur when parents try to teach their children what effort and austerity are, without practicing these values themselves. A good friend tells the story of when he went on holiday to the snow with his family. His grandfather would say, "If you want me to buy you a ticket for the chairlift, you have to walk up the mountain once first." The lesson the children learned from the experience was not the importance of effort and virtue, it was that his grandfather was a jerk. You can cause as much damage by trying to instill dignity in your children as you can by spoiling them a lot. Each family finds its own way, but everything I have seen tells me that when children are young and live with their parents, parents and children have to lead the same material lifestyle. So, you, the parent, must choose that lifestyle carefully. "You haven't earned what I did" may be a less effective message than, "Let me teach you the value of hard work by doing it together." Lead by example instead of humiliating. Another important point when choosing your lifestyle carefully is the level at which you, as a parent, set your children's expectations regarding lifestyle when they are young. If you are lucky enough to have some income to spare, and say you buy a fancy car when you have young children, but then your children decide to become educators at a nursery school and can only afford a modest car, will they be ashamed, as if they had failed compared to their parents? Will they in fact choose a career that they don't like but that pays well because they feel the pressure to lead at least a lifestyle at the level of the one in which they were raised? Will my desire to give my children a good material life today lead to disappointment in the future if they cannot afford the same lifestyle they had as children? Generational growth, the feeling that you've met or exceeded the standard of living your parents built, is an important part of most people's well-being. Author Jennifer Bretheny Wallace writes, "The parent-child bond is the most important relationship for a child's mental health. When a child cannot meet a parent's high expectations, that bond is put in jeopardy." Find your own way. I don't judge you, but keep these arguments in mind and choose your lifestyle carefully. Once your descendants are older, stable, and fend for themselves, my philosophies about managing children and money adapt. When they are older, I intend to use money as a safety net of last resort for my own children, but never as fuel. An important part of success in life is learning how to fail without failing so hard that you can't recover. I want to prevent a sinking. However, it is never convenient to use money as a crutch for offspring to avoid learning, on their own, the values of hard work, dignity, and managing failure. Here's how I put it in a letter to my children. This may sound strong, but I hope that at some point in life you will be poor. Not that you go hungry or that you are unhappy, of course not, but it is impossible to learn the value of money without feeling the power of its scarcity. Your parents will work hard to support you financially and open the doors of opportunity for you, but we are not going to spoil you. Our intention is not to be evil. Learning that you can't have everything you want is the only way to understand the difference between a need and a want. That will teach you how to make a budget, how to save, and how to value what you already have. Learning to be austere without hurting is an essential skill that will serve you well during the inevitable ups and downs that life will bring. Author Rob Henderson raises an idea related to this that stuck with me. A noble goal as a parent should not be to raise successful children. Success should be the side effect of much more important things: family, stability, and emotional security for children. I tell my children that real success is that the people you want to love you do love you, and that love comes overwhelmingly from how you treat others, not from what you spend or a certain net worth. The most important financial advice I can give my children is that money alone will not provide them with what they and almost everyone else want most in life. There is no amount of money that can make up for a lack of personality, honesty, and genuine empathy for others. When I think about it this way, it's very obvious what I want to teach you: the personality, psychology, and attitude needed to be confident workers, trustable friends, and good citizens, which in turn will help them thrive financially. Here are a few more ideas about money and children that have always seemed important to me. 1. Warren Buffett says it's okay to have people in your life who you don't want to disappoint. Perhaps having children is the best example of that. It's common for parents to wonder how their money is going to influence their offspring, but the reverse question is often just as significant. How do your children influence your financial decisions? Financial advisor Carl Richards says that the goal of a good financial advisor is to create space between you and stupidity, to protect you from your worst impulses. Having children whom you don't want to disappoint can play the same role in a very powerful way. Which brings us to the next point. 2. Your kids are paying attention, always, all the time, whether you realize it or not. If the parents are spoiled and materialistic, the children will be too. If the parents are hardworking and have good values, look at what happens to their children. There are several studies that show that offspring inherit most of their parents' political views. A Pew Research Center study found that 8 out of 10 Republican-leaning parents had teens who identified as Republicans. In the case of Democratic families, the ratio was 9 out of 10. What I find remarkable about these figures is that most parents deliberately don't have a conversation with their children to explain why one political party is better than the other. There is almost never a detailed and explicit discourse of the pros and cons, with replies and refutations. But still, children inherit their parents' opinions because they're always paying attention. They capture the comments said in passing, the grimaces when listening to the news, the way in which the parent responds to an election or to the opinion of a neighbor. Over time, through the accumulation of thousands of subtle clues, few of which the father intended to be explicit, the child develops what becomes strong political opinions. Well, something very similar can happen with money. You don't need to have a chat with your kids at the dining room table and explain your monetary values. They already know them. Since they were little, they've caught every time you've said, "We can't afford this," or "I love buying this." They see what you value. They watch what you waste. They have made a mental note of how happy you were when you came home and announced that your salary had been raised, or how scared you looked when you were fired. When you were envious of the neighbor's new car, they noticed. You've heard you and your partner argue over spending decisions.
When you've been greedy, they've sensed it. When you've been austere, too. They have paid attention to all this, and by the time they reach adulthood, all of that will have accumulated to a profound effect on how they think about money. What do you want them to pay attention to? When you realize that children are always paying attention, you see that every moment is an opportunity to lead by example. I want to teach my children that money can be used as a tool to live a better life. I do not want to overwhelm them, or even less, poison them with displays of insecurity and greed. I want to teach them, by example, that that when you've covered the basics regarding family, health, and friends, you feel less desire to use your money to show off to strangers. I want to teach them, by example, that no amount of money you have or any material object you own is going to make others like you if you are an imbecile, lack empathy, or feel superior to people who have not been as lucky as you. I want to teach you, by example, that the greatest utility of money is that it allows you to control your time so you can have freedom and independence and live the way you choose. Remember why you will be remembered. Jonas Salk, the inventor of the polio vaccine, was once asked what his main goal in life was. To be a good ancestor, he replied. What a wonderful goal for any parent. Leave your children, grandchildren, and future generations the knowledge of how the world works, the wisdom to know what matters, the independence to make their own decisions, the self-confidence to take risks, the prudence to think long-term, and the values to know how they too can become good ancestors. To what extent does being a good ancestor have to do with money? Do you have to buy nice things for your children or leave them an inheritance? It's often so little. It's easy for parents to think that spending money on their children will make their lives better, but that thought can be a crutch. It's often an excuse not to have to teach them some of the most meaningful and lasting life lessons, or not to be there when they need it, or not to show them that you love them in different ways. Perhaps children want money, but what they will end up valuing, and therefore they will remember you, are the values that cannot be bought with it. Spreadsheets don't care about your feelings, when emotions give a clearer perception than numbers. My wife and I pride ourselves on making financial decisions without getting carried away by emotions, but about 10 years ago we were looking for our first house. We found one online that we liked, and as we went to visit it, we promised ourselves that we wouldn't act on impulse. We were just going to gather information. However, as I parked in the driveway, my wife said with a muffled cry, "I love it," and so did I. We had a young son, our first, and there was a swing hanging from a tree in the front yard. Perfect. And that was it. Emotions intervened and we could not do anything about it. In an ideal world, the decision to buy a house would consist of an analysis resting on a spreadsheet, but in reality, you visit a house for sale and imagine where you would put the furniture. You imagine a Christmas opening presents with your children, and you dream of organizing barbecues with your friends. The night before they accepted our offer, I asked my wife how she would feel if we didn't get the house. "It would leave me devastated," she confessed to me. I would have felt the same. I know that's a terrible way to reflect on the most important financial decision of our lives, but that was the reality of the moment. It's the reality of what almost everyone does. No one considers buying a house in the same way as if they were buying a toaster. We have no regrets. Indeed, the house was fantastic. But no one should pretend that life-changing decisions can be made that will have an immense impact on you and your family by treating them like a math problem that can be solved in a spreadsheet. Spreadsheets don't care about your feelings, but sometimes those feelings are the most important factor in a big financial decision. In this regard, the important thing to realize is that not all emotional financial decisions are reckless. Many are of great importance. Jason Zweig of the Wall Street Journal wrote this when his mother sold the house where she had lived for many years. "I have no emotional attachment to this house. I've never liked him physically," Mom told us. "But everything important that has happened in our life as a family is here, and I can't leave all that behind." 1. If I were to ask you, how much are memories worth with your children, you would say that it is impossible to give a dollar figure. But if I said to you, what's the fair market value of the house you made memories in with your kids, you'd probably give me a figure easily. Understanding the difference between these two concepts explains, in part, many spending decisions. Who do you think finds a better partner? The person who makes a spreadsheet with the characteristics it demands and only considers being with someone who meets all the requirements? Or the person who finds a partner by chance and knows in his heart that somehow there seems to be chemistry between the two? In truth, the best decisions are likely to take place at the intersection of the two poles, head and heart. The sweet spot with money is reached by the person whose motivation derives equal parts from rational calculation and emotional joy. It convenes that we are responsible with the figures, but also that we know how to make the figures fit into our soul. However, since money seems to be a math-based field, many people stumble upon seeing financial problems only through the lens of what is rational, efficient, and methodical. Louis Armstrong, the greatest jazz musician of all time, once asked what defines good music. "If it sounds good, don't worry about what it is," he replied. "You enjoy it and that's it,
Anything you can keep up with by tapping your foot is good music. 2. For many things follow this logic. How do you find music you like, or dishes you love? How do you value the memories you will generate in a house you adore? You don't consult the rational part of your brain. The subjective and emotional part is in control and should be in control. It knows what you want better than any spreadsheet. I think, in fact, that managing money becomes easier when you understand how emotional the task can be. Instead of seeing it as a math problem to be solved, you approach it as an emotional problem to be satisfied, within some budget limits, and we'll talk a little more about those limits in the next chapter. The details. The wisdom and futility of obsessing over small purchases. Author Rory Sutherland writes, "The opposite of a good idea can also be a good idea." With that in mind, let's talk about the issue of obsessing over small expenses in your budget. I want to convince you that doing so can be transformative and, at the same time, an absolute waste of time. Former President Calvin Coolidge was a bad reputation for being very austere. Upon taking over the federal budget that reached $21 billion during that legislature, Coolidge's team sent a memo to all the workers of the Department of Agriculture that read, "Government correspondence costs 26 cents a letter. Help reduce costs. Write fewer letters, write shorter letters." To make letter writing even more scarce, Coolidge's official policy was that each official should be given a pencil, and if the pencil was not used until the eraser, it had to be returned to the government for further use. Does that seem absurd to you? Well, keep in mind that in 1925, the federal government had about 580,000 workers. If each of you wrote 5 letters a day, remember that was before email and in the first phase of widespread use of the telephone, a 26-cent letter cost the government more than $197 million a year. That was during a time when total government spending was about $2.8 billion annually. This means that nearly 7% of public spending was allocated to letters. Let me put you in context. In 2023, the federal government allocated about 10% of its budget to repay interest on public debt. These are not, therefore, low figures. Coolidge was not an idiot. Author Kevin Kelly proposes, "Pay attention to the small things. Blisters beat more people than mountains." Let me give you a more absurd example. John D. Rockefeller once spoke with the plant's resident expert about how the lids were welded to oil drums. "How many drops of solder do you use for each drum?" 40, the man replied.
Have you ever tried 38? Rockefeller asked. No? Would you mind stamping some with 38 and tell me how the result comes out? 38 drops was not enough. The drums were leaking, but 39 seemed to work well, and it became the new norm. 1 drop less than the original standard of 40 drops. That drop of welding, Rockefeller later said, saved $2,500 in the first year, but the export business continued to increase after that, and it doubled, quadrupled, it increased much more than it was then. And the savings have also continued to rise, 1 drop for each jerry can, and since then it has amounted to many hundreds of thousands of dollars. This represents about $20 million today. What I mean is that small changes on a large scale produce immense effects. It's common to find someone who bought his house, say, in 1974 for about $60,000. Today, that home may be worth $350,000. Undoubtedly, the owners have the feeling that they have made a profitable investment, but those figures equate to an average annual return of 3.75%. Property taxes tend to average around 1%, bringing our real yield to 2.75% per annum. Maintenance and repairs vary greatly, but it's expected to dedicate 1 to 3% of your home's value per year to its upkeep. What then is our long-term performance like? Well, not very splendid. Small, easy-to-ignore expenses add up and eventually become so prominent that they outweigh the large, obvious costs we pay the most attention to. The price is easy to calculate. It's simply what you paid at the beginning for something and the amount you sold that thing for at the end. The cost is harder to determine because it's usually a slow trickle over time, which is easy to ignore but adds up quickly. The same goes for cars, boats, and hobbies. We can even say that the cost of smoking is the price of a pack
plus the long-term cost of medical care associated with that habit. The first is easy to calculate. The second is very difficult. I once heard this anecdote. A man notices that his coworker is having a coffee with milk, and he asks, "How often do you drink a coffee with milk?" "Every day," replies the companion. "Come on, every day for 30 years of professional career?" The man is surprised. That's a lot of money. A latte a day means you spend about $1,900 a year. If you invested that money at a yield of 8%, you would have $250,000. With that, you could buy yourself a Ferrari. The colleague is perplexed. "Do you also drink coffee with milk?" he asks the man. "Well, where's your Ferrari?" Let's see. Understand me. If you like coffee with milk, drink the ones you want during the day. What I mean is that almost everyone has small expenses that could have added up to a fortune if more attention had been paid to them. And more attention could have been paid to them with very little effort, a few dollars here, a few dollars there. People put a lot of effort into improving their investment returns because they know that if you can improve your annual return by even 0.1% per year, that can be a fortune thanks to the effect of compound interest over time. But when we think about the small expenses, letters, soldering, or lattes, that logic is harder to comprehend. Warren Buffett was so obsessed with compound interest at a young age that he calculated current expenses by thinking about how much they would be worth in the future if he invested that money and let it grow. A haircut, in his mind, cost $30,000, what those few dollars would be worth in the future thanks to compound interest. An expensive suit cost millions in future investment returns that I would stop earning. A car wash was not worth it, according to this logic. Removing some mud would cost tens of thousands of dollars in future wealth. I'm not sure I want to melt $500,000 like this. 4. Buffett told his friends when he considered whether he had to spend some money. Chris Davis tells the anecdote that while in New York as a child, he asked his grandfather for a $1 hot dog. His grandfather told him that if he could get the same investment returns he had earned throughout his life, that $1 hot dog actually cost $1,000. Recently, Chris did the actual math and discovered that his grandfather wasn't exaggerating. Shelby Davis had her assets increased many hundreds of times during her lifetime. This behavior may seem stingy to you. I wouldn't recommend it to ordinary people. Eat if you're hungry and cut your hair if you think it convenient. What I mean is that when you understand how quickly small expenses add up and cause you to stop earning huge returns, you see the world differently. You realize that creating a long-term fortune isn't so much about making big, brilliant decisions as it is about making small, systematic decisions that accumulate over a long period. And now, let me present you with the opposite position, which I hope you find just as convincing. There's a maxim I love. Save a little money every month, and at the end of the year, you'll be surprised how little you have left. Historian Cyril Northcote Parkinson coined a concept called Parkinson's Law of Triviality, and it states the following: the attention devoted to a problem is inversely proportional to its importance. Parkinson described a fictitious finance commission with 3 tasks tasked with approving a $10 million nuclear reactor, a $400 endowment for building a shed for employees' bikes, and $20 to buy snack supplies for the break room. The commission immediately approves the $10 million nuclear reactor because the figure is too large to put into context, it's discouraging to consider alternatives, and no member of the commission is an expert in nuclear energy. The bike shed generates much more debate. The members of the commission discuss whether a bike rack would be enough, and whether the shed should be made of wood or aluminum because they have some experience working with these materials in their homes. The employees' snacks take up 2/3 of the debate because everyone has an informed opinion about what is the best coffee, the best cookies, the best chips, and so on.
Many households operate in this same way. Author Ramit Sethi says that too many people ask themselves $3 questions. Can I afford this latte? When the only thing that matters for financial success are the $30,000 questions. Which college should I study at? The latte example I used above often drives financial advisors crazy because they see how people wonder if they should cut lattes from their budget when those same people go to colleges they can't afford, go to cars they can't afford, and live in homes they can't afford. They obsess with $3 problems while $30,000 problems get much less attention. The attention devoted to a problem is inversely proportional to its importance. I think that's partly because focusing on low-budget items gives you the feeling that you're being responsible, taking action, and making progress, which makes it easier for you to ignore big dilemmas. People can recognize when they are acting without awareness, without paying any attention to a problem. But when you say, "Look at me, here I am, cutting lattes from my budget like a responsible saver," it's harder to realize that you're being irresponsible with much larger purchases. For the vast majority of people, a few budget items account for the bulk of expenses: college, housing, car, health insurance, parenting. That's it. This is what should get all your attention. The rest is a rounding error. If one pays attention to small expenses, one can make a fortune thanks to the potential of accumulation. These expenses can also divert your attention from much larger problems. I don't think these two ideas are contradictory. Remember, the opposite of a good idea can also be a good idea. They are just as important. To do well in monetary matters, you must understand that good behavior is based on a strategy of extremes. Save like a pessimist and invest like an optimist. Think that the worst may happen, but hope that the best will happen. Live paycheck to paycheck, but prepare for the future. And let me present you with another thought. It's almost impossible to create wealth without controlling your biggest expenses. And it's very difficult to grow wealth without worrying about the smallest expenses. And now, let's talk about greed and fear. The life cycle of greed and fear. It starts innocently, goes crazy, and ends right where you started. Some are immediately crushed under his cruel feet. Others are condemned to a fate similar to that of the galley slaves. Some he favors and pampers them until he elevates them to the bubbles of fortune, and then with a sudden exhale, he pops those bubbles and laughs mockingly as he watches them fall.
James Weldon Johnson, on New York City. Greed and fear control many things in life. That's how I see it. No matter how successful you are, the temptation to reach too much can always ruin you. And no matter how appealing an opportunity is, it's never going to attract someone who refuses to look. These two innocent emotions are the source of most monetary mistakes, regrets, and embarrassments. Greed and fear are everywhere in money matters, and they don't just influence how we invest or market booms and busts, they can also be a fundamental factor when we spend it. Spending money usually requires optimism. Saving often requires pessimism. At a certain level, both emotions are not only acceptable, but necessary and useful. On another level, they are counterproductive and become dangerous burdens. Often you only know when you've crossed the line when it's too late. Thus, success in life consists, to a large extent, in finding the delicate balance between the instant in which optimism turns into greed and the instant in which pessimism turns into fear. And greed and fear are stealthy. People with the best intentions and strong morals fall into its clutches. Although you might think that they are opposite concepts, their origin is the same. There is a natural cycle that causes innocent optimism to evolve into greed, which turns into denial, then confusion, and finally, fear. It often brings you back to where you started, but the lesson you think you've learned from experiencing fear determines your next date with greed. To understand how powerful and dangerous these two emotions can be, you first need to understand the cycle that triggers them,
And that's what I'm going to explain to you next. All greed begins with the most innocent idea that you deserve to be right. The decisions you've made in the past, the decisions you'll make in the future, the worldview you have today. It's hard to wake up in the morning and look in the mirror without telling yourself that you've made good choices in the past and will continue to make good choices in the future. Nothing would be done if people doubted themselves all day. This is especially true if one has been successful in school and work. And you deserve to be right because you have put a lot of effort into developing your opinions and decisions. Maybe you studied for many years, you passed complicated exams, you dealt with bullies, you completed complex intellectual tasks and put in many hours. No one wants to be told that, despite all these efforts, they do not deserve to be right. And to say that you deserve to be right means that you should be rewarded for being right. Effort equals reward. That's how the world works, isn't it? If you have accurate views, you will make good decisions, and those decisions will be rewarded by your peers with admiration, by your bosses with raises, and by your healthy body. This idea is very tempting and appealing. It's hard to endure life admitting that you don't know how the world works. That's why almost no one does. We tell ourselves that our opinions are correct and that the right views will be rewarded. The conviction that your opinions, whatever they may be, are correct, that you deserve to be right because you have put so much effort into forming those views, and that the world is going to reward the right views, is a very common idea and innocent. And that's where things start to get complicated. When you are rewarded for being right, a door opens inside your head that invites you to enter the deception. The recognition is pleasant, the care is pleasant, the rewards are pleasurable, they are addictive, and that brings us back to the first innocent idea. People want to feel like they're right, that they're doing well, and that they're owed something for their efforts. In a rational world, we would try to calculate what percentage of what influenced the reward we received. We would recognize that if you did that and then that happened, there are a million more variables beyond your control that could have also influenced the outcome. However, this is not the natural way to think. The default assumption when you receive a reward for doing something is that the fact that you did that was the cause of it happening. If you are looking for an answer to why that happened, that is the easiest way. Because at the end of the day, your views are correct and deserve to be rewarded. So of course, the reward is a consequence of what you have done. And others believe it as much as you do. Others see you get a reward, and because they imagine how they would feel if they got it, they get excited about your accomplishment. Praise, attention, admiration, and yes, jealousy and envy. All of this makes you feel good and reinforces the idea that you have been rewarded because your views and actions were right, and you want more. Success makes it easier for us to say, since I've been right before, I'm going to double down now. It's not a crazy idea. In part, it's a reasonable analysis. You have tested the waters and it has been proven that you were right, so you are now moving forward firmly. And in part, it's social comparison. The enthusiasm you felt when you were a little right has faded. Now you want to be more right. This is an essential part of greed. People justify their actions, even though in retrospect those acts were clearly excessive and absurd. This is not the same as knowing that your acts are reckless and harmful but carrying them out anyway, which is psychopathy. The form that innocent greed usually takes is enthusiastically extrapolate what worked in the past. It tempts you to do the same thing as before, but with twice as much desire. You may have the same job, but now you demand a higher salary. You have the same investments, but now with leverage. Or you got some attention for your new car, and craving more, now you want a new watch, new clothes, new jewelry, and a new house. Doing this can be okay if your actions directly influence the results, if doing this causes that. However, if your previous actions are not sustainable, or if you underestimate the extent to which your previous results were caused by acts you could not control, then doubling down on what worked in the past increases the likelihood that it will not end well. Greed comes into play when you double down on actions that at one point worked but are not sustainable,
or that make you overestimate the influence of your actions on the results. You may underestimate how much your past success was due to luck, chance, or being in the right place at the right time. Perhaps the people who in the past rewarded you with their attention are no longer here. Perhaps there are people who were enthusiastic about your past success who are now very tired of hearing about you. Maybe your boss, who has been willing to reward you for your contributions, is now fed up with you demanding the umpteenth raise. People who used to pay attention to you now laugh at you covertly. Whatever the reason, sometimes the world sees your actions as a provocation, and reality rears its head to remind you that things are more complicated than you thought. What worked in the past suddenly doesn't work anymore, but because your entire strategy has been based on believing that you were right, that you deserve to be rewarded for being right, and you're doubling down on what used to work, now you're in trouble. Maximum greed is pretending to receive more than you deserve considering what you have put in, and that's just what happens when you overestimate your ability to do things that will lead directly to rewards. You don't know it yet, but at that moment the seeds of fear are already planted. The first reaction to the failure of greed is to see it as an opportunity, especially when you are not aware of the reality of your skills and your contributions. When the strategy that once rewarded you stops working, you distance yourself from those who are against you and perhaps double down on your actions once again. If a newbie who has never been successful experiences a loss or failure, it's likely that he will take it as a sign that he is inept and has no idea what he is doing. However, if you mistakenly think that your aptitude has been confirmed to the point that you have become greedy, experiencing a loss is often interpreted as if the world is going to give you another chance. The company has denied me a raise, so I can now find a new job in a place where I am appreciated. My friends don't value my luxury items, so I'm going to find other people who do. You don't praise me for the car I have anymore. Maybe I need a better one. You're almost never going to detect this mindset in someone who has not experienced success in life. It's only seen in someone who is convinced that their past actions have led to the results they have obtained.
His response is usually to double down, with even more self-confidence. When you've overestimated the extent to which your actions influence your bottom line, you miss out on key comments that the world is trying to give you, thereby sticking to your guns instead of updating your strategy. You keep working hard, which seems like an admirable trait. Maybe you put more effort into your plan, convinced that it will pay off and bring you even greater rewards when you're finally proven right. You think you're being determined, but you're actually being stubborn. In Buddhism, there's a concept called beginner's mind, which consists of having an active attitude of openness to try new things and study new ideas without previous prejudices, as a beginner would. Assuming you're skilled at something can be the enemy of the beginner's mind, because past successes reduce the incentive to explore other ideas, especially when those ideas conflict with your proven strategy. It's dangerous. Staying locked into a single point of view is fatal in an economy where regression to the mean and competition constantly disqualify old strategies. When you give up having a flexible mind, you become immune to criticism. So you're now less prepared than a beginner, or even someone who tries random strategies in the dark. Now the probability that you will continue to fail is multiplied. After several failures, you start to see yourself as a victim. You haven't yet admitted the possibility that you may never have been as competent as you had imagined, even in front of yourself. It gives you the feeling that the world is against you. You blame your friends, you blame your boss, blame the media, you blame politicians. You get angry with others, whatever, except looking in the mirror. At that point, greed is dead, but denial about your contributions and abilities is at its peak. You try then to mitigate the risk without abandoning ship. You reduce your actions a little. Perhaps you apologize to the people you have offended. You have not given up hope, but you recognize that you need a change, and you are confident that you can get back on track. At this point, you've admitted to yourself that you've become over-involved. But you haven't admitted you were wrong yet. In your head, the problem is that you've insisted too much on something positive. In fact, that thing still seems positive to you. It's still correct. It still deserves to be rewarded. So you move on, just with a little less enthusiasm than before.
However, you can't keep the deception going for long. In the end, you begin to give up on your actions. Sometimes it takes days for that to happen, sometimes years, but it will happen. And that's the point where you start to wonder if you've missed something along the way. You still don't realize you were wrong. Admitting that you were is painful. However, perhaps you realize that your points of view were incomplete. Then people start saying things like, "We've learned a lot in this last year," and "This has been a growing experience." Sometimes these statements are sincere and correct, although they are often just a simple way of signaling to others that you have not completely lost touch with reality. Deep down, your nuclear views in your faith and your abilities are mostly intact. Finally, there comes a point where it's obvious, even to you, that you're wrong. In private, before yourself, you ask yourself if you have made a mistake. Sometimes you admit to other people that you have. To deal with grief, you often resort to denial. When a friend asks you how everything is going, you change the subject, almost to the point of denying that you have been involved in what you bet everything on a while ago. "I never cared much," or "It always represented a small part of the things I like." Reality kicks in right away, when your mistakes force you to make lifestyle changes. When you are forced to sell your house or car, cancel a vacation, or move to smaller offices, the consequences of your mistake are already undeniable to anyone who is watching you. Now you feel ashamed. And once you feel embarrassed, your ability to face a problem with a calm, rational mind becomes as clouded as it was when you were in the moment of maximum greed. Doubting, even a little, that you were wrong now leads to panic. You avoid people with whom you would usually talk about your skills, which further isolates you from the ability to accept criticism and better understand the context of your situation. Now you're stuck in your mind, which turns into a fateful cycle of fear and doubt. Your mindset changes. It goes from growth to damage control. You stop thinking about opportunities and benefits. Now for you, success is to stop being left behind. Now anything that prevents you from continuing to make losses seems like an achievement. So you give up what you have. You abandon your professional career, you sell the car, you leave your company. It seems like surrender. When you were greedy, you believed that 100% of what you did influenced the positive results you got. Now you think that you can't do anything to make the situation better. The hard thing is, you're just as wrong now as you were then, but you're just as unaware of reality as you used to be. You start to notice other people. People you used to look down on are now much better off than you. What has happened? Why aren't they suffering like you? Do they know something that you don't? That's a new fear to worry about. When you were successful, people would watch what you did and try to copy you. They wondered what you knew that they didn't. They didn't want to miss out on the rewards that you were getting. Now the process is going in the opposite direction. You start to notice people who are doing better than you and wonder what they know that you don't. However, because you are now in fear, you are not looking for opportunities to come back. You wonder what other traps there are that smarter people than you have dodged, but that you may not have detected. When fear hurts the most is when your biggest fear is wondering what else you should be afraid of. You become as blind to the positive things that could happen as you were to the negative things that could happen when you were greedy. The irony is that often, chaos is the most fertile ground for opportunity, and an opportunity to take a different course. But opportunity is the last thing you're thinking about now. You're focused on making sure that your failure doesn't get worse. At some point, you stabilize. People start to forgive you. Fear gives way to acceptance. You find a new rhythm. You've lost a big chunk of what you had, but now you can think more clearly. The first thing you promise is never to make the same mistake again. The pain you went through in fear was 10 times harder than the joy you gained from greed. If there is any silver lining to this debacle, it is that you have learned your lesson, and that you will now know how to avoid the same mistakes. Now you see the world in a different way. You have a new vision on how to trade markets, business, and life, determined by the mistakes you made when you fell into the trap of greed and fear. Now you know how to act when the opportunity presents itself. You feel confident that this new vision is the right one. Now you deserve to be smarter. It seems unfair to go through something as hard as what you have gone through and not come out smarter. You were wrong before, but now you're right. No one wants to hear that they went through all that effort and pain and they still don't deserve to be right. And deserving to be right means you should be rewarded for being right. Effort equals reward.
That's how the world works, isn't it? It's hard to wake up in the morning and look in the mirror without telling yourself that you can make good choices. Isn't that an innocent idea? That you deserve to be right? And we're back to where this story began. How to be unhappy when spending your money. A brief guide to making bad decisions. An important reality of life is that it is often difficult to know what is going to make you happy, but instead it is very easy to identify what is going to make you unhappy. When you're faced with a difficult problem, and how to use money in a way that improves your life certainly is, it can help to address it in reverse, reducing and excluding what doesn't work until what's left is a decent approximation of favorable traits. Evolution works in a similar way because it destroys in such a relentless way that what doesn't work, that what remains usually works very well. Or think about health. Which foods are positive is an eternal debate, and no one who is honest with the results can say that they know what the perfect diet is.
However, what is negative is much clearer. I have no idea if a glass of red wine is a good thing, but I'm 100% sure that tobacco isn't. A boy once asked Charlie Munger this question: "What advice would you give someone like me to succeed in life?" Munger replied, "Don't take cocaine. Let the trains pass first at the level crossings, and avoid any situation that could cause AIDS." 1. That is, to be successful by first knowing what to avoid. Likewise, I can't tell you how to spend the money because it's not you, and I can't tell you what's going to make you happy because I'm still trying to figure out what makes me happy. Each person is different, and life is complex. But what leads to an unhappy life is usually universal and clear. So, here's a brief guide on how to be unhappy with your money. 1. Look at the socio-economic group just above yours, assuming that if you're part of it, you'll achieve some degree of lasting happiness. Tell yourself that you will be satisfied as soon as you earn a little more money, have a slightly nicer house, and can spend a little more than now. Forget that the group you belong to now was a dream that you thought would bring you satisfaction and happiness. Try to increase your status to the detriment of independence. Suppose that happiness depends on large numbers of strangers being impressed by your material possessions, when in reality it depends on the hidden magic of owning your time. Let money, earn it, spend it, and accumulate it, become a core part of your identity. Spend more time thinking about money than about the life you've built with that money. Spend such a sizable portion of your income that you're entirely dependent on the decisions of other people, for example, bosses and bankers, many of whom don't care about you at all. Have the fantasy that having more money is the solution to all your problems. Tell yourself that you would wake up every morning with a smile on your face if you had just a little more money. Imagine that others would like you better, admire you more, have more friends and healthier relationships. Believe that none of your current fears, anxieties, doubts, and confusions in life would exist if you had more money than you do now. Suppose that money cannot solve any of your problems and that it is the origin of evil and ego. This point can be just as dangerous as the previous one. Money is an extraordinary tool, capable of providing you with independence and the pleasures that come with thousands of years of human beings discovering how to make life more comfortable, entertaining, and instructive. What a tragedy to live in a world where you believe that the cumulative efforts of the 100 billion people who existed before you have produced nothing worthy of your time and attention. Have a savings ideology so extreme that you'll never be able to indulge yourself in a treat you can afford. Act as if the only purpose of the money is to accumulate in your bank account, where instead of a tool to live a better life, you have actually created an accounting hobby. When evaluating your life, assume that all your success is due to hard work and all your failure to bad luck. When judging others, assume that all failure is due to bad decisions and all success is due to luck. It places the ego above empathy. This is the surest way to disconnect from the reality of what you can or can't control in life. Compare your interior with the exterior of others. Envy the success of others without having a complete image of their life. Suppose that other people's cars, houses, clothes, jewelry, and social media profiles are an accurate reflection of how happy they are. Tell yourself that since they have beautiful things, they must also have good relationships, good health, moral clarity, emotional intelligence, and general satisfaction in life.
Ignore the hidden social, emotional, and expectation costs of certain purchases. Ignore what some purchases will cause in the impression that others have of you. Forget that you may have created a threshold that you will have to overcome on the next purchase, which is a hidden form of debt. Don't be aware of your tendency to repent. Lock yourself so much into the bubble of your current moment or become so obsessed with the long term that you end up looking back and wondering what the hell you were thinking about. Associate net worth with self-esteem, either yours or others. Think of money as the ultimate scoring system for quantifying a person's success in life. Or worse, suppose that the material appearance of others is an accurate indicator of the amount of money they have. Treat all financial decisions as if they were just mathematical decisions, without regard to possible emotions, sentimental value, and the desire to feed your soul. Be more interested in making spreadsheets happy than in making yourself happy. Let yourself be convinced by the advice and lifestyle of people who need or want something that you don't need or want. You want what society dictates you should want. You want what marketing experts dictate you should want. Look to others, even strangers, for answers to what's best for you. Forget that human needs and desires are a broad spectrum. Link your lifestyle expectations to the most successful people you know, which is going to cause you to develop a mindset in which even exceptional success in your life is going to seem insufficient. This basically means signing a contract with yourself to be unhappy. Be so optimistic that your expectations will rise faster than your income. You live in a world where things get better, but you don't appreciate any of them because you already expected everything and more. Put what you need at risk to get something you don't need. Put relationships with your family and friends at risk for the potential of a pay rise that will have little impact on your life, or risk how well you sleep at night for a new car that no one will pay attention to. Overvalue the attention you get for having nice things, and suppose this is a reflection that people admire you, and not that they are actually fantasizing about having what you have. Suppose you have all the right answers. Don't try anything new. Reject the mystery of life and combat any inclination to grow, adapt, and change your mind. Don't be curious about any alternative point of view. Assume that what you know about money is all there is to know, and debate vehemently when you discover information that might contradict your current opinions. Treat money as you might treat religion, with devotion rather than curiosity and orthodoxy rather than exploration. And so, I guarantee you, you will be heading towards unhappiness. But now, let me tell you how I have tried to avoid all this. The luckier you are, the kinder you should be. My easy way to have a good financial life. Kevin Costner, one of the best and most successful actors of the current era, once told an anecdote that perplexed me. Costner had a friend, who he doesn't say who he is, but when you put the pieces together, he almost certainly refers to Michael Blake, that after years of writing texts had hardly been successful. Costner sent him to many interviews to find a job, but the information that came to me was always that he drove everyone crazy. The friend pressured Costner to present him with contacts. Although every writer thinks that the last thing he has written is the best he has written, maybe the texts are not good enough, period, the actor replied bluntly. One day, the friend called Costner and said, "Kevin, I have no place to sleep. Could I spend a few days at your house?" He had become homeless, and there he stayed for a couple of months. The friend wrote frantically all the time. He wrote every night, and he would say, "Are you going to read what I wrote today?" I told him no. It was as if Costner saw the friend as a stray cat to be pitied, not as a collaborator in his guild to be admired and learned from. He started reading what he wrote to my daughter, who was 3, every night. In the end, my wife told me, "Honey, he has to go." And I said to him, "Yes, you have to go." And the friend left. He ended up in Arizona, washing dishes in a Chinese restaurant. Months later, the friend called Costner and asked him, "Have you read anything I have written?" "No," he confessed. The actor, who was feeling bad, sent the friend, who apparently still lived on the street, a sleeping bag. Later, the friend called him and asked him again, "Have you read anything I have written?" Annoyed, he relented. I finally read what he had written, the actor concluded. It was Dances with Wolves. The novel ended up being an absolute success. The film adaptation won 7 Oscars and made Costner a superstar.
You never know where luck might come from in life. We'll talk more about that shortly. My mother says I started counting pennies when I was 3 years old. I didn't want to say anything more. Only money. Charlie Munger once said that when you teach money to young people, they either get it instantly or they never get it. I don't think that's so black and white, but as I reflect on my own life, I have doubts. Since earning my first paycheck as a teenager, I've saved and invested 10% or more of every dollar I've earned. It has always seemed to me that it was the right thing to do. I don't think anyone taught me, and it has never been a challenge. It just seemed obvious to me that it had to be done. My wife and I don't spend much because we don't want much. We live a life that is great, but most of what we value and like to do is not very expensive. Going hiking, tending the garden, reading, writing, taking our dog for long walks, spending quality time with our children, things like this. The level of income we have earned over the years has changed dramatically, but what we like to do has not. We would love each other the same as we do now if we were poor, and we certainly loved each other when we were. But we have used the money we have saved over the years to be independent, and I have no words to express how rewarding it has been. To be more specific, my wife does not have a job outside the home, and I select the jobs that I find interesting and reject the rest. That is, we always value independence before income. These two decisions have a financial component, but in neither of them did we feel that we were rejecting money, but that we were buying time. My only financial goal is to go to bed peacefully every night, knowing that my family is okay and that I can dedicate the next day to doing what I want, when I want, with whom I want, and for as long as I want. For me, it is not in any interest to achieve returns above the market average. It has never crossed my mind to impress my neighbors. These goals seem to be based on external benchmarks, where victory is not defined by how well things are going for you, but only by whether you are doing better than someone you don't know for. That has always seemed absurd to me. Independence provides the highest return money can buy, and I don't think anything comes close. Our financial life is very simple. My wife and I met in college, merged our finances shortly after, before we got married, and we don't really talk much about money because there's not much to talk about. There are no budgets, no detailed spreadsheets, no fancy strategies, and no arbitrary goals. All of our net worth is a house, liquid money, index funds, in shares of Marco Group, where I sit on the board of directors. We are not in debt. We buy almost everything we want, but because we don't want much, this has never been a problem, something that was true when we were making a pittance and has remained true during the years when we have had more income. We've also experimented with so many different lifestyle spending decisions over the years that we're confident we're not foregoing pleasures in order to save more. Not everything has been perfect. I've made bad investments, I've made foolish decisions, and like most parents, my wife and I wonder if we're passing on the right financial values to our children. No one can recognize how many different ways there are to live a life and how imperfect they are, and honestly claim that they are doing everything right. I've changed my mind about a lot of things over the years too, and the lesson to be learned after having changed your mind is to ask yourself which of your convictions is going to be the next one you update. When you accept how chaotic money can be, you value good enough simplicity over the false comfort of complexity. Over the years, I've come up with a few simple ideas that guide the way I think about money in my own home. Spend less than you earn. Accumulate discreetly by taking advantage of compound interest. Money is at your service, not the other way around. No one is thinking about you as much as you are. Independence is wealth. Health is wealth. He aspires to be a good ancestor. Love your family. This is a pretty exhaustive list, and now let's go back to Kevin Costner. Benjamin Franklin didn't say honesty was the best moral, he said it was the best policy. This attitude is what will help you and put you in the best position to make more money in the long run. And from there, you can draw a conclusion about kindness. There are two reasons to be kind to everyone. One is moral, the other is selfish. Morally, you should do it because you're empathetic. From a selfish perspective, you should do this because it's easy to underestimate how many people you're going to end up depending on when you need help, and you'll only get their collaboration if they like you. Kevin Costner's anecdote is a fantastic example of how we never know where luck might end up coming from in life, and how people who don't fit the picture of success may have the knowledge we're looking for. The world is unequal. It always has been and always will be. Talent is uneven, and it is better that it should be so. But the instinctive association between wealth and knowledge becomes dangerous when you think it is absolute. We are fortunate to live in a world that is very rich, with many opportunities, and with a lot of material abundance. However, it has also become easier than ever to dangerously assume that only those who dress a certain way, live a certain way, and earn a certain amount of income deserve attention. So let me propose one last thought about money. The luckier you are, the kinder you should be. Having money can empower who you are, but it can also blind you and not let you see who others are. If you were fortunate enough to live in a prosperous part of the world, in a prosperous time, surrounded by the possibility of learning about the world and expressing who you are, that is, if you were a beneficiary of the accumulated efforts and knowledge of the 100 billion people who came before you, you should strive even harder to appreciate what money cannot buy. Money can empower or amplify an amazing life, but it can't create a wonderful life on its own. You must understand that people who have made different decisions than you and have obtained a different result than yours can be just as smart, funny, lucid, and dignified as you. They do what makes sense to themselves and try to find their way in a complex world. You do what makes sense to you and try to find your way in a complex world. And so we get right to where we started, with a reminder that all behavior makes sense when you have enough information and that we are all alone in our pursuit of the simple life.
Thank you so much, friend, for listening. Leave your ideas in the comments section so our community can grow by learning together. That's all for now. Until the next audiobook,